Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna continue the story What If Naruto and Fem Kurama Were a Criminal Duo Part 12. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you'll never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Konohagakure no Sato. A day after the attack on Gato's mansion begins. Wheezing to himself, Naruto sat in a chair and turned over the bills that had been given to him as payment for his labor in Nami no Kuni. He was now obliged to receive personal debriefings from Jiraiya or Tsunade so that the PMC boss could evaluate his pupil's performance. Even though Naruto occasionally embellished his performance, he would generally be a straight shooter when it came to his performance. The reports of Kakashi and Tenten would be used later to fill in any gaps. Really? Jiraiya asked, taking a seat in his base quarters living room beside Naruto on a different couch. You killed 300 people in the battle on your first day in the country? Well, Naruto attempted to project shyness in response to the apparent number of deaths he had caused. She took out about 20 of them. Again I say, really? Because Tenten's report says you both killed 100 in all on the first day? Hers was also written out neater than yours, and she didn't draw a picture of what she thought the explosions above ground looked like. Jiraiya said, a smile seemingly threatening to pull at his stoic, judging appearance. He rolled his eyes when Naruto made an almost silent explosion sound effect with his mouth in response. All in all, I have to say things could have gone worse. But that little bit at the end about someone sticking their nose in our business, even if they helped this time by taking out Gato, that's a little disturbing. Naruto sank back into the couch and tapped his fingers on the chair's arms, saying, tell me about it. Although Naruto and Kakashi had an explanation, they were preoccupied with their opponents. Tenten had informed them that she was unquestionably not the one who had planned the explosion on Gato's yacht that killed him. Tenten had even said, we never saw anything, even Kakashi ni. Exhaling a breath of exhaustion, Jiraiya gestured for Naruto to leave, shooing him off with his hand. Okay, get your ass out of here. You get a week off, but I want you front and center next Tuesday. We've got work to do before summer ends and you go back to school, Jiraiya said. With the intention of going home and obtaining some much-needed sleep, Naruto hopped up and left the offices of his boss and teacher, saying, it's not even July yet. There's no rush to get any work in. If you need me you can call me. I'll probably be bored this week anyway. Before the massive doors to his office and quarters closed, Jiraiya managed one last jab. Who in the hell would call a rookie like you for an emergency? Apartment Naruto. Naruto hurried up to the top floor in his opulent setup after conversing with Shino in the landlord's office for a few minutes on the ground floor. It wasn't until the elevator doors opened with a ding that he became aware of his own weariness. A smile appeared on his face as he opened the gate that divided his apartment from the elevator and smelled familiar. Closing the elevator gate silently and laying his equipment on the ground, Naruto kicked off his shoes and socks and took off his shirt before heading to his room, where he discovered his sleeping red-haired beauty nestled into his bedding. Sighing softly at the much-missed experience, he silently slipped into bed with her and encircled her from behind. The soft voice of Kyuubi interrupted him just as he was about to nod off. How come I didn't get your scent when you came in? She asked, yawning and smiling as she recognized the only person who could have been in that bed with her. When you come back from missions you usually smell like sweat and blood or something. Burying his face in her hair, Naruto said, I took a shower at HQ this time. Did you miss me? Because I missed you. And I can say that because there's no one else here but you. He heard her chuckle a little at his admission and, exhausted, went to bed. So, did anything weird happen while I was gone this time? He asked, before falling asleep. The girl tensed up a little at Naruto's question, but he just saw it as her body acclimating to his after only recently waking up. Nothing really, Kyuubi said casually, deliberately sidestepping the subject that Sasuke had brought up a few days earlier. She really didn't want to give it any thought. Deputy told me about these demon-hunting cult guys, Akatsuki. He told me that he told you to warn me about them since I travel a lot. Oh, that's right. Sorry, but I couldn't reach you while you were in Nami no Kuni, he said, making her heart skip a beat. Damn it. Sasuke. You could have told him later, just to postpone it a little bit longer. Your phone service sucks. Oh, whatever. Naruto muttered in response to the jab, not realizing that Kyuubi was tense from his own weariness. I'm going to sleep. Kyuubi closed her eyes and said, I'll be right here when you wake up, Naruto. He seemed to brush it off rather casually, which indicated that he was unaware of the true danger of the circumstance. This is not taking place. They are not likely to return. Mom and Dad would know what to do. I can't beat them. Naruto can't fight them. The last time, they saved her and themselves from the slaughterhouse. She would have to discuss this with them later. Konohagakure Police Training Grounds, 2 days later. It feels wrong to be sitting here. This is like the spawning point for people that will one day chase me down and try to throw me in jail, Naruto said, sitting in the grass with Kiba, Choji, and Shikamaru overlooking the main training area of the fields. Kiba dared to ask, because Sasuke said so, and you're kind of a bitch? As he leaned to avoid being struck in the back of the head by a punch. So you've got problems? Why don't you just find that Sai kid and interrogate him? Kiba asked, massaging the head of his dog Akamaru. Because it's illegal and Itachi Uchiha is standing 100 yards away from us at most, Shikamaru said, rolling his eyes as he lay down in the grass and looked up at the sky, ignoring the trainees who were being slave-driven by Sasuke and Itachi and struggling and panting desperately. Yeah. But Naruto said that the guys that Sai ran with blew up his old place. That's got to count for something, right? Choji said, still sitting up and eating a bag of chips that he had brought with him. Shikamaru corrected matter-of-factly, he blew up his own place. Who uses an open flame around spilled chemicals, by the way? There was just a fight going on at the time. To Shikamaru's rhetorical question, am I just being paranoid? Naruto responded, not the point Shikamaru. Paranoid or not, he really didn't feel like waiting 2 months for school to resume in order to try and get some answers from Sai. Even for him, it wasn't the best course of action. Kiba again intervened, sensing that this was his chance to find something to keep himself busy over the summer. Well, how about this, Naruto? I'll help you out. Yeah, I'll help you look for the weird pasty kid and help you kick his ass and get your answers. Why? I'm bored and you blew up your console. I haven't seen you get online to play any games in forever. Shikamaru no longer had to wonder why he was so concerned about those two failing their classes the previous spring with logic like that. Dobi. After receiving a tick mark on his head from Sasuke calling him by an ugly nickname, Naruto turned to face Sasuke and Itachi, who were assisting the trainees, and yelled back at him, "What do you want, deputy? Get over here and help with the next lesson." In spite of himself, Naruto got up and strode towards Sasuke, Itachi, and the entire group of impressionable teenagers in search of guidance. "What do you want? It better not be something that I could have told you about from where I was," he exclaimed. Unaffected by Naruto's attitude toward the impending request, Sasuke went on to elaborate on its specifics. With trash cans, dumpsters, and other alley-like equipment in place, he pointed to a brick wall 10 feet above the ground and said, "I want you to show them how to get over that wall as easily as possible. No chakra." Naruto really didn't like trying to teach future police officers how to chase and capture guys like him. Not that any of them would ever be that good, in return, so he just gave Sasuke a deadpan look and said, "That's it? You don't need me for that. You could have done that yourself. Itachi could have done that himself." Sasuke shrugged and said, "Itachi told me that I can't show off. What a horrible pretext, come on," he said, gesturing to a specific spot in the lineup, "help Sakura out. You know you want to." Upon being singled out and receiving attention, Sakura gave Naruto a nervous little smile. "Okay. First of all, don't ever run to the wall itself and stop there like a cornered rat first. That's movie shit, and in this case no one's watching you for the drama. Don't do it." Naruto then walked over towards the dumpsters and trash cans. "If there's a setup like this, then you can climb these in a hurry and make it easier for yourself to jump and grab the top of the wall." He then demonstrated. Sakura was left staring at Naruto with the same calm expression. Sakura raised her hand at this point, and Naruto gestured for her to raise her hand so that she could ask, "What if there isn't anything to get on top of in the alley?" "You can wall hike, but you need to practice. And you need good leg muscles and shoes with decent grip. No flip-flops or mandals unless you like hangnails and torn-up toes," Naruto said, his lips quirking momentarily in amusement before choosing to address his friends and classmates' point. "Wall hike?" inquired a fellow student, to which Naruto leapt from the dumpster to demonstrate. He leapt at the wall in midair, pressing his front foot against the wall and raising his body to leap higher, saying, "Oh, I get it." Before approaching Itachi, Naruto remarked, "Good, because that's all you get for free. Am I getting paid for this?" he asked. "This is your community service, Naruto. You still owe 36 hours if you remember correctly. I just don't make you do them unless I need something from you, so that you can't ever say no," Itachi said, grinning at Naruto and implying that it was a twisted version of Sasuke and Naruto's system of favors because Naruto received nothing in return from Itachi. He said again, ignoring Naruto's protests to return his focus to the class. "That will be all for today. We meet back up the day after tomorrow." Sakura stayed out to talk to her school acquaintances, saying, "Hi guys. What's going on? I didn't think I'd see a lot of you until school started back up." The trainees didn't need to be reminded twice that there was no more training for the day, as they made their way back towards the main building, chatting among themselves. "I don't know why Sasuke couldn't have just found him later," Shikamaru said, gesturing to Naruto, who had come back over with her. "Sasuke made this guy come here while we were all hanging out, so he dragged the lot of us with him." Sasuke turned to face Naruto and said, "I've got something you're going to like. You know that guy in our class that you said tried to fight you on the last day of school? I found his address, because I didn't want to run the risk of him doing something dumb before I could find him and tell him what he needed to know," Sasuke explained, approaching with a pair of towels before handing one to Sakura. "You're getting good. Keep practicing." Sakura smiled and accepted the towel. "That's illegal, little brother." When it became apparent that Itachi had stayed put and was still in close enough proximity to hear the topic of conversation, everyone froze. That was undoubtedly bad. He was directly behind Sasuke, and judging from the expression on his face, it was unclear exactly what he wanted to do in response to what he had just heard. "Oh please, Itachi," Naruto said, putting a friendly arm around his shoulder. "It's not that illegal. I'm sure Sasuke just googled it or something. If I hadn't been working out of town, I probably would have done it myself." Itachi moved away from Naruto after a pair of dark eyes swept across him, warning him not to approach the man in case something happened to him before he could see it. "Be that as it may," Itachi said, fixing Sasuke with his gaze. "You have the freedom to use your resources for whatever you wish. I would advise you to use more discretion in the future." With that, he left the younger teens on their own. After letting out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, Sakura turned to face Itachi, who had vanished from view, and said, "Your brother is scary, Sasuke-kun. Itachi taught me everything I know about having contacts like Naruto. He was just telling me to cover my tracks better in case someone other than him ever found out that I was doing things like this," Sasuke explained, letting out a deep breath as his brother's pressure-filled presence left the area. Naruto waved the whole thing off, saying, "Itachi's not scary, though I've only seen him mad once. I don't know what that's like." He recalled the one instance in which he had actually seen Itachi express emotion, so he knew that anyone who claimed that Itachi was emotionless and cold-blooded would have something against Naruto. In any case, it didn't really matter. "But deputy, you said you found Sai." "Yeah. I can't tell you how ridiculous it was to find his house. Just dead ends and false trails and everything, but I found something concrete here. So go on and ask your little questions. Make sure you're all ready for whatever though. This isn't the kind of thing that you can just walk into." "I've got a bad feeling," Sasuke said, nodding and recalling the whole reason he had called Naruto out to see him that day. Naruto muttered, "You've always got a bad feeling. So who wants to come with?" he asked the group, getting a raised hand from Kiba and no other. "Fine. Kiba's all I need." "High five." Naruto and Kiba slapped hands above their heads, grinning, down low. This time, around the bend. This time with Naruto holding the hand that Kiba slapped behind his back, and back again. The customary high five. Kiba called out, "Over by the climbing wall," and then he and Naruto ran to the training track, giving each other another high five. "What the hell are they doing?" Shikamaru asked, palming his face angrily as he passed by the others. "Do you really want to find out?" Shikamaru shook his head no, and Choji nodded. "There you go then." Choji shrugged, "I don't know," as Akamaru hurried over to catch up with his master and Naruto. Once they were back together, Naruto texted Kiba the address Sasuke had given him, holding up his phone to read the message. "There. Now meet me right there at 6:30 to slap 5 later. And maybe Sai too," Naruto wrote. That evening, at 1734 Gradient Hollow Drive, it was. The intended destination turned out to be a fairly sizable apartment complex, not too dissimilar from Naruto's former home. 10 minutes away, at most. You get the idea. Maybe someone watched him the entire time from this address. Though not particularly consoling, the idea nonetheless fueled curiosity. Quietly, Kiba asked Naruto, Kyuubi, Akamaru, and him from where they were all seated, "Can we go in yet?" They were all sitting on bleachers by a basketball court across the street from each other, watching a game that was in progress when someone said, "My ass is falling asleep out here." Leaning her head on Naruto's shoulder, Kyuubi freely confessed, "I'm bored too. But Naru-kun's clone is still scouting out the whole area to see what the chances of getting in would be. You don't want to walk in blind, even if you could smell out the traps the way you could, right?" her friend said. Kiba didn't really like it, even though it was an understandable point. To him, It just seemed indecisive. He was prepared to confront and physically abuse someone to extract information from them if necessary, in order to get the answers he sought. He wasn't into all the cloak and dagger nonsense. Naruto suddenly became alert, drawing Kiba and Kyuubi's attention with his sudden movement. "My clone just bit it," Naruto said as he got up from his bleacher seat, seemingly responding to the unasked question. "You had it hanged so that no one could see it was you." Kyuubi was speechless. What would anyone have attacked it for? If these guys attacked Naruto in his own house, then I don't think they'd be beyond attacking some poor schlub that just wandered too close to somewhere they shouldn't be. Kiba scoffed as he got ready to leave. Naruto interrupted the game by getting up and running across the basketball court, saying, "Whatever, cover's blown. Let's go before they lock the place down." He ran right through the gate opening and around the court, with Kiba quickly following behind because of his own speed. "We were trying to find a way in without doing this, but it doesn't matter now, I guess." As they rounded the corner of the apartment building, Kiba exclaimed, "Woo! Let's rock and roll." As they sprinted ahead of Kyuubi, who was moving slower than they were. "Watch the front with Akamaru," he yelled at her. When Kyuubi heard what Kiba wanted her to do, she stopped in the middle of the street and exclaimed, "What? Who are you telling? You're not a mercenary." "Neither are you." He was right, damn it. Why did logic have to undermine her arguments every time? And so Akamaru curled up by her feet and Kyuubi took a seat on the bench in front of the building. Akamaru softly barked in agreement as she scratched behind the dog's ears and sighed, saying, "If they get their asses kicked in there, I'm so letting them have it afterwards." He also desired to enter. "This is a really stupid idea," exclaimed Kiba as he trailed Naruto through the apartment complex's courtyard. Rather than attempting to blend in, the two had simply hopped the gate to gain entry. When they were found the way they were, who knew what they would have missed if they had waited any longer? Naruto said, "They know my face and my techniques from Sai and the fight in my old apartment." He then ran to the steps where his clone was killed, asking, "How many other people can make Kage Bunshin in this city?" He was unaware that the figure exceeded 10, but that wasn't important right now. However, Kiba's nose kicked in the moment they arrived upstairs, saying, "I don't smell anything, dude." Duh. Look, everything has a scent, even if it's just a base scent of the environment. Right now I should at least be smelling the city. Exhaust and stuff like that. I don't smell that. I've got nothing. Kiba pointed out emphatically, "No, I mean I don't smell anything." Naruto gave him a confused look, as if he were wondering why that mattered at all. Kiba resisted the urge to punch him for being a moron. "In the whole building? You don't have anything?" Naruto asked, beginning to understand why this was significant. "No smell at all. There was always a smell to a building. It has a unique touch that reveals who lived there or the kinds of things that were done there." It was evident that Kiba was not accustomed to his enhanced sense of smell being ineffective when he said, "It's like the whole place gets disinfected all the time, again and again. I'm going crazy here." He was really bothered by it. In his opinion, it was similar to being blind. Despite his internal swearing, Naruto said, "It's all right. We can still do this. It's not a big deal." It was a big deal, but he was the captain of this operation because Kiba wasn't a soldier. Rather, he was just an ordinary guy with a lot of potential ability. "Let's just go back outside. We can try again later." His plan to search the entire building quickly was somewhat dependent on Kiba's unique ability to track by scent. Kiba gave a reluctant nod. Though he considered himself a tough guy who could be useful in any kind of situation, especially one like this one, he was unable to pull it off in this particular situation, saying, "I'm sorry, man. I just don't know what to do." I said, "It's okay, Kiba. I'll find another lead somehow, and I'll track him down to try again. I'm getting my answers and I'm still taking you with me if you're still down for it," Naruto said, placing a hand on his friend's back as they made their way back down the stairs and through the courtyard. As they entered the gate to return to Kyuubi and Akamaru, Kiba firmly stated, "Definitely." Narrowing his eyes, he added, "I'm not going to be helpless like that again. All I need is to train some more." He would have to speak with his mother or sister about it later. Even though he hadn't been physically abused, his ego was severely damaged. The walk back to the bench in front wasn't particularly calm, but once they arrived, things only became more agitated. The person of interest, Sai, who was still donning the dark purple student's uniform, happened to be standing behind the bench where Kyuubi and Akamaru had been seated. That guy had regular street clothes, didn't he? Hey, there was no dress code at school at all. Sai glanced up from what appeared to be a conversation he was having with the redhead, who appeared stunned by what she had heard. He gave Naruto a strange smile and then made a run for it. He was chased off the bench by Naruto and Kiba, who then stopped by Kyuubi. Kiba questioned Akamaru about his lack of action to stop Sai, but Naruto was more worried about his girlfriend's condition, asking, "Q-chan, what happened? What did he do to you?" She reassured him, shaking her head slowly and maintaining the same shocked expression. "He didn't do anything. I'm fine. Honestly, everything's okay." Although he didn't trust her, he wasn't going to convince her of that, and with Sai interfering with his business and sending his friends to break into his house, this was his chance to make things right. "Kiba, can you stay here while I catch that bastard?" "Yeah," Kiba replied, sitting down when asked to. "Drag him back here kicking and screaming." Kiba wasn't a big fan of Sai anyway, having been suspicious of him before, and now he was even less. After kissing Kyuubi on the cheek, Naruto stood up and moved in Sai's direction. Hopefully, he could outrun Sai and catch up to him before he could escape. "Fuck," Naruto yelled at his own lack of speed as he pulled out his cell phone and dialed the utility number. "Come on, hurry up," he muttered as he ran forward and attempted to keep the jeep in sight as long as he could. Naruto saw Sai climb into a commercial jeep that peeled off before he could catch it. But in this case, his relief was short-lived, as a motorbike with no one riding it approached him from across the street. Oh, there were no words to describe how much he admired Tenten's insatiable curiosity. Not as crazy as he initially believed after reading her instruction manual, a remote calling device in his bike that would be sent to the signal of whatever phone called a specific number. As soon as the person driving the jeep realized he had wheels, he leapt onto the bike and started following them, causing them to get lost in traffic before he could catch up. With Kiba and Kyuubi, "So are you going to tell me exactly what the hell happened out here or what?" Kiba asked, figuring he had waited long enough for Naruto to leave and Kyuubi still hadn't spoken. However, he wasn't as patient and his temper had already been provoked by his own shortcomings on this particular day. "Okay, fine. You showed up here tonight, so I guess you've got the right to hear this as well. It's kind of important," Kyuubi said, startled by the boy's feral features and even his dog's intent gaze. Kiba said sourly, "I'm all ears." Flashback. Just after Kiba and Naruto walked out of Kyuubi. She didn't think that sitting on a bench was an essential component of Naruto's plan, but she supposes that keeping an eye on the front was. She would have known she needed to prepare to stop someone if there was a lot of shouting, damage, and noise coming from that direction. However, it was uninteresting. She could understand Kiba's frustration with all of the sitting earlier. She could have scouted the area using her stealth technique, but Naruto didn't want her to come out as the reason for his problems. Another thing the two appeared to have in common was that she didn't want him getting involved with her past and he didn't want her getting involved with his work life for fear of hurting her. Whether they knew it or not, they were two halves of the same idiot. "I assume that Naruto-san is inside looking for me." Kyuubi pivoted in her bench seat and saw Sai standing behind her, her expression expressionless. She prepared to fight him and hold him there until Naruto and Kiba emerged by channeling energy into her hands to form her claws. "I'll wait right here for Naruto-san anyway. Like I told you two before, there's someone that wishes to speak with you both." Sai reassured her, sensing the girl in front of him was beginning to gain power. "There's no need for you to fight me, nor to try and trap me with any of your illusions." "Sorry." Kyuubi kept trying to figure out what kind of intent, good or bad, Sai was trying to convey, but he was like a blank slate. She narrowed her red eyes on Sai's form and caressed Akamaru's fur to stop him from attacking Sai since they were currently in the midst of a sort of truce. She saw nothing in his facial expressions, in his breathing patterns, in his body language. What sort of person was he? Everyone had a story to tell. "I don't really talk to strangers. My parents taught me as much. Especially strangers that know people that blew my boyfriend's last home up." "That was an unfortunate accident," Sai replied. "Besides, it was Naruto who threw the fireball into the closet full of industrial cleaning supplies. We just needed to bring him to our master. You had already declined a civil invitation and tried to fight me. Catching him off guard and capturing him was our next option. It's not exactly the most diplomatic or clever thing to say, we'd like to talk to you too." Kyuubi was getting annoyed with the way he appeared to be handling everything with such composure and coolness. "And what would we possibly have to talk about? I don't know you, you don't know me. I think I like it that way. Thank you very much," she sneered at the pale boy while flashing her sharper than average teeth. When Sai saw the terrified expression on Kyuubi's face, he probably would have been beaming from ear to ear. "You can change your last name, you can go to a regular school, your parents can get regular jobs the way that you all did, but we know that you're survivors of the purges going on all over," Kyuubi said. "We do know you. More specifically, we know what you and your family are running and hiding from." Kyuubi's mouth was parched. Too arid to talk. Too arid to inquire of her. Why? How? It was her desire to inquire about. Why were these things known to Sai and the person he was working for? She never disclosed these details to anyone, so how did they find out? And why was it important to anyone but her? It was her company, and her company only. He put his hands on her shoulders and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "You're bringing that chaos to our city. Akatsuki is coming closer. They're hunting for any people genetically touched by demons, and they'll be here before you know it. You won't realize it until it's too late and they've found you and yours. You know that. Once they find you again, they'll tear Konoha apart to bring you down." It was as if he could read her mind. What was the point of him repeating what she already knew? Kyubi growled at Sai, her red eyes spreading to cover the whites of them. "I should slash your throat right now and let you bleed out on the sidewalk for what you're saying to me." She was making an effort to control herself. She was trying her hardest, really. Was it really possible for someone who had no knowledge of Akatsuki to try to lecture her? "My master just wants to talk to you too," Sai repeated, referring to his previous assertion, "and he will get an audience somehow. Who knows? What he wants could be beneficial for you, beneficial for us, and beneficial for Naruto-san. You don't want Naruto-san's blood on your hands. You know he'll die trying to solve this Akatsuki problem himself. He's not powerful or influential enough to do anything. And your master is? Konohagakure was built on a strong foundation. This city has had to have strong roots to survive everything it has been through. We're those roots." Hey! Kyubi and Sai could see Naruto and Kiba glaring at Sai because of his closeness to Kyubi at the end of the street. "We won't hurt Naruto-san. After all, in the past he has helped my master get what he wanted, even if he never knew it," Sai said with a simple smile and wave to the two. Knowing that an Inuzuka can hear even the smallest sounds in a city, Sai then fled before he could be discovered by Kiba or Naruto. Finalize flashback. That was a lot to process. A group of individuals who hunted those with a history of demonic blood. It seems that they had previously pursued Kyubi. Whoa. Kiba's pals were dealing with some major issues. He'd always assumed Kyubi was attractive. He was unaware that she had endured a portion of a genocide attempt. Saying something like that, what would you say? Does Naruto know? He knows part of it. Kyubi responded, still somewhat confused. He doesn't know exactly how dangerous the whole thing really is. I'm scared to let him know more about it, but I'm even more scared that if I don't tell him and this whole thing does come to our doorstep, he'll just run out and try to fight them and get himself slaughtered. Not Naruto? Be annihilated? Are you serious? You think Naruto will get slaughtered by these guys? A group I've never heard of couldn't possibly be that strong unless they came in numbers. Big numbers. Like, more than 20 at once. Whoa, that was something that needed some attention drawn to it. Kyubi snapped back, how about hundreds at once? Does that work for you? Once more, someone else mentioned it even though they had no idea. Sorry, that was too bitchy. But the leaders, they're stronger than anyone. I've never seen them. No half-demon hasn't lived, but I've heard things when my family were running. One man with the eyes of God, one man with the charisma to make anyone believe in their cause, and one woman that reminds you more of an angel than a human. Those are the big three, Kiba said, holding up his hands defensively. At that point, she realized she was just becoming a little too sensitive about the entire situation. Akamaru felt that talking about this was bothering the girl, so he rubbed his nose against her leg and whimpered down by Kyubi's feet. Kyubi gave the dog a congrats and gave him a head rub. Without really knowing what to say, Kiba shrugged and said, well, you've got to tell him. You might shake him up a bit, but if he doesn't ever know, isn't that worse? He'll get killed from the way you're talking, even if I did help you two out, he said, not knowing anything about this stuff. You'd help us? Kyubi questioned, perplexedly blinking at Kiba. But why would you do something like that? You're not a half-demon like us. So what? You guys are my friends. And you could always put in a good word for me with Sakura or Ino, or any other potentially hot girls you know out there, Kiba said, rubbing the space under his nose with a barking laugh. Having to suppress a sigh, Kyubi remarked, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Kiba. Both you and Sasuke more or less said that you would help us if things went bad. That means a lot. Kiba dismissed the situation with a whatever, attempting to maintain her composure. Now come on, let's call your boyfriend and see if he's caught the pale kid yet. Within Interstate 89, Naruto, riding a motorcycle at a speed of over 80 miles per hour, dodging traffic while wearing a helmet as the only piece of safety gear. It's not exactly the best thing for someone to do. Naturally, this does not include the fact that the motorcycle rider was pursuing a jeep and had to avoid inkbirds and bats flying at his head. That's when it turned really stupid and almost suicidal. Naruto yelled through his helmet, "Damn it, pull over," as if that would actually solve anything. Naruto saw several near misses, 3 of which happened before they had even turned onto the interstate, so whoever was behind the wheel of that car had even less respect for other people's property than Naruto did. And to the dismay of other drivers on the road, they were making full use of all 5 lanes that were available to them. Naruto managed to get behind the jeep and waited for the targeting system to lock onto the target vehicle while glancing through the bike's HUD. When he heard the buzzing sound, he knew it was time to fire. He depressed 2 buttons on his handlebars to shoot shuriken at the jeep directly beneath his headlights, which impaled themselves into the rear of the vehicle, one piercing the rear window, another removing a taillight, but none of them struck a tire. Naruto snarled to himself, grr, at being too eager to use the tools on his motorcycle for the first time. There had to be a method for focusing only on the tires. Oh, that thick handbook Tenten wrote explaining how to do things. Why couldn't she just create a DVD or sketch him some intricate pictures? He was a terrible reader, nothing ever stuck. Sai was drawing something on his scroll that would come to life when he was done when one of the jeep's doors opened, causing him to pop his head and half of his body out. A swarm of snakes slithered over the jeep and flew off of it, lashing out at Naruto with their long bodies. Before he was able to regain control of the bike, one struck him in the head and confused him. However, another snake was able to seize hold of the front axle of his car and cling to it, securing Naruto's bike to the jeep in front of him. From then on, Sai's friends started driving even more erratically as they tried to drag him across the road. Naruto had to maintain his balance and narrowly avoid collisions while maintaining a certain speed to keep the snake rope slacked. Thankfully, he had spent years playing video games that had prepared him for moments like this. In order to pull off a wheelie and put his front tire on the rear of the opposing car, Naruto accelerated to the point where he was directly behind the jeep. After that, Naruto's motorcycle was crudely fastened to the back of the jeep, enabling him to get off and jump onto the roof of the vehicle. Naruto pulled his Bowie knife from his ankle and attempted to drive it through the roof, but it failed the first time. What the hell? He thought to himself, considering that he was now perched atop Sai's car and stuck by chakra. He persisted in trying though, unfazed, until he realized something. When the jeep's window rolled down again and a drawn eagle flew out and attached itself to his head, pecking angrily at his helmet and saying, "Ah, eagle," he realized he had a very nasty jutsu that wouldn't screw up his weapon. Sumi Nagashi ink flush, more ink snakes started to wrap around Naruto, securing him to the car's roof like a bicycle on a protracted road trip. And the damn bird was still pecking at his helmeted head, giving him a headache and making him angry. Naruto kicked and stamped on the roof as hard as he could while standing up, but to no avail. He performed the movement multiple times, but his hands were not in a position to perform a jutsu. The jeep suddenly jerked, causing Naruto to lose his balance and fall forward. His head landed near the front of the roof and hung over onto the windshield, giving him a view inside the vehicle. The driver was a young, blonde man with a ponytail, and the passenger was a man with dark hair who wore a mask that did not cover his mouth or nose. None of them seemed to care about Sai's situation while he was in the backseat, and why would they have? There was no risk of him falling. He was with them. Unfortunately, nobody told Naruto that. Naruto made the decision to use the helmet on his head, threw back his upper body, and smashed it into the windshield with great force. Subsequently, he persisted in doing so until he perceived a crack and observed that he was genuinely starting to bash his head through the windshield. He looked like a crazy woodpecker as he slammed his head into the cracked windshield, smiling to himself. Eventually, the glass cracked at a corner, and his headbutts started tearing the windshield inward from there. Shoan Agao supersonic wail was Naruto's cry as he released his demonic chakra at his throat after clearing enough space. As far as their sense of hearing was concerned, the superpowered shout's grating screeching noise hit them square in the pain. The blonde driver attempted to reach out and grab or punch Naruto, but it was too far to safely reach and drive at the same time. As the jeep swerved on the street, Naruto threw his body and head out of reach, grinning at how much he was bothering them. But driving carelessly was deadly, because the blonde driver unintentionally swerved into the far right lane after failing to notice a wall of vehicles trying to merge into it. The jeep sideswiped a car, causing a pileup that sent it spinning into the far right lane's concrete barrier, where it crashed and came to a stop. Even with a helmet on his head and a makeshift seatbelt holding him to the car's roof, Naruto's shoulder was jostled out of its socket during the crash. "Ow," he muttered, still restrained by Sai's ink snakes. "Damn, these things are durable." However, The dislocated shoulder gave him the extra room he needed to escape the trap and roll off the top of the jeep onto the side of the road. He took his time to pop his arm back into place, scrambled away from the jeep, and bit his lip. He was aware the entire time that Sai and his companions had punctured the airbag and exited the vehicle to climb aboard one of Sai's birds. Regaining his feet, Naruto dashed in their direction, but they fled before he could get to them. Is it time to give up and return home? Absolutely not. With his bike freed from the jeep's back, Naruto cranked it up to chase after the ground-dwelling bird. He attempted to use Tenten's targeting system to lock onto Sai's bird once more, but it was too high in the air to bring down with a forward-set shuriken launcher. He could keep up with the bird despite his injured arm, but he was unable to defeat it with shuriken because he had to decide which to throw or steer, not both at once. He decided to just follow. The earpiece his phone was connected to rang beneath his helmet, but he was almost blinded by the blood pounding in his ears. Hello? He answered his cell phone, putting his injured arm to the side of his helmet. Finally, we've been trying to call you for the last 20 minutes. Where are you? Kiba says your scent is totally cold, he can't find you. Oh no, perhaps his excitement from the pursuit had distracted him from the fact that Kyuubi was calling, but that didn't matter right now. I just got off I-89 and I'm on, he said, trailing off so he could check the head-up display on his motorcycle to see which street he was on. North Bell Tower Road. Damn. That's a long way from where I left you too. That's at the edge of town. How far did you go? He joked, to the edge of town. Aren't you paying attention? But once he heard Kyuubi growl over the line, he turned around and said, I'm not turning around. I had to put my head through a windshield to get this close. What? Never mind. Just be careful. If you go any further, please call me back and tell us. Me and Kiba are getting a ride right now, okay? With that, he hit the side of his helmet again and hung up just as he saw Sai's bird descend behind a gated-off strip mall. Fuck, Naruto said, stopping the bike at the shut-iron gate and getting off, taking off his helmet as well as turning the vehicle off. I'll be fine and I'll call you if anything happens, he assured her, whipping his bike around a corner to continue chasing Sai. For a long while, the area appeared completely deserted, even longer than the duration of his life. Alright, so this wasn't going to be any more enjoyable than the pursuit. Alright, so that wasn't a very good comparison. The chase was exciting up until the collision. It was necessary for someone to be hurt more than him in order for them to land rather than take off as they had. Hopefully, they were all more injured than he was. But why would you run here? If someone was hurt and needed time to be treated, it was a horrible place to go for help. If Naruto could locate them, there had to be an excessive number of locations from which he could attack them. It wouldn't be necessary to run to this location even if one of them ambushed him while he was searching. It took him no time at all to hop the fence and emerge into the parking lot of the strip mall. He was walking along the pavement when he noticed some large writing on the ground. The area was illuminated by the light of the recently rising moon. Do you recall this location? Not unfamiliar, is it? As the words lifted off the ground and vanished into thin air, Naruto arched an eyebrow. What was there to recall? He never made any trips to the town's edge. Nothing was in the outside world. Unfazed by the communication from Sai, clearly from Sai, given that the ink was moving, Naruto entered the strip mall's open atrium and surveyed the overgrown planters brimming with tall weeds and unkempt trees. There were broken windows and shuttered stores everywhere, and the concrete floors were covered in weeds. Sai and his two allies have not been seen yet, but Naruto was prepared for an unexpected attack with his claws ready. Nothing was going to get past him. But a part of him didn't believe they intended for him to be harmed or killed. If that were the case, they could have likely killed him while he was fastened to their jeep's roof. Did they lead him there, then? However, they were too late to set a trap. During the pursuit, nobody answered any phones or left any messages. What purpose did it serve to take him there, then? Naruto stopped dead in his tracks as he remembered the dim hallway and how he was the source of the faint light at the end of it as he entered the strip mall's maintenance area. It was not his first visit. He gulped down a lump in his throat and thought back to the last time he had visited this location. When he had last visited, he was young and had been with Sasuke. He had also been too injured and weak to fight back and could not have possibly helped their captives. Itachi had to save their asses the last time he was here, at great personal expense to both himself and the Uchiha family as a whole. Sasuke was not aware of what had happened there, and no one else had ever gotten the whole truth from them, so he and Itachi had never discussed what had really happened. In the end, Naruto was appreciative of Sasuke's elder brother for saving him, and it was all done to keep Itachi safe. Because of what he did, Itachi would have been viewed by the Uchiha clan as a monster and a traitor, even worse than Obito. Even though he never thought of himself as a hero, Naruto saw him as one. As Naruto moved farther into the hallway, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. His steps echoed, and as he extended his fingers, memories of Sasuke's and his previous suffering filled his mind. Sai would have required an extremely convincing explanation for all of the events leading up to this. Now that he had forced Naruto to return to the location where he and Sasuke had been taken as children, and appeared to be aware of it, he would have required the abilities of a master orator to prevent Naruto from pummeling him to death. And in the end, that most likely wouldn't have helped him either. Not for this purpose. Omake. Third Origin Conscientious Supervisors. January 5, 1997, 14 years before the storyline begins. Obito Uchiha, age 12, Rin Hitaki, age 12, Naruto Uzumaki, age 3 months. With both eyes intact, Obito moaned, "Why am I here?" and walked thoughtfully behind Rin through the grocery store. He pushed a cart full of food with a slouching posture and dragging his feet, giving off the impression that he did not want to be there. Rin said, her tone slightly angry, "Because I'm not going to the store by myself." She was holding a happy-sounding baby Naruto in her arms. All the way to the store, she had to put up with Obito's whining. Since he detested living with his family, the bastard could have stayed at the apartment she, and Kakashi shared as teammates. He could have even stayed at headquarters, but Kakashi had left on a solo mission, making it impossible for the three of them to depart with a baby that they had to watch. "Would you stop belly aching? Kami, isn't Naruto supposed to be the baby here?" the bastard asked. "And excuse me for being bored. I'm not a girl like you. Watching a 3-month-old kid do nothing but poop, spit up, and sleep isn't interesting. Naruto's boring, just face it. I can't wait until that kid can walk and talk. Then he'll be fun. And I'll be his cool uncle," Obito angrily argued, wishing that she wasn't holding that baby. Rin said, rolling her eyes, "Don't listen to Obito Baka. There's nothing cool about him. Now your big brother Kakashi, that's who you should try to take after." As she turned to face the blonde baby with blue eyes and whisker marks in her arms. "Yeah, Kakashi. The guy that left you and me with the baby and ran off to the ass end of nowhere to sulk some more on his mission," Kakashi said, causing Obito's eye to twitch. Kakashi had been moody ever since his dad passed away 3 months ago, during the crazy night that destroyed much of downtown Konoha, took hundreds of lives, and ultimately resulted in the death of the city's leader. Rin urged, trying to calm Naruto, who was becoming agitated in her hold. "Lay off of Kakashi already, Obito. You might not like anyone in your family except your sister Makoto. But Kakashi loved his dad and he idolized Sensei, and now they're both gone." As they entered the children's section, Obito said, "I guess. But what about Naruto? Sensei's gone but he's still here. And he definitely needed Sensei more than we ever did or ever will." Poor Pipsqueak. With a scowl, he peered at the infant Rin was holding. Even though he was unaware of what he was missing at the time, he couldn't help but feel bad for him, thinking, "Hey, he can't eat solid stuff yet, can he?" Rin was shocked by her friend and teammate's rather stupid remark. What's he going to do? Gum himself a steak? She sighed and put Naruto in Obito's arms, saying, "Hell no," loud enough to draw the attention of a few other shoppers in their aisle for a brief moment. "Hold the baby while I get some food for him. He's picky, and you just pick stuff he wouldn't eat to be funny." Obito had turned to the shelves and ducked down to look at the baby food, but when he realized that he hadn't really thought of that, it might have been funny, as evidenced by the smile on his face that Rin couldn't see. After giving it some thought, the man felt a little queasy. Obito held Naruto out at arm's length to get a close-up look at the child as Rin started to pile more food than he thought any baby would ever eat in a reasonable amount of time. He had yet to bear witness to anyone actually feeding Naruto. Naruto simply gave him a curious look in return. Then he wriggled around, laughing and grinning toothlessly at Obito. "What made this child so clumsy?" Obito nervously urged. "Hey, come on Naruto, stop moving. He's never learned how to hold a damn baby." Naruto couldn't stop laughing. What was so funny? The freaking grocery store had nothing amusing for a baby. "Seriously, chill out already," he said softly as his grip appeared to be easing, even though they weren't even in the cereal aisle with all of the dumb mascots decorating the boxes. Thump with a stunned expression, Obito looked down at his now empty hands. Then, as quickly as a whip could have lifted Naruto off the ground, he looked over to see if he had broken the baby's head open or injured him in any other way. Indeed, Naruto appeared to be amused even after he asked, "Holy crap, are you alright?" Naruto responded with even more giggling. "Yeah, you're alright, that's good." He pivoted to observe Rin continuing to receive nourishment. How much was she going to get, really, man? But when he dropped Naruto, he really escaped a bullet. Had Rin witnessed him doing that, she would have converted that shop into a battlefield. Rin eventually got up and said, "Okay, that's enough baby crap to get. We've got diapers, food, formula. Pretty much all of the stuff Naruto's going to need for a while. And we've got food for all of us at home too. Anything we're forgetting?" While dropping all of the food in the cart and grinning. VHS clearance rack, yeah. I'm lobbying for shitty movie night, it's gonna be awesome. Obito exclaimed, handing Naruto back to Rin before rushing to the front of the store with the cart and seeing those awful movies when they walked in. His face lit up when she left that door of opportunity wide open for him. Rin attempted to yell after him, but he had already left. "I never agreed to that, and all Kakashi said was that he didn't care. That's not a green light. And this isn't even our money to spend. It's a stipend for Naruto." She sighed, took Naruto into her arms, and started to move through the aisle to return to Obito at the front. "Oh, he's such a cute baby. Those two look adorable, like a big sister and her baby brother." When two older shoppers passed them, they said something like, "You hear that, Naruto? Old ladies think you're cute, and they're right. And your big sister Rin is going to take care of you and make sure you don't end up all messed up in the head like Obito or a pervert like Jiraiya-sama. You're going to be a good boy and—" Rin grinned and blushed in response. Thump. As Rin felt Naruto fall out of her arms and hit the ground, she let out an audible squeak of shock. She quickly picked him up and exhaled with relief that he didn't appear to be hurt. He wasn't crying at all, but he did appear perplexed, more like, "Why did this crazy lady just drop me?" confused. Thankfully, Rin glanced around and saw that no one was in the aisle to witness her dropping Naruto. She would never get over that. She wanted to be a nice big sister that Naruto would like as he grew up, and she was meant to be the nurturing member of her team. "We're going to keep that between you and me, okay? I'm sorry. Can you forgive me?" she asked, kissing the baby on the forehead to get more giggles from him. "I'll take that as a yes for now. Dropping him wouldn't help that. And Shizune would kill her if she ever found out." Rin and Obito checked out without any further problems, but from that moment on, they seemed to hold Naruto much more tightly and pay much more attention to how they were doing so. When Obito and Rin left the store, two managers stood by the front desk, watching them walk out and shaking their heads, trying not to laugh at the two young mercenaries for as long as they could be seen. "Poor kid," one of them said to the other, his determination finally giving way to snickers. "Yeah, hey, can we save the tape on the camera that saw the girl and the boy both drop him? I think we can get some money for that footage." "Sigh," shouted Naruto angrily as he stood at the start of the dimly lit hallway he had been guided to. He did not receive a response, but this was definitely not a coincidence. Sai was obviously aware of the significance this location, an abandoned strip mall, had in the past. But how much of it was known to him? That was the actual query. Naruto would likely have to kill not just Sai and his two allies, but also whoever was controlling Sai, if the extent of the betrayal was greater than he had previously stated he would ever permit anyone else to learn. Naruto began to move slowly down the hallway and said, "You really fucked up, Sai." He took his big knife from its holster at his ankle. "You shouldn't have led me here. This isn't going to end well for you." Naruto could not even hear footsteps above the sound of blood pounding in his ears. There was always going to be something about this place that played with his mind, no matter how hard he tried to be tough or how determined he was to solve all of this Sai crap he had been dealing with since the beginning of his summer. However, that was unimportant. No longer was it such a long time ago. He was 8 years old now. This time, he wasn't abducted alongside Sasuke. He had nothing to do. Furthermore, he wasn't being battered to the brink of death. This time, he was strong and old enough to defend himself. Sai's voice could be heard further down the long hallway. "This was not done to intimidate you, nor was it done to get you incensed. It is just to show you something important. It doesn't have to end badly for anyone, Naruto-san." "What would that be?" sarcastically questioned Naruto. At this point, he didn't give a damn what Sai wanted to show him. He desired for him to disappear from his life, his business, and his thoughts. "That we have been aware of you longer than you know of. You obviously remember what happened the last time you were here, don't you?" Naruto ground out through his teeth, "Shut up." His desire was to dash inside and attempt to destroy whatever was concealed behind that door. However, that would have been foolish. He had already stepped forward and entered whatever this was intended to be. "If you just want to talk. You're doing a really shitty job of convincing me to. How could you even ask me that stupid question to begin with?" Was not the way to make things worse. Retrospective. 7 years ago. With severe wounds all over their bodies and blood all over their clothes, Naruto and Sasuke were tied to two back-to-back wooden chairs. They were too weak to move or attempt an escape at this point. By now, Sasuke's eyes were both swollen shut, but he could still hear Naruto's own shallow breathing, which had changed from a moment earlier. "Hey Dobi. Are you awake?" Sasuke asked, perceiving through his sense of hearing. Naruto managed to cough and mumble, "Yeah, deputy. Naruto, I can't see." Upon realizing what their captors had been hoping for when they had taken Sasuke and him just by virtue of their presence, Naruto felt a wave of fear. If Sasuke hadn't yet unlocked his Sharingan, they would have at the very least desired it. He hadn't done so at that particular moment, but they didn't find out until the boys were taken. They didn't. You know, did they? They asked. Naruto exhaled in relief. "No. I've still got my eyes," but Sasuke continued, "I'm so stupid. I should have known they weren't really police officers. But why'd you stop too?" Naruto's arm was numb, but not from falling asleep. "I thought they figured out that I stole from the corner store again and decided to not run since they had a squad car. They were being used as bait, the sounds of their captors tormenting them to elicit a pair of useful Uchiha eyes." "How long have we been here?" was asked in the most recent transmission to the future prey, Naruto, whose arm had ended up broken. With a slight sniffle, Sasuke muttered, "I don't care. I want to go home. I want to go home." And with that, Sasuke's awareness of his own horrific injuries ended, and he vanished just like Naruto had moments before. With a little shake of the chair to get Sasuke's attention, Naruto said, "Deputy?" Knowing that Sasuke was in too much pain to sleep at the moment, he gave the order, "Deputy, wake up." "Sasuke, wake up," was uttered, but there was no response. Naruto attempted to rock the chair more forcefully, but his legs were too short for his feet to touch the floor, so he was unable to swing them very well. They were not going to die this way. Not in this place. Not in the dark by yourself, away from people who might be interested or even aware of it. It was unsettling enough to consider when there was no possibility of it occurring, and that is precisely what Naruto and Sasuke were experiencing right now. Not that Naruto wanted to cry in agony in front of Sasuke or the bastards torturing them, but enough was enough. Their tormentors were temporarily gone. Sasuke was unconscious, and there was no more suffering. He began to cry in private in the chair. It was all he could bear. Who in the world would be looking for Sasuke? Perhaps someone would be coming for him. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi had left on a mission. He had no one on his side who could assist him. Finalize flashback. In a moment, the memories of the past raced through his mind, and he closed it off, saying, "You're talking about what happened to me the last time I was here. Like you know about it." His only response in that regard was, "Only 3 people left here alive the last time I was here. It's true that I wasn't one of them." Sai's reverberating voice said, "But just because everyone here was killed back then, do you really think that there was no one that knew of what had transpired? My master knew of it, and he protected both you and Itachi from scrutiny afterwards. No questions were asked." That's when Naruto's eyes narrowed, because Itachi was Itachi Uchiha and had lost something significant that day while rescuing Naruto and Sasuke. He was never questioned. Since Naruto was only 8 years old when he was the victim, no questions were ever asked of him. And now all he requests of you is an audience from you. You and you alone. So please come with me. Naruto answered, beginning to retreat from the room with his combat knife raised in case of an attack from the dark. "I'm leaving. I'll find you again, and then we'll have our talk. I'm not going to some other guy and making myself vulnerable like that. I don't have a mom, but I'm pretty sure she'd have told me never to talk to strangers. You say that as if it will be that easy to get away now that you're here." A figure sprinted out of the room's shadows to throw a little taunto at Naruto and cut him with his knife. After protecting himself from the initial blow, Naruto grabbed his opponent's weapon arm and held it out away from him before slashing the attacker repeatedly in the stomach with his knife. The hallway behind him was suddenly guarded by a murderer's row of 10 ink lions, growling at him as if to warn him he wouldn't be getting out that way very easily. His offending enemy turned into a puddle of ink at his feet. Not before he received a few new, attractive scars for his trouble from their teeth and claws. Over-pursuit posed a serious risk. When Naruto realized that Sai was near and that his group was hurt, he pursued him excessively. He had finally come close to learning exactly what Sai wanted from him and the reason he was interfering with Kei Shaheen's affairs, but he had put himself in a difficult situation. "Congratulations. Maybe I should have told Kyuubi to rush here? Can we talk now, Naruto-san?" Sai asked. "Sure." Naruto moved out of the way of the lions in the hallway in response. "Talk. You say you know what happened. Well, what happened if you're so smart and your master knows everything?" he asked, turning his focus back to the room where he couldn't see his captor. since it didn't seem like they would attack him unless he tried to escape through them first. The hairs on the back of Naruto's neck stood up at his matter-of-fact tone as he calmly said, "Simple. Itachi Uchiha killed his best friend in cold blood with you as a witness." A wave of rage swept through him, asking, "Is my assessment of the incident incorrect?" Naruto thought, clenching his teeth and fists as his nails started to grow sharp and dig into his palms. "Yes, it's wrong. Shisui did die, but Itachi didn't have a choice. He's a hero. They both were." Retrospective. 7 years ago, Naruto was able to nod off or black out, indicating that it had been a while since he had taken his licks from his prisoners. It didn't really matter which way he went because he hadn't been permitted to do either since he'd arrived. In any case, it had been permitted to occur, so he hadn't been bothered in a while. However, he was startled out of his slumber by a loud and disturbing disturbance outside his room. His eyes, which were healing slowly, opened blearily to the usual dark room as his sensitive ears picked up sounds of mayhem, such as sharp noises coming from the ring of metal in the air and hard thuds. As they were doing so and he started to pay attention, the room's door flew open, and a figure raced past the spot where Sasuke and Naruto were strapped into back-to-back chairs, positioning themselves so that they were both shielding him from the door. Naruto could see by the light from the hallway outside that he had his auburn hair pulled back in a ponytail, was dressed in a military uniform unlike any he had ever seen, and that Sasuke and he were holding tantos at their throats. Naruto felt a glimmer of life surge through him for the first time in several days, since the day he was first taken prisoner and his body had grown weak. However, the main reason for this spark was his sense that his life was about to end suddenly. He waited, but the pain never materialized. Rather, he heard footsteps moving quickly down the hall, mostly obstructing his view of the light. He was able to make out quite well that Itachi, the brother of one of the young men standing there, was also one of his fellow captives' acquaintances. But he was unfamiliar with the other person. Both of them had badges on their chests and were wearing black operational clothes, but the new guy was older than Itachi by a few years, had messier dark hair, and had a wider nose. In addition, he had sustained enough injuries to lose his right eye. After everything else that had happened, Naruto didn't need to witness that. If his rescuers were already that injured, it goes without saying that he began to hyperventilate a little. Nevertheless, he was able to choke out, "Itachi," without crying. Itachi turned to the man who appeared to be using Sasuke and Naruto as human shields and said, "It's going to be okay, Naruto-kun." The other young man's name was Shisui. "We're going to get you out of here. Shisui and I have come to help you both." "You're not going to do anything." The individual who stood between Naruto and Sasuke stated, "Your brother's been a big disappointment so far. An Uchiha without a Sharingan. Didn't you unlock yours when you were 5 years old? We've been unable to make him draw upon it, so it's actually a good thing you two are here. That makes 4, well, 3 Sharingan eyes we can take. You aren't making it out of here in one piece, you know. You think you can kill us? You touch another hair on those two and they won't find enough of you to identify the body. If you just give up, we're honor-bound and sworn to simply arrest you. We don't have to adhere to that if you resist," Shisui said, holding his tanto forward despite the pain of losing his eye. One of the children he was saving was a relative. The man made no more noise, but instead threw his tanto blade first at Itachi and Shisui, causing them to swerve to avoid it. However, as they turned to face the other way, they saw that the man was holding his hands in an odd hand seal, forming a square with his fingers, and he was saying, "Shinrenshin no Jutsu mind-body disturbance jutsu." Shisui was attempting to stab Itachi with his tanto before Itachi realized what was going on. He was fighting against the blade and his best friend appeared to be attempting to kill him. "Shisui, what are you doing?" Itachi asked. Shisui, who was still trying to impale his partner, stammered, "That guy. He did something to me. He wasn't even looking into Itachi's eyes. I can't control my body, Itachi." No genjutsu attempt was going to be made to release him, or at least subdue him. The man in charge of him was intelligent, or at least intelligent enough to understand that it was best to stay away from any aspect of the Sharingan. Itachi tried to break free and move to attack the man in control of Shisui, the last kidnapper alive. But Shisui was too quick for Itachi to ignore and soon appeared in front of him once more, ready to swing his weapon at him. Itachi blocked it and used the end of the nightstick to poke Shisui in the stomach, only to be kicked in the face as a result of his actions. Shisui attempted to kill Itachi but was only able to do so with melee attacks, and Itachi tried to just subdue his friend as they went on. Eventually, Itachi realized that Shisui was not using his ninjutsu and replaced himself with a clone made of clones. This allowed Itachi to sneak up on Shisui from behind and kick him into the room's far wall, over the heads of the children and their captor. As Shisui sailed over his head, he looked away from Itachi, only to discover that Itachi had already landed on him and had struck him in the face with his nightstick, causing blood to fly everywhere. But at last, he'd managed to get him away from the children. In order to continue and defeat their adversary once and for all, Itachi stayed with Naruto and Sasuke and created a clone, Bunshin Daibakuha clone Great Explosion. A blast shook the room as Itachi used his body to protect Sasuke and Naruto. However, he turned to confirm his kill when the smoke and debris cleared and it became clear that the room would not collapse. Not that it was the exact kill he was hoping for. Regaining consciousness, Shisui used her controlled body to deflect the explosion away from the kidnapper. His severely burned body gushed blood as he collapsed to the ground, missing his elbow. Shisui was badly hurt and could not be used as a weapon in a fight, so Itachi dropped his hand seal and turned his vile gaze toward the kidnapper who was still standing when Shisui fell to the ground. That was at least a sign that it was losing. The kidnapper said, "Having the Sharingan in the hands of mere police that enforce the peace isn't enough. They could be used for so much more." Standing alone and still prepared to fight, he continued, "Your eyes are needed by us for the good of Konoha." Since they believed Sasuke would be the easiest person to obtain the Sharingan from, they had abducted him. He was the youngest of the Uchiha children who occasionally ventured outside of the watchful eye. However, if they removed his eyes before it was evident that he had activated them, they would not be able to use the latent Sharingan inside of him, which is why he was subjected to such cruel treatment in order to make him use his Kekkei Genkei. The man's hands moved to create a second hand seal, but Itachi was quicker and his shields from Naruto and Sasuke had vanished. Considering the time it took most people to make one hand seal, Itachi could use 3 or more in a single session. Kaiten. Gukakyu no Jutsu Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Itachi let out a painful cry as the flaming ball of fire that shot out of his mouth struck his opponent and sent him flying back into the wall. In a matter of seconds, he burned up. Unrecognizable remains rested against the distant wall, with the surrounding area and the floor being consumed by dormant flames. Itachi was staring at the fire with hatred and rage in his eyes, but Shisui's cough caused him to run over to his friend, who was in horrible shape. "Shisui," Itachi muttered, full of regret, I'm sorry." With his throat and vocal cords destroyed by the explosion, Shisui muttered, "It's not your fault. Just take me out." Itachi gave a sharp shudder and shook his head, trying to talk sense into his severely injured friend. "No, I can get you out of here. I can get you to the hospital. They can fix you." The action had been carried out by his jutsu, just hold on. The hospital was 45 minutes away from that part of town, on the very edge of it, if they had a car. "Itachi," Shisui said firmly before spitting some blood. "You can't get me to a hospital in time. I'm miserable here. It's merciful, damn it. Just do it. I'm dead no matter what you do. Come on." We both knew that this could have ended up being a one-way trip, they said, realizing that coming by car would have destroyed their element of surprise for the attack. A restless Naruto let out a little, hurting cry along with a small whine as the ropes kept biting into his skin. Not only was there someone dying in front of his eyes, but he had just witnessed another person die as well. "See? You've got that kid and your brother to worry about. They need help. So stop trying to help a dead man. Remember what I told you," Shisui said, briefly grabbing Itachi's attention. "Alright then. Make it quick, would you? I don't feel like having this last the next hour, if you know what I mean," he said with a morbid joke. He knew he had won. Itachi nodded, and his Sharingan's separate tomo started spinning, a sign that he had subdued Shisui with a genjutsu. There was only one thing left to do after that. And Itachi took his friend's life at his command, using the man he had just killed's Tonto that was nearby. Although he made every effort to ensure Shisui never felt anything, he was never able to confirm if this was actually the case. The fact that things had gotten into that predicament in the first place was his fault. His jutsu was the one that had initially sealed Shisui's fate. He was at fault from the beginning. When he eventually caught someone who knew where they were, his own impatience led to the creation of the entire scheme to save Sasuke. Fearing that his brother would be killed in a police standoff, he sought out the assistance of his partner, a relative, and his best friend in order to take a more covert approach rather than calling for help. An unsuccessful strategy. He was now responsible for the death of his closest confidant, and he would lose everything he had worked so hard to achieve due to a snap decision. Even more of an outsider than his uncle Obito would be. He turned to face Naruto and Sasuke and let them go, a lot of thoughts racing through his mind, including regret, fear of seeing Shisui die, and fatigue from the battle he had just fought to save his brother. They remained there and required his assistance. Shisui was correct. He first released Naruto from his bonds while his brother remained unconscious, checking the young child periodically in an unsuccessful attempt to prevent himself from thinking about his dead friend. He was pretty sure his eyes were reflecting the gravity of what he'd just done. Not exactly how he had imagined it would be. Itachi, what's wrong with your eyes? Finalize flashback. Because of Shisui's passing, Itachi created the Mangekyo Sharingan. They both never mentioned what had happened that day. Since the identities of the individuals who kidnapped them were never established, there was no reason to. No identities were ever given to the bodies. Little Naruto made the very childish promise to Itachi that he wouldn't tell anyone about what had happened because anything that could have been said would have only hurt Itachi. Nothing about the new Sharingan, nothing about Shisui's demise. Growing older, he came to the realization that he had unintentionally saved Itachi's career. Itachi had never shown the Mangekyo Sharingan to anyone in his family because, in spite of the strength it bestowed upon him, using it required killing a friend and comrade. Itachi would learn later that using it also severely damaged his vision. It would cause his eyes to bleed, and who knew what else it might have done to him. He never used it unless absolutely necessary because of this. However, the most significant aspect of it was that, aside from Naruto, no other person on the planet was aware that he had it. Since Sasuke had been unconscious the entire time, nobody else could have known anything. Up until now, that is. Blood was dripping from Naruto's hands onto the ground where his nails had bit into his palms. Itachi Uchiha is my fucking hero. Shisui too. The people that took us killed Shisui. I've heard him kick his own ass about it enough. I don't need to hear it from someone that doesn't even know what happened there, Naruto exclaimed. The two current police officers that Naruto had never truly held in high regard. In actuality, he continued to go to Shisui's grave. Trying to control his temper rather than just letting it fester inside of him, Naruto asked, "How do you even know about it?" Sai did not respond to that particular query. Naruto quickly focused on that point, saying, "Sai, how do you know about it? No one left this place that night alive but Itachi and me." Still more silence. He didn't want to tell the truth, or he was just conjuring up a lie. "You must understand, Naruto-san, that it was done with Konoha's best interests in mind. Just like with why my master wishes to recruit you." Naruto's hand caused the first lion in the hallway closest to the room to burst into blue flames. He was not going to stay seated for much longer. The individuals who collaborated with Sai were the ones who nearly destroyed him and Sasuke when they were young, causing the brave man's death and upsetting the Uchiha family as a whole in a single evening. Itachi Uchiha was the only witness besides himself, and the evidence he had would have destroyed Itachi's career entirely, so he was unable to speak out about it. Who was this Sai's master and what was his problem? You don't do something in a city's best interest and turn around and screw over that many people. Naruto yelled loudly. A stronger fireball was thrown from his hands and blew another pair of lions back to ink. His hair started to turn white and grow past his neck and down his back. A pair of ears sprouted on his head and his whisker marks deepened, signifying his ascent. "I'm done with you. Kitsune by Foxfire." With his senses even more acutely sharpened than before, Naruto saw another ink clone of Sai in the room, this time in a corner near the ceiling, which he promptly destroyed with a fireball, engulfing the target in flames. "You'll find escaping more difficult than you think. You should just stay put and wait for my master. I've already contacted him." In an attempt to surround Naruto, more lions, snakes, and other dangerous creatures appeared to emerge from the opposite end of the hallway and file into the room. Evidently, Sai had been occupied from wherever the real one was. Though he could have fought them, any strong enough jutsu would have forced them all back, and he would have caved the room in. Even if he hadn't been surrounded, the clones he had made in this form were just like normal people in terms of appearance. They didn't possess his abilities. That was all right. He also possessed razor-sharp teeth and an excellent set of claws. He could handle them in the traditional manner, the most traditional manner, in fact. In other areas of the strip mall, Sai was sitting on the roof a short distance from the back room where he had Naruto trapped, receiving a running report from little ink mice, who ran up to him and turned into words that explained exactly what was happening, as if the sounds of fighting reverberating throughout the property weren't enough of an indication. Naruto started tearing through Sai's dozens of chakra animals with his bare hands. As he transcribed his own report for future reference, Sai thought to himself, Danzo-sama should be very interested in these results. His friends had already departed, having intended to provide support for him only in case the mission became too risky. Even though he was unable to get a meeting with Naruto, these outcomes were still excellent. Root had no trouble guiding him to join them if he so desired. The natural fighting ability of a half-demon, half-human creature is just as formidable as he said it would be. If they were to actually govern Konohagakure no Sato in their own way, they had to be able to use this power. By the time Shisui's right eye was taken during the mall battle, power had already been gained, and it would be regained once they recruited Naruto Uzumaki into their ranks and properly conditioned him to suit them. Should he not be the chosen one, there was also a flawless female half-demon specimen available for capture. I apologize, it's time to begin creating more ink beasts with chakras for Naruto to handle as he retreats. There was nothing more to justify being there. Not having a plan to beat Naruto, it wasn't the best idea to engage in a full-scale battle with him. And he knew it would be best to flee and inform Danzo of his findings as soon as he saw a car arrive at the front gate where Naruto's motorcycle was parked. There was no justification for starting a major dispute with Naruto and the other three individuals. Sai created a bird to fly away on his most recent batch of ink animals. Its inky blackness blended in well in the pitch-black night sky. I can't believe we've never met before, but my friends are jerks and don't introduce me to any beautiful women, Kiba said with style as he climbed the fence that Kyuubi and Haku had already climbed after realizing that Naruto had left this location. His eyes were fixed firmly on the older, dark-haired mercenary wearing a kimono. A set of ink animals approached them, but Haku calmly fished a set of needles out of her kimono and used them to destroy them. I'm sorry, but you're too young for me to date, she apologized, forcing the ink creatures into puddles with her senbon. I'm 15. I'm a year younger than you. Oh. Zabuza probably would have killed any punk kid she tried to date and bring back to meet him anyhow. Haku smiled briefly at him before responding, well, that still stands. In that case, you're not really my type. Again, I'm sorry. As it happened, she was doing Kiba a favor. After a brief battle, she moved to the spot where Kyuubi had just finished using her claws to destroy her own pair of ink creatures and said, what kind of issue is Naruto-kun involved in now? Always in so much trouble? This Sai guy, whoever he is, he's been messing with operations of your PMC. It just so happens that it involves Naru-kun, Kyuubi said, breathing a little heavily from the sudden fight they had just been forced to wage, being attacked outside and just inside the gate of the abandoned strip mall. It's your business too. That's why I called you to help us get here, Haku. Kyuubi scowled. Haku had a car, but we didn't. As they started to enter the strip mall, a dejected Kiba sighed and followed the two girls with a hangdog expression on his face. It can't possibly be this hard to find a girl that'll dig me, can it? He said, his nose burning fiercely. The smell of ink is stiff in this place. So you have a scent to follow now, right? Kyuubi asked Kiba, recalling how his ability to trace things by scent faltered once he and Naruto went inside the apartment complex where Sai had lived, at least until they had located it. They passed by many empty storefronts, but none of them led them in the necessary direction. Kiba led the two girls behind him as he began to jog, saying, definitely. It's getting stronger as we go along. I can smell Naruto too. Yeah, come on, we're close now. Kiba led them to a hallway that was completely covered in ink and led to a back room, saying, Naruto's in here. When the three finally came to a halt, they discovered Naruto covered in ink, transformed back into his typical blonde-haired form with his locks dyed black, and sitting against the back wall, staring blankly into space. I told you I wasn't in any trouble, he muttered, earning a stern look from Kyuubi complete with hands on hips. I need a shower. To Kyuubi's painful surprise and dismay, Haku stepped forward and gave him a hard smack on the top of the head just as she was about to launch into a tirade about the whole calling her thing. Haku avoided hitting anyone. Even worse than hitting people in fights, she said, Naruto-kun, you need to grow up. People can't deal with all of their problems on their own, especially when it's someone else's problem too. With an angry expression on her face, she asked, and you didn't find this important enough to bring to the company instead of choosing to handle it yourself? Okay, Naruto said, massaging the area where Haku had struck him. Her taijutsu skills were clearly lacking, as evidenced by her statement, I should have told someone, but Ero Sennin gave me the week off. I figured that meant to save all of my stuff for next week, not just the training or the missions. He quickly got up to avoid upsetting Haku anymore. Haku held her temple and shook her head, saying, you taking a week off doesn't mean that your problems do. We all know that already. Anytime you need help, that's what we're for. He bounded toward the door to give a quick high five to Kiba. After his troubles, a beaming Kiba gave him a firm pat on the back and said, you caused that car wreck on the freeway, didn't you? One car and no injured in it? It looked like the jeep you were chasing too. In response, Naruto rolled his eyes. Naturally, Kiba would have found it amusing that a near-fatal car accident occurred. All right, That was pretty cool. However, that caused him to shift his focus to his girlfriend, the other female in the room, who was staring at Haku with an owl-like expression on her attractive features. Q-chan, how are you holding up? Naruto asked, his mind still clouded by the incident with Sai on the street, as he approached her and stood in her direct line of sight. She was indeed thinking about the current situation, at least a part of it, when she heard Naruto's voice, jolting her out of her little thought bubble and fixing him with a warm smile. Specifically the passage in which Sai informed her that he was aware of her Akatsuki issue. It also reminded me of something Haku had said moments before. That people are incapable of handling every issue they encounter on their own. Maybe it was time to tell Naruto the truth about what was really out there, what would be looming large over their heads for the rest of their lives. Because they would undoubtedly perish if they attempted to handle the situation alone without his knowledge. Naruto! Kyuubi exclaimed, capturing his full attention as they left the strip mall. Looking over at Kiba, she saw him nod encouragingly, so she knew whatever it was, it had to be serious because she went to the extent of calling him by name and saying, "When you take me home tonight we need to have a talk about something." So she did, saying, "It's important." Jiraiya's quarters, Keisha-hine headquarters. With a sigh, Jiraiya sat at his desk and went through his long white shaggy mane of hair, reviewing some of the reports from the more delicate missions recently completed by some of his underlings. He used news clippings from all around the area, not just Konoha, in addition to that, serving as a point of reference for his own inferences. He turned around when he heard a knock on the room's wall and saw Tsunade leaning against the door frame, her arms folded across his chest. Though he had many vices, he was still a man who knew when to work and when to play. At any other time, he would have been shamelessly staring at the cleavage being presented for the benefit of his 20/20 vision. Tsunade entered the room, unfolded her arms, and held up a bottle of scotch. "I know you've got glasses around here somewhere. Take a break and have a few drinks. You've been down here all by yourself for 2 days, pervert," she said. When Tsunade pulled up a chair close by, Jiraiya took a moment to put down his work and open a drawer on his desk. He took out 2 small glasses and placed them there. "You're lucky I'm almost as much of a lush as you were, Tsunade-hime," he said, opening the bottle and pouring into the glasses. "I really shouldn't be taking a break until this gets handled." Tsunade observed Jiraiya take a few swigs to relax, then asked, "Until what gets handled?" I know, I'm just lead medic and all that. You're the one that Sensei left in charge when I left and Minato died and all of that, but I've been around this kind of thing for my entire life. I can probably help." To show Tsunade what he had been doing, Jiraiya let the liquid hit his throat and tasted it for a little while before stepping aside to tell her, "The kid came back and told me about how that mission he was on ended. With the Gato guy being killed on his escape vessel at sea. But the kid was fighting, Kakashi was fighting, and Tenten was running away at the time. None of them did it. So since then I've been getting all kinds of reports from other missions." At that point, he cut himself off and let Tsunade finish reading on her own. Assassination missions with targets already killed so we couldn't collect the full mission pay. Sabotage on our own mission vehicles to adhere our mission progress. Unexplained spontaneous surprise attacks on our people in town assignments, Jiraiya asked, raising a well-groomed blonde eyebrow inquiringly. "What the hell is this?" She frowned deeply at so much of the information. As he drained his drink and started pouring himself another, Jiraiya croaked, "It's a scary pattern, Heim. This happened before, if you remember. I know you just about hightailed it out of Konoha after it was over, but you were in the hospital that night. You know what I'm talking about." Recalling the night Jiraiya had mentioned, Tsunade remarked, "Nenshu ha no Yuru, Night of the Burning Leaf." Though she didn't want to, she did. When Minato was killed and the city was on the verge of collapse, she was working in the hospital and asked herself, "Are you sure? How do you know?" among many other questions. Because this is what happened then, only now it's more spaced out. It's not occurring all on one day, but it's a pattern. Damn it, we know who's doing it. Why can't Sensei just let me kill him already and be done with it? Jiraiya slammed his hand on the desk covered in papers and files. Why would you think he would allow you to do it now when he didn't storm up to that old bastard's mansion 15 years ago and cut his head off on the spot himself? Nobody's even died yet this time. It's like he's having his force pester us instead of actively moving against us, Tsunade said in response, despite the fact that the question was obviously rhetorical in nature. Because Danzo is too influential and you know it. Danzo was so significant that there would be unstoppable repercussions if any of Keisha-hine's agents killed him. In the end, it would result in the police force and the fringe group going head-to-head following decades and decades of a precarious truce. For the most part, the police followed the policy of not getting involved if they didn't see Keisha-hine at work. There wouldn't be any action taken if it weren't so evident that they had been acting. It maintained the city's equilibrium in a way. As he watched his partner flip through reports as he had been doing for the previous 2 days, Jiraiya mused to himself, how has it been this long and I still haven't found evidence to bury him yet? He had something to do with it. We just don't know what. His men were plain clothed when they fought in the riot that night. They had no noted connections to him. They were like sleepers. If it happens again, then I'll tell you what. We'll both kick his door down day, noon, or night, and I'll help you break his neck in public. The last time it happened, Minato wound up dead, and so did his wife. I'd rather it never happen again at all. The satisfaction of getting to slit his throat and watch the dust come out isn't worth anyone else's death. Not like that. Jiraiya was also correct. It wasn't worth the trouble to get enough justification to be permitted to punt Danzo's head straight to the city limits. Though he himself held no notable position, he was cautious and had most of the city's players in check. If it hadn't been so terrifying, it would have been incredible. It's amazing to think that he was once one of them, before their sensei took charge. I'll talk to the old monkey again about it, Tsunade continued, attempting to bring some good out of situation involving Danzo. Maybe I can make him budge on it now that I'm back, but I doubt it. If he didn't move on Danzo when he ran the company, and if he didn't let us do it back when he left and started running the city, he's probably never going to let us do it until it's blatantly clear what has to happen. Jiraiya nodded, understanding full well that Sensei's reluctance stemmed from the fact that they used to be friends. Sensei's got enough regrets these days, you know. Orochimaru, Minato, letting you leave. Too much for him to just allow himself to make another decision based on his feelings, Jiraiya said. What a pain in the head. Tsunade believed that the only way to deal with such situations was to have another drink, which she did. Why'd I come back here again? She asked out loud, her tone slightly humorous. Because you love me? Try again, idiot. Main household Uchiha. Itachi was sitting quietly under a lamp in the house's study, reading a book on his lap in his spare time. Still, he had to narrow his eyes to read the small print on the pages. Therefore, since his fight with Kimimaro more than a month ago, his vision had gotten worse. Another reason why the trade-off necessary to obtain it was not worth it is Mangekyu Sharingan, damn you. Wearing corrective lenses didn't make a difference, and the world started to appear less distorted and more hazy. It made sense that a power that could only be obtained through such a sinister means would have such a significant disadvantage, increasing blindness with each use. That or something similar gave him some relief from his guilt over the events that led to the advancement of his Kekkei Genkei. Murdering both his best friend and mentor after guiding him to a situation in which he, at most, would have lost an eye. Itachi, the entire reason we're partners is because you're the future. I'm supposed to make sure you get yourself in gear to run the entire police force by the time your father steps down. Whatever I have to do to make sure that you make it that far, well, that's what I'm here for. I'm just the nameless guy that's teaching you the ropes, Itachi. No one's supposed to remember my name, even if I wind up sacrificing my life to protect the peace for others. Call me sick, but I kind of like it that way. Shisui had no desire for a large memorial dedicated to him. Yet Itachi continued to pay occasional visits to his grave. Every now and then, he would go with Naruto. Naruto treated Shisui with great respect, considering her a little hellion who was rude to her. This was among the factors that Itachi thought made Naruto a decent young man. Another reason was to keep his Mangekyu Sharingan a secret. Nonetheless, there had to be a way to prevent himself from going blind. If he lost his vision, how could he lead the police force effectively? Should he be blind, how could he possibly make it that far? Even if a blind man gained more strength, no one would permit him to hold such a position. There was a bit of a clan legend that may have held the answer. It wasn't supposed to be true, but given how heinous it was, the Mangekyu Sharingan was also believed to be a myth that had been passed down. A tablet inherited from the original chakra user that contains the secrets of the Sharingan and the Dujutsu. Something was there now. However, nobody knew where it had gone missing or how to find it. Well, nobody who was a Uchiha did, anyway. There was, however, rumor of a man who lived in Salamander Hanzo's lands and had the eyes of the first chakra user. He would need to track down the nameless man who was carrying the Rinnegan that so many had been talking about. Still, it was better than nothing. It appeared that he was organizing a journey to a megacure in order to obtain further information regarding this matter. He had to get in touch with his informant to arrange a way in. It was also necessary for him to arrange for a companion. Even though he was extremely strong, he couldn't really accomplish this on his own. It was just about having company, not about strength, because there was no fight to be had. He would simply take Sasuke, but he didn't want his younger brother to be aware of his disgusting eyes. since he was the only other person aware of the Mangekyo Sharingan that Itachi currently possessed. Placing that parameter meant that there was only one person he knew he could take. Maybe he could pretend to be on a mission and recruit Naruto to accompany him? The house of Kyuubi. Later that evening, as per Kyuubi's request, Naruto waited for her to speak with him by sitting by himself in her room behind a closed door. He felt a little awkward about the way he had visited, since Kyuubi had pulled the two of them aside as soon as he had entered the door and received the customary warm greeting from the girl's father and mother, Setsuna. The atmosphere had changed by the time they were all back, and Kyuubi had led him straight to her room. Kyuubi, on the other side of the door, was pacing wildly as she struggled to come up with the right words to say. Not since her family had relocated to Konoha 9 months prior, had she had to deal with it. She believed that because of how long it lasted, Akatsuki wouldn't be a problem again. But now they were back, rearing their ugly heads, and Naruto needed to know the whole story before he put himself in danger. Despite her belief that it was solely her issue, Naruto was also half demon. An artificial one, but when they began searching for half-breeds, she didn't think they would be different. Just walk in there and be honest with him. At the end of the hallway, the short red-haired mother of Kyuubi watched her daughter strain herself, unsure of how to respond. Naruto is a good person. What do you think he'll do? Hate you for something you don't have any control over? She worried. Silently enough to avoid being overheard through the door, Kyuubi remarked, I don't want him to feel sorry for me, Mom. I also don't want him to be afraid of me, thinking I brought it to him. What if he thinks it's all my fault? She was startled when a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder and she realized it was her father who had approached from the other end of the hallway. If you don't want him to be afraid or troubled, then you shouldn't be afraid yourself. If you're worried, he'll worry just because it's upsetting you, he said, gently nudging her in the direction of the door. Now go on and tell the stupid brat. Your mother and I don't have the right to tell him anything. You do, he added, then realized that he wouldn't like you as a result. Before Kyuubi could say anything, Setsuna and Kyuubi both gave Ishin a deadpan look. Thanks, Dad. And stop threatening Naru-kun, Kyuubi said, gesturing to the doorknob. She ended with a slightly pointed gaze before sliding into her room and gently closing the door behind her. Are you sure everything's alright, Q-chan? Naruto asked as she walked towards the bed he was sitting on and plopped down next to him. All of this feels kind of, I don't know, heavy. What's happening? She asked, taking a deep breath. Kyuubi finally balled her fists in her lap and just went for it. Okay, do you remember Sasuke telling you about those demon hunters a few days ago? Naruto nodded, frowning thoughtfully for a moment before answering, well, they're called Akatsuki if you didn't know. It took some courage to tell him what she knew to him without wavering. Alright. Naruto nodded. Akatsuki. A bunch of crazy demon hunting cultists that are going to walk into an ass kicking if they're dumb enough to come after me or you or your family. Good to know. With an ironic chuckle, Kyuubi placed a hand on Naruto's and stated, it's not that simple. You can't beat them. Her matter-of-fact tone startled Naruto. I can't either. Neither can Mom or Dad. None of us can. That sounded nothing like Kyuubi. The same girl who wanted to assist Sasuke in taking down a den of drug dealers in order to demonstrate her combat readiness. Before, she had always had faith in both him and herself. It had never been a question of whether you could do it, only of making sure that you did it and tried your hardest to avoid ending up in the hospital in the process. I've been training my ass off for most of the year. I've never gotten so strong so fast in my entire life. I can see and feel the difference every day, Naruto said, sounding a little put down. Why would you say I can't win? He asked, his fingers snapping as a small blue fireball appeared on his index fingertip. All I have to do now is snap to form a fireball. At the start I had to hold my hand up and focus for it. An arrow Sennin's been teaching me. Before he could explain why he could defend himself, Kyuubi cut him off, saying, it's not a matter of how strong you are. That's not the point. No matter how strong you are, no matter how many of them you wind up killing in the process, eventually they'll get you. They'll get you just like they've gotten everyone else in my family. You knew about them before Sasuke said anything to us, didn't you? Naruto asked her out loud, noting the slight jolt she felt at being questioned. Kyuubi. What are these people all about? Tell me what they did. Naruto thought to himself, I've never seen any other member of her family. It wasn't any easier to talk about, even though she was going to anyway. It's not exactly something I'm eager to talk about, but it's not fair and it's not safe to keep it from you even if I'd rather forget about it altogether, Kyuubi said quietly from her spot beside him. Bear with me here for a bit, Naru-kun. It seemed like the world wasn't giving her that option to begin with. However, There were other things that Naruto would prefer to keep private unless absolutely required. The incident involving Itachi and the Mangekyo Sharingan that was previously mentioned is one such instance. The thought of having to reveal his innermost thoughts to someone he didn't know was so unbearable that he could only imagine how difficult it would be. Her family was also involved in this. That was a whole other can of worms, one that he, to be honest, had no idea about. Hiring Kyuubi's attention from her critical thoughts, Naruto said, "Hey." He cupped her chin in his hand and looked her straight in the eyes, hoping to elicit a smile that would reassure her. "Just take your time. I'm not going anywhere, alright? I promise." She smiled back, though it fell short of her eyes. Even though she knew what he said was sincere, she didn't feel much better. Her smile served only aesthetic purposes. Even though the night had already been extremely long, it didn't seem to be getting any shorter. Water tipped down from the showerhead above Naruto as he stood in the shower, his forehead against the wall. He was deep in thought, his eyes not fixed on anything in particular. 2 days had passed since the evening he had followed Sai to the little deserted shopping center where he and Sasuke had spent years of torment as children. That in itself was cause for some concern, but what worried him more was the information his sweetheart had provided later that evening. An endless army of radical cultists who believed that half-demons were the devils on earth. And Kyuubi feared them to death. 2 years ago I lived on the western border of the country, about an hour or so away from the capital. A lot of my family lived in the same town as me. It wasn't really a big secret that we were different from most everyone else that lived there, but in a society like ours where anyone standing on the street corner could be a mercenary, not many people cared too much. We were just like everybody else, you know? They were regular people with regular jobs. Their kids attended the same school as everyone else. Their uniqueness stemmed solely from an internal component that very few people could sense or otherwise find out about without prior knowledge. That mattered to no one at all. They were a member of the society. Then it started to happen. It was just a few crazies at first in town. A lot of people thought it was just some new religious cult catching on with a few folks at first until everyone realized that they weren't from around there at all. Then people started listening to what they were actually saying. Warning that everyone just stayed out of the way as they smote the monsters, everything would be fine, and if they joined in they would be rewarded by their God. But assisting the monsters would result in them sharing our fate. They hadn't done anything wrong to justify these kinds of measures being applied to them. None of them made money off of their abilities. They developed their abilities because it was customary to do so and to defend themselves in a sometimes hazardous world. It was essentially, quite simply, ethnic cleansing. They came in droves, Naruto. They never stopped. It didn't matter how many of them my stronger relatives managed to take down. Even though our Yuki is different, it's still like chakra for the regular humans. They couldn't keep it up forever and they eventually started getting slaughtered. As she watched the best fighters her family had to offer fall like weed to the thresher, she told him she could still picture the man's eyes who performed the heavy lifting. She was utterly untrained and could do nothing but cower and observe until it became evident that there was no hope left. My parents managed to escape with me when the survivors of it all started running. Mom and Dad somehow slipped away and changed our names, so I'm not sure if any of my surviving relatives did the same. They might be dead by now. And even if they did, I don't think we should ever try to find each other. The same thing would probably just happen all over again. She had good cause to be wary of those individuals. He would be damned afraid of them too. If someone had committed a goddamn genocide against every member of his own family save himself and his parents, God rest their souls or goddamn their souls, depending on who they were. That didn't make it any more bearable to consider, though. She was shaking by the time she finished explaining what the Akatsuki organization was all about, either from tears she was holding back or from sheer terror. And he was unable to get her to stop. He comforted her and held her for hours, but it didn't make a difference. Over the past year, Naruto had been made to feel weak multiple times. Having trained with Jiraiya, he felt vulnerable. He felt weak after Kakuzu had beaten him to within an inch of his life in Takigakure. Sai corralling them to the deserted strip mall. All of that, though, was insignificant compared to being perfectly alright and having to watch Kyuubi cry while he was powerless to stop it. He was powerless over a painful memory. It was undoubtedly him, if anyone knew that. He remained with her until she eventually drifted off to sleep, and it was heartbreaking beyond belief. She told him everything, including how she was unable to defend herself and could only watch the worst occur in front of her. About how they had to constantly relocate and alter nearly every aspect of their lives before feeling as though the pressure had finally been removed from them, leading them to conclude that moving to Konoha was the safest option for them to try and succeed. How it was safer if no one knew the precise name she had previously gone by and how Kyuubi Yoko wasn't her real name. And he informed her that it didn't concern him at all. Whatever her given name was, if she didn't want to tell him, that didn't matter. Everything was moot. All he needed to know about her was that she was his Q-chan. She continued to cry, pressing her face into his chest and leaving a trail of tears behind him. She had been reluctant to disclose to him her previous whereabouts. When they first met, he sensed something about her, but he wasn't sure what it was. Whether it was his artificial half-demon nature pulling toward the fiery vixen or something else entirely. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't leave that girl alone. None of the information made him want to back out. Cammy helped him. It fueled his desire to be nearer to her. He wanted to take away the pain that was in her eyes the previous night. Calming her down did not come before that Psy guy and all of his little dirty secrets that his boss knew about. It could wait to track that fucker down and wring the information and ink out of him by wringing his pale, listless neck. Why was he in such need of Kyuubi? He knew better than to think that first loves were always the most genuine. He wasn't some unsophisticated fool. His sensei was the creator of the dirtiest smut that was allowed to be displayed for sale, and his uncle was Obito Uchiha. However, he was dependent on her, and he was even convinced to break off the relationship by the real threat of death. That is, the death Kyuubi's father Isshin had always threatened him with. Yes, even if he had been a coward rather than the man he was, he probably would not have gone anywhere. And if the day came for him to meet his untimely demise, cowardly Naruto would have accepted his fate along with her, just like the real Naruto would have. Nevertheless, the situation's reality was a bitch to consider amidst the chaos that had become his life, and given how long Naruto had been pondering and gently pounding his head against the shower's tile wall, he would undoubtedly be using up the apartment's utilities. Nevertheless, he wouldn't swap it all for the past, when he was only a bored afternoon and a stupid idea away from going to jail. Not even close. Naruto muttered to himself, ignoring the echo of his own voice coming from his bathroom. Man. This sucks. He was distracted from his thoughts when there was a frantic knock on the door. What? He thought to himself. The chill vibe his place had compared to his own meant that he forgot Sasuke was staying over for the majority of the summer. You've been in the bathroom for 45 goddamn minutes. Get out. I have to piss, you idiot. Damn it. Pee over the edge of the roof, you jerk. This is my thinking time. Naruto yelled back over the pulsing drops of water. My sweet-ass penthouse apartment, my bathroom, my shower, so shut up, Sasuke Teme. What's there to think about? I'm a delinquent, sociopathic, borderline criminal with inexplicable demon blood origins and a half-demon girlfriend that survived a damn genocide that isn't over yet. Sasuke replied, taking over Naruto's thoughts. This is really simple. Just be ready to do something about it when the time comes, or have a plan to run. Other than that, there's nothing you can do. Now get the fuck out of the bathroom or I'm coming in. I pay part of your rent for this place, so I've got some say around here. Naruto began drying himself off with a towel from directly outside his shower after rolling his eyes and turning off the water. Yeah, your say ends when you leave your room. Everywhere else is mine. You're lucky I even let you use my electricity and drink my water, he said. Fuck you, Dobi. Fuck you too, deputy. There was silence between them until Naruto had dried off and got dressed enough to leave the bathroom, where he discovered Sasuke waiting to use the restroom by leaning against the wall. The two gave each other an upward nod as they passed, and just as Sasuke was about to shut the door, he said, Itachi wants to hire you for a mission. He says you're the only mercenary he can possibly trust for it. I didn't pry too much further, so you should call him about it. Walking back to his room, Naruto answered, I will. Itachi desired him for a reason that he was unable or unwilling to disclose to Sasuke. That was not going to work out well, but that was the whole point of summertime. Using your leisure time to work out your own and your friends' problems. It's obvious that whoever claimed that summer was a time for fun and relaxation had no obligations in life. All right, now. Let me just go potty. Sasuke closed the door behind him, and a few seconds later, he could be heard saying, if it's okay with you, I have to go potty like a derby racehorse being chased by a glue truck. Though Naruto dismissed it as nonsense, he assumed Sasuke was so full of pee that he could taste it. Later that day, rooftop of Konoha Trade Tower. At midday, Naruto met Itachi on the roof of the biggest building in Konohagakure, as per his orders. People visited this tourist destination to look at the installed telescopes that took change in order to operate and to enjoy the view of the town. It's true that Naruto enjoyed going there when he was younger, but this time he was there for a very special reason. He noticed the brother of his best friend alone, standing in a corner and gazing over the edge of the building. Despite being a well-known person in the community, Itachi exuded an air of being distant and difficult to talk to. Itachi was a really nice guy, so it was really unfair. Even though he could probably kill you with one look at you, he liked kids and pets and all kinds of things. However, it's unlikely that they would discuss trivial matters like the weather, so perhaps that was a good thing. Naruto stepped up next to him, gazing down at him for a moment before taking a coin out of his pocket and getting ready to release it. His hand released it, but Itachi quickly seized it and gave Naruto a quick tap on the head, saying, "No, you know to act better." Rubbing the spot on his head, Naruto deadpanned, "Itachi, that's an urban myth. I can't really kill someone with a coin from up here." He didn't mean to just stare blankly, but rather said, "What the hell do you want to hire me for that you couldn't get someone 10 times better? I can't give you a discount because I can't freelance anymore. It has to run through the company." "I'm losing my eyesight, Naruto." Naruto was somewhat taken aback by the abrupt admission. Itachi was the kind of person who always seemed kind of untouchable. Naruto's heart began to race when he heard something like that. Itachi was among the top 3 people he had ever met with whom he would never want to fight in a real fight. However, it was equally as perplexing as it was startling. "What does that have to do with hiring me? Or do you just want me to introduce you to Tsunade-ba? I don't know what she can do about your eyesight though," Uchiha said stoically, grabbing Naruto's hand by the wrist as he attempted to wave a hand in front of Itachi's face to test how blind he was. "No optometrist can find any medical problem with my vision, and I've hinted at none in appointments. It's because of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It only makes sense that such a cursed power would come with such a price," Itachi said, staring out over what he could see of the city he had dedicated himself to protecting. "You're not answering me," Naruto replied. "What do you want from me that you'd hire me for it?" Of course Naruto did. "I have never told anyone that I've obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan. You know why? I cannot go alone, so I am enlisting your help," the blonde said, giving a stiff nod in understanding. "There is supposedly a tablet within the lands of AIM that contains the secrets of the great Dujutsu of the world. Naturally, he would possess it." Naruto owed a debt to Itachi, the man, which he had never been asked to pay back in a significant way. This was nothing compared to the way Itachi rescued him. As far as Naruto was concerned, however, the Mangekyo Sharingan's statement, "Itachi, I told you about how those people that kidnapped me and Sasuke when we were kids reached out to me. I didn't tell Sasuke about it. But their master is supposed to be interested in me or something. Suggested something else." Itachi said, "All the more reason for you to find an excuse to accompany me outside of the country right now. Simply begin the process for a formal mission request and I'll handle our travel arrangements myself. The next week would be a good timeline to have everything ready." At first, just putting a hand on top of Naruto's head to further mess up his hair. Documentation. Ak. As he was about to leave the observation point, Naruto shoved his hands into his pockets and said, yeah, whatever you say. A week should be more than enough time for me to get my own house in order too, I guess." Of course, the client was always correct. Itachi finished, earning a grunt of approval from Naruto as the younger man departed the area. "I trust you will be prepared then." He had no intention of occupying much of Naruto's time. Itachi's summer was almost over, but he still had his own business to take care of in town. In the interim, Westside Konoha Mall taking a seat by a fountain in the biggest shopping center within Konohagakure no Sato's city boundaries, Kyuubi gazed off into the distance with clarity, her cheek resting in her palm and her eyes fixed on nothing specific. For now, the girl was just one thinking for herself. She woke up to a phone call and a partially empty bed after a somewhat stressful and late evening during which she dozed off in Naruto's arms after being humiliated into crying and retracting her account of her family's death. Naruto had left and allowed her to sleep in the early hours of the morning without waking her. She didn't know what was different about that boy. She didn't believe he was a fixer-upper or that she could improve him because any other bad boy would have only irritated her to the point where she would have torn them to pieces with her talons. Not that she felt bad about being close to a half-demon like herself, even though he was a creation of science, especially considering the disgusting lengths Akatsuki would go to in order to eradicate the half-demon ilk. Whatever the case, all she could do was sigh and think back to her enjoyable sleep with Naruto the previous evening. Very charming. She was naked when he put her under the covers, and although they didn't have any sex, she was relieved that her dreams about Akatsuki had stopped for the time being. Her Novocaine was him. At least for a little while, he removed all of the unpleasant emotions. "Yubi? Kyuubi? I think she's out of it forehead. Kyuubi, are you in there? Hello?" A sudden series of light knocks to her head snapped Kyuubi back to reality. Her red eyes darted around, and the tan-skinned redhead focused on the scowling blonde Ino Yamanaka sitting next to Sakura. That morning, it was them who had given her a call to ask if she wanted to get together and do anything. She didn't want to smother Naruto after feeling so helpless and emotional with him the previous evening, but she needed the diversion. I apologize. What were you saying? Kyuubi asked, grinning a little too much. I've had a lot on my mind lately. As she sat back in the bench, Ino rolled her eyes and sighed. I was talking about how weird things are getting around here. I mean, this can't be a part of growing up, can it? First, there's Sakura here actually doing cadet training for the police force. I never thought I'd see Bookworm here try something that physical, Ino said. Sakura blushed when she heard Ino speak of her in that manner. Although her original motivation for doing it was to get Sasuke's attention, she soon discovered that she truly enjoyed it. She quickly learned a lot of it when Itachi took them inside to start the procedural lectures, saying things like, just because I like using my brain more than my body doesn't mean I don't know how to do both, Ino pig. That's right, Ino said with a laugh, shaking her head and putting her blonde ponytail aside. I guess that accounted for something for all these years, she said. That was the old me. Sakura responded with a confident smirk. The new me after I pass the program at the end of the summer is going to be cool, in command, and the next time my friends get into fights to the death in front of me I can do more than just watch through a pair of high-tech goggles and throw logs down a cliff into the water to help. She grinned despite her current mood when she thought back to the story she had heard about Sakura helping Naruto defeat Fu in their battle in Tokigakure. I'm sure it made you look like the lamest support character in video game history. Just think about it. Sakura and her magical girl powers. The ability of infinite log generation, the story said. That made Kyuubi and Ino laugh a little, but Sakura just flushed her cheeks in retaliation. The damn things were in the trunk, so it's not like she brought them. Which raised the question she never dared to ask in the first place. Why, exactly, had there been almost a dozen neatly stacked chunks of firewood in the back of an organization SUV? You're laughing at that, but you do realize that when he woke up from his coma and went back to school Naruto thanked me for what I did, don't you? It was really heartfelt if not a bit weird. Sakura was slightly wet as she recalled the conversation. He called me an honorary, guardian angel of the log, and said something about how from then on if I was ever in a pinch the log would be there for me to return the favor one time only for saving its humble follower. It was a nice thought, even though even then she wasn't quite sure what he meant, and to be honest, hearing him talk about the merciful nature of the log in the middle of the hallways made her back up a few steps while he finished. After a while, Ino exclaimed, come on, come on, come on, grabbing the wrists of the other two girls and standing up from the bench. We're wasting daylight here just sitting and talking. This was a day meant to be spent on an all-important mission. I need a new wardrobe to complement how much more sophisticated I've become over the summer for when school starts back up. It's barely July, Sakura remarked, but it didn't deter Ino. After all, it wasn't like she was against treating herself to a little something either. At that moment, Kyuubi realized she actually had a solid group of friends in the city. Kiba hinted the other day that if she had told him and the majority of them about Akatsuki, they would have tried to protect her and Naruto in the event that it came to that, and at that point, she was starting to feel a little better just hanging out with Ino and Sakura. Although no one in her birthplace ever treated her cruelly or deliberately avoided or alienated her because of who she was as a child, it was evident that there were perceived distinctions between her and other children of her age. To the best of her knowledge, nobody appeared to be interested in her, and she never felt the need to ask someone to keep it inside their group rather than spreading it out. When one considered how much Ino enjoyed discussing anything she found fascinating, it was a very grateful thing. As Ino led her into the first clothing store of what she knew would be a protracted tour of every upscale store in the mall, she thought to herself, I don't want to run again. But if I stay, just how many of them are going to get hurt if we're found? City Hall, downtown Konohagakure, Jiraiya went into town to speak with the man they needed permission from as a favor. To get rid of a rat, or to obtain permission to approach him at all. Tsunade, dressed differently from her HQ outfit, strolled through the halls of Konoha's oldest municipal building, her heels clacking on the hard floors as she was escorted to her destination by her sensei's son, Asuma Sarutobi. You can stop sneaking glances back here like I don't notice, Tsunade said dryly, realizing that he was taken aback by her appearance from the beginning. If you have something to say then you should just say it, she said, her sensei's son. A woman like her would know, of course, if someone was staring at her. Apart from the fact that she was extremely attractive, Tsunade had probably grown accustomed to recognizing when someone was spying on her in order to avoid being killed. Sorry, it's just no one's seen you in this city in over 15 years, Asuma said, trying to smooth down his spiky black hair as the man in the black suit wished he could smoke indoors. Well, I've been back for a few months now, but it's okay. I guess some people are just out of the loop, Tsunade remarked with sardonic curiosity. Well, he realized now. Even before her former boyfriend and younger brother passed away, Tsunade had a tendency to be a coldhead when she felt like it. In the wake of their deaths, this tendency had only gotten worse. In any case, it wouldn't be an issue for him for a short while because he knocked on 2 sturdy oak doors at the end of the hallway and was greeted with a firm, "Come in." Asuma opened the door and motioned for Tsunade to come in, which she did quickly until she came to a stop in front of the chief official's desk. She turned to face the man behind the furniture, a sly smile playing at the corner of her lips, and said, "Hiruzen Sarutobi. Long time no see, sensei. Retirement is overrated apparently." The man seated in front of her grinned despite his age. He really did seem happy to see her. "I wish you hadn't left to begin with, as we really could have used you in the aftermath of that night, but you were an adult and were free to make your own decisions." His hair, goatee, and suit were all gray, but the color of his suit was darker than that of his hair. "I was wondering when you were going to stop by to pay this old man a visit. The reminder keeps walking around in front of me inside of the HQ. I just wish I knew of a way to save his mother. She was perfectly healthy. Dying during delivery made absolutely no sense. That night, nearly 16 years ago, she had witnessed more than enough of what being involved in their lifestyle could do to someone. I think about it every day, don't worry about it." Upon reading that account of what was possibly the worst day Sarutobi had ever had to witness in this city, a solemn expression crossed his face. In the aftermath there were things brought to light as to why. Her delivery had somehow been forced, and that's not to say what had been done to Naruto himself within the womb. Something had been done to shift his physiology to that of a half-demon. Minato's killer had caused the rioting that almost tore Konoha apart from within, and Minato's pregnant wife and child were also targets of the mayhem. But nobody knew anything even now. Yes, there were suspicions, to be sure, and the finger was pointed at an elderly statesman who appeared to have a talent for preparing agents for covert operations in the most difficult situations. That being said, Tsunade decided it was time to address the main point of the meeting, saying, "Sarutobi-sensei, we have reason to believe that Danzo set his sights on Naruto. For whatever reason, Naruto was almost goaded into a meeting on the terms of some mystery man." Making it obvious that he was paying attention, Hiruzen raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, "And you know that the man you speak of is Danzo because?" "Listen, we know that he's smart enough to let his drones know to never use his name." Tsunade mumbled, "But this isn't the first time this has happened either. Apparently a small scuffle in the past ended with Naruto's first apartment getting burned out, and with this and the strange happenings during his last mission in Nami no Kuni that ended in Gato's death, we can't keep acting like nothing's happening, no matter how well the man seems to be covering his tracks." Hiruzen stated, "Any conflict between your two sides hasn't resulted in any killing for either of you. It seems that great care is being taken to prevent this from escalating." Though he did have his doubts about the entire thing if that was indeed what was happening, opening a second private military company based out of Konoha is not illegal. Tsunade. If one has the vast resources to fund such an endeavor, it is the same as any other enterprise, except with more death. With a rolling of her eyes, Tsunade firmly placed her hands on the table and said, "Come on sensei, you know he's just biding his time. I couldn't tell you what he's waiting for, but it's a trump card of some sort." The top man in Konohagakure, lacing his fingers in front of his mouth, spoke, "I cannot let my city turn into a war zone." His piercing eyes revealed more information than anyone could have imagined from the kind old man. "I was able to prevent a crackdown after the riots because it could never be confirmed that the mercenary presence in this city directly correlated to the fighting, but should a turf war between Kei Shaheen and the theoretical forces that seem to be competing with you. The balance was being upset by this. It had to be known by Danzo. The police department and Kei Shaheen had previously been the two branches of government in the city, but given the current events, it appeared that a third party was attempting, for whatever reason, to establish itself as the official authority. The last time tensions started to gradually build up like this, it all came to a head in the most horrific incident excluding the great international wars of the past. "I'll tell Jiraiya what you said, sensei." Tsunade sighed deeply and said when she was about to leave, "He'll more than likely listen because it was you, but you should know better than anyone that the only power that Danzo likes is power that belongs to him. Kei Shaheen's standing as the biggest PMC in the country that he has no stake in, your position as the mayor that you earned because of your fame as our old leader, the authority that the police have as the standing state military force, I'm sure all of that has been irking him for decades." Hiruzen gave a grave smile. "Don't you worry your head about that. I am not blind as to what is going on in my city. I simply want to keep everyone within it safe. And I will. I'll never let anything similar to what happened on the night Minato and Kushina died happen again." With Naruto, Kei Shaheen headquarters, first floor basement, recreation room. As it was Naruto's first time requisitioning a mission on his own, Rin assisted him in writing a formal mission request while he sat at a communal desk. For the love of Kami, he thought that his homework was being examined by a tutor or something. In the meantime, Obito and Kakashi were killing time by competing in a video game while seated on a big, semicircular couch in front of a massive plasma screen TV. While Obito was gnashing his teeth and playing more erratically, Kakashi maintained his customary composed expression as his fingers danced across the controller. Eventually, he had enough of his bad luck and exclaimed, "Man, that's it, the game is cheating." Kakashi said nonchalantly, sensibly restraining himself from mocking him about how bad he was at the game he had thought of playing. "Obito, the game's not cheating." Now that Obito had stopped the game just as Kakashi appeared to be fully in control of the ongoing battle, he arched an eyebrow. The one-eyed Uchiha specialist pointed angrily at the console that was sitting on the coffee table in front of them and nearly howled, "Restart the game now." With a visible eye roll, Kakashi took a firm stance, asking, "Why do you always have to do this when you lose? Hothead Naruto was a better sport at games when he was just a little thing." Once his motor skills improved, Naruto also began thoroughly beating Obito. "It's not wise to upset the black sheep Uchiha," Rin joked, using Obito's nickname rather than his given name, as she looked over Naruto's duplicate forms that he was still diligently filling out. Rin was wearing reading glasses when she said this. "Let him have it," Rin said, paying no attention to her husband and her longtime teammate. It was wise not to annoy him, as Obito got up angrily before he lifted the PlayStation and threw it across the room, smashing off the wall near the doorway and almost hitting the head of another company mercenary who was entering at the time. This caused the sick-looking brown-haired swordsman wearing a bandana to cough uncontrollably and exclaim, "Restart the game now." Hayate Gecko, the swordsman, just shook his head, coughed into his hand once, and went off to mind his own business after getting over his initial shock at Obito storming over and stomping out the PlayStation on the floor. In the office, it was just another day. "I should be playing Sega Soul Toucher or whatever the fuck they were going to call the next one right now. It's your fault," exclaimed Obito, continuing to pulverize the device beneath the heel of his boot. "Damn you to the depths of hell for dooming the ahead of its time Sega Dreamcast with its groundbreaking games and standard-setting features before its time." When Rin realized she had to confront Obito, she turned to him and said, "You are a grown man," stomping a very expensive electronic device into a pile of plastic and computer chips. Rin didn't particularly enjoy video games, but even so, that was a waste of money. Naruto said, to be fair, as he was still filling out his request forms. Paperwork was intended for losers. Obito did spend a lot of cash on games for the Dreamcast back in the day. And Sonic Adventures 2 is still one of the baddest games I've ever played. I could play that today and not miss a beat. Rin said again, not giving her friend any credit. He used to complain whenever he got his ass beat at Marvel vs. Capcom 2 too. "Remember back when we were roommates? We had to hot glue the Dreamcast to the coffee table so he wouldn't throw it when he started losing. Then one day he just threw the whole table out the window. Because it pissed me off. Naruto used to button mash so hard, snot-nosed, thumb-sucking little shit, lucking into hyper combos. I was 5 years old, you cocksucker. You just stuck a controller in my hand and didn't even tell me how to do anything." After pulling a new PlayStation 3 out of the nearby closet and placing it in place of the previous one, Kakashi remarked, "I'm more of a wee man myself." He then glared at Obito, saying that bastard was lucky that he had that hard drive backed up after the first time he did that. "You would be, wouldn't you?" Obito joked, sounding almost disgusted, before settling back into the couch and ending his tantrum. He turned his head back to face the couch and saw Naruto working upside down. "Runt, what are you filing a mission request for anyway?" he asked. Well, he did care now. Naruto sighed bitterly and proceeded to turn through the pages he had written, arranging them neatly under Rin's guidance while she began going over them to make sure there were no errors. He jotted down those in pen because he wouldn't be caught red-handed. It said, "Itachi asked me for a favor to accompany him to some place as backup." "Why the hell would he want you for backup? You're not even that strong," Obito said belatedly, raising an eyebrow and scratching beneath his eye patch in confusion. "No offense. I mean, as far as punk-ass high school kids go, you're top of the heap without question, but I can't see how having you around would make anything easier for Itachi," Naruto added, lifting up a finger and threateningly forming a blue fireball at its tip. Truly, it didn't sound that way, but he wasn't attempting to offend. Although Itachi could kill a Naruto going full blast with one hand tied behind his back because he could still make hand seals, Obito was well aware that his nephews Sasuke and Itachi were close to Naruto and had been since Naruto was younger. Despite this, Obito wasn't going to ignore it. Rin suggested as she looked through Naruto's documents, he could use him as a human shield or a bludgeoning tool just in case. She also reached out to give Naruto a few audible knocks on the top of the head for emphasis. Tsunade-sama told me he makes a great club for hitting Jiraiya-sama. Most likely, it was the hair. It stayed that way no matter what, that is, unless he got totally soaked. The pointed ends needed to resemble jewels on an early morning star. With their focus shifting back to the TV, Kakashi and Obito both picked up their wireless controllers and synchronized them with the new PlayStation. Obito scoffed at Rin's rather obvious remark, how else could he survive us all dropping him when he was a baby? He hit the ground more times than a goddamn basketball. Without even looking, Obito leaned to one side to avoid being hit by a blue fireball, then said, "You'd better throw one of those at everybody else in this place that ever held you because we all did it at least once." Cue the guilty looks from everyone, including Rin, who removed her glasses and averted her bright brown eyes from looking at Naruto. People liked to wonder how someone as young as Naruto could occasionally seem so out of balance. One way to address the question would be to examine his three main childhood role models. While Rin wasn't a bad person, Kakashi and Obito had more personal issues than one could handle. During Naruto's early years, both of them spent a lot of time alone with him, which allowed them to dump a lot of their insecurities on him. This helped to create the foundation for the borderline sociopath that existed today. Before hurling the tip of his pen at Obito, Naruto deadpanned, "My unofficial guardians, ladies and gentlemen." This projectile was non-lethal, so it actually struck him in the head, making him say, "You guys really suck sometimes. Is this good enough to turn in or what?" Rin reassured him, genuinely pleased with how well he completed his first mission request form. "It's fine." Naturally, he had some background knowledge because he had witnessed them all perform the same action over a period of more than 13 years. It's like you already wrote it out in your head and just blazed it out on paper. "Well, I kind of did write it already. Then why did you have to redo two of them right here in front of me?" Rewind. 30 minutes before. "You just have to use them correctly," remarked a heavily gloved and goggle-wearing Tenten, occupying herself with thoughtless idle chatter while in the middle of the extremely dangerous process of mixing explosives. "I mean really, there's not a single problem on the planet that can't be solved with weapons. Where could she go indoors to do this without risking being scolded by every senior employee in the company?" Naturally, Tenten had unofficially claimed a gated area of the garage as her office. Because there was an actual armory in one of the basements, no one else stored anything there, so nobody cared about it. Tenten only needed to purchase a padlock to keep the gate closed when she wasn't there. Whoa. Acquired an office until someone ejected her. Perhaps it was okay though, since nobody had done it since she had fixed Naruto's bike. "I understand, sweetie," Naruto said indifferently, taking a seat on one of Tenten's metal work tables to take a break from processing Itachi's mission request. "What's the pay rate?" he asked himself, peering down at the designated empty space. Was Itachi meant to be finishing up this damn thing? Well, whatever. Naruto was there, he was not. Additionally, it was obvious that he was in charge because he had asked Naruto to fill it out rather than bring it to him to complete and return. So for the duration of the mission, Naruto had no trouble happily writing in the meager pay rate of 10,000 ryo per hour. Itachi performed well in it. Itachi was wealthy, despite common perception, for a grown man who lived with his parents and was a longtime target of mockery from Naruto. Think about it. World hunger. Throw a fragmentation grenade at a deer or something and see if it doesn't get you fed. Home security. Nothing like a row of landmines hidden in your yard to keep people from wanting to get close. And don't even get me started on whoops. Whoops? Naruto didn't give a damn, even though Tenten's whoops about everything never did anyone in her immediate vicinity any good. At the time, he was more preoccupied with trying to come up with a written justification for Itachi's request for an escort that had nothing to do with the super-secret cursed Mangekyo Sharingan, which they were both acting as though it had never existed until he unleashed it in order to destroy someone's body or soul. Naruto. That spontaneous fire thing you do, it wouldn't happen to allow you full control over all of fire in its many corporeal forms, would it? Explosions included? Because that would be really convenient right now? Unaware that Tenten was about to tackle the oblivious Naruto down behind the table, a volatile explosion shook her small workspace. Naruto, perplexed by the question, simply shrugged and replied, "No, I can't even control my own fire after I let go of it. I just throw it and let it burn until something puts it out." Finalize flashback. Touching one of the hot pink spots on his arm where he had been lightly burned, Naruto said, "My mission request got blown up, along with a lot of Tenten's stuff that she left out in the open." He was devoted to Tenten. He was happy that they were now friends, but that girl was dangerous, and not in a good way. She was really cool. Naturally, if Tenten wasn't done cleaning up soon, there was still a chance that such a thing could happen, but given how much she loved Tsunade, she might just get off on such a thing. So that's what that noise was a half hour ago. Kakashi mused idly as he continued to play his game against Obito without thinking. I just thought that Tsunade-sama had gotten angry at something and hit it again. A country west of here. Naruto remarked, gathering up the documents to be taken down and processed. The one that Salamander Hanzo took over way before I was born. Suddenly, he felt as though everyone's eyes were fixed on him, and he sighed, yes, I know how dangerous going anywhere in that country is. But we're not going anywhere near a megacure, and Itachi is smart. We'll be fine. On the one hand, even though Mizu no Kuni was in the throes of a civil war, Naruto was entering the nation that had been selected as the most dangerous in all of the elemental nations for 20 years running. Leaving aside the little brother issue, such a dangerous place was the last place someone like Naruto should be. However, Itachi was excellent. Very nice. Most likely one of the greatest eras. Everyone was aware of it. Other nations' citizens were well aware of it. Because of how amazing he was. Even mercenaries respected him as a police officer. There had to be a reason behind his insanity if he believed that taking Naruto into the hornet's nest was a good enough idea. Additionally, their young man was maturing. In October, his first year would come to an end, and he had demonstrated a good ability to adjust to life as a hired super soldier on a full-time basis. He had already overcome extreme odds and even a few near-death experiences. It was time to let the fledgling bird go from the nest for the time being. Rin eventually just shrugged and returned the forms she had been reading, putting on a slight smile and saying, just remember to take a rain slicker. I've never been, but I hear that it rains a lot in that place. Naruto's apartment, that evening. You work like you're grown up, Naru-kun. And you're going to the absolute last place I want you to go? Kyuubi pouted, leaning against Naruto's chest as they watched TV together on one of his large couches in the living room. Apparently, those Akatsuki freaks were from a megacure, and he and Itachi were going to be dancing awfully close to that area. Naruto gave the girl a comforting rub on her bare midriff while wrapping an arm around her, saying, I owe Itachi more than enough to go and do this for him. And anyway, I want to see just what these people you're afraid of are like. Before turning back to the screen. Even if the battle never materialized, half the fight was already won, wasn't it? She tightened her grip around him, gasping at the thought of him doing something like that. With a quiet voice, Kyuubi remarked, I'll tell you what they're like. She tightly grasped Naruto's shirt. Fortunately, her claws were not sufficiently sharpened or she would destroyed it. The least faithful are still bigots to the Hanyu just to fit in, but they won't do anything when they're not in packs because most of them are regular people. The true believers, the zealots, they're the worst. They don't care if they're in a group or not. If they discover a half-demon, they'll start planning how to kill them as quickly as possible. Were these genuinely that awful? Before now, Kyuubi had never displayed this level of fear. Sure, she was wary of some things, but that was only because, in contrast to him, she was sensible and knew when to stop biting off more than she could handle. But never feel fear like this. Even though the optimism was mostly driven by a lack of knowledge, someone had to maintain their composure. However, that could be resolved pretty quickly. Not with ease, mind you, but sufficiently fast. Are you speaking from back before you could really fight? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Q-chan, everything like that seems scary when you can't do anything to protect yourself. She had admitted to him that she could only watch and that she hadn't begun to learn about her advanced powers until a few months before moving into Konoha. Why did people like that have to be so obsessed with such horrible things? No, I mean, I don't know. Most of her family had passed away, and those that remained had been dispersed to all four directions. Was that not sufficient? There was no justification for attempting to eradicate every half-demon on the planet. For what possible reason would that be the case? He knew that what Naruto was about to propose would frighten her to no end, but he needed to know, and she needed to know exactly who the enemy was. No one ventured into the territories that a megacure was situated in. Naruto and Itachi were traveling to a place where communication with the outside world was non-existent, as the entire country was cut off. They had to learn what they needed to know on their own because no one else was going to provide it to them. Naruto began to carefully consider how to phrase his next words. Well, how about you come with me then? He had to slant his head out of her way when she abruptly turned to face him and said, please don't freak out. To her credit, she was making an effort not to panic, but judging by the way her chest heaved in and out, she was losing the battle. You want me to go with you on your mission to that hell? She asked, not wanting him to go at all. Naruto, don't play with me like that. He wasn't playing around with her, he was very serious. I'm not. I want you to go with me and Itachi. I don't take you with me on most of my missions because most of my seniors would bitch at me and send you home if you came, but this isn't that kind of situation. It's just me and Itachi. I can take you. I don't want you to take me. For the first time in a long time, Kyuubi wanted to. I'm scared. I don't want to get anywhere near them. I don't want to look at them. If I see a black cloak with red clouds, I'll cry. I'll just lose it. They'll find out we're there. Not if we don't use any Yuki. People can't sense it unless we're using it. All of my special attacks use Yuki. I'm not trained the way you are. You're not going to fight. This mission isn't to fight or steal. Nothing like that. We won't be doing anything to even attract attention. Why do you even want me to go so badly? Finally, running out of ways to skirt his original intention, Naruto blurted out, because I don't want you to be scared anymore. There's nothing I can do to calm you down because I've never had anything like this that scared me before. I don't know what to do, but I do know that anything I've ever been afraid of stopped being so scary after I came face to face with it. For an extended period, Kyuubi and Naruto maintained their intense stares at each other, with their red eyes fixed on blue. Before Kyuubi violently pushed Naruto off the couch and onto the ground, there appeared to be an impending argument between the two of them. From then on, they started flirting almost aggressively. The back of Naruto's head may have smashed off the edge of his coffee table, but he had to set priorities, and his girlfriend's enraged kissing was more important than the knot in his hair, which she exacerbated by snatching some of his hair and hitting his head once, saying, "Ow. And what makes you think you know what's best for me, you?" Kyuubi said, glaring down at Naruto while still clutching his hair in one of her hands and straddling his waist as her pupils widened from her unconscious use of her dark energies. Before she could finish her purposefully scathing remark, she leaned back down and gave him another rough kiss. She was feeling scared, angry, and stressed, but why in the world did hearing Naruto argue with her so strongly and try to convince her make her feel that way? When the Akatsuki had been a thought earlier, arousal should have been the last thing on one's mind. She was so overcome with her own feelings that she barely noticed when Naruto flipped them over with a slight growl and kicked the damn table he kept running into in the middle of the spacious living room. Naruto noticed that she and he had been expending a considerable amount of inhuman energies as they both glared up and down at each other and pressed his head against hers, pinning her wrists to the ground. He wanted to say that he wasn't sure what was best for her, but that he always felt better when he faced things head-on. He was expected to provide a detailed explanation that he would piece together on the fly and ultimately make sense. However, that did not occur. Kyuubi glared at him, trying not to look at him but to writhe away from his grip. "I hate you so much right now." Eventually, she stopped, and one of her eyes looked up at him strangely, asking, "Clothes off?" "Uh-huh. On the floor, Naruto. The couch is right there. Our friends sit there." "Yeah, you're right. Who cares about that?" From down the hall rang out Sasuke's very angry and loud voice. "I care about that. At least take it to your room and turn on some music," Naruto exclaimed, realizing that he had forgotten he would be spending most of the summer there. What happened to common courtesy? "I am not staying in here for 2 hours because of you two. Can you two at least argue like a normal couple?" "No," Kyuubi exclaimed, cocking her head to face Sasuke. "Whoever is in the lead is right. That's how it works." Kyuubi realized what she had said as Naruto planted a passionate kiss on her neck. "Wait, no, that doesn't mean..." Naruto Santo. A week later, early in the morning, airstrip on Konohagakure's outskirts. Itachi entered a small hangar near the runway, wearing a fedora on his head and a black overcoat that was open at the chest to reveal a white dress shirt underneath. Naruto was there, inspecting the plane that would take them into the destination country. Unlawfully, of course, but it wouldn't matter if no one knew, would it? Itachi approached the young friend he had recruited for the task and said, "What are you doing, Naruto-kun?" Seeing Itachi, Naruto smiled and bounded up to say, "Oh, just waiting on the pilot guy to come back. He told me to tell you that he'd be back in just a bit." Before stopping in front of Itachi and giving him a mock salute. Itachi, with his characteristically sweet voice, responded, "No, he was making fun of Naruto," but his tone made it seem less obvious. "I mean, why is there a girl in the back of the plane? Really, Naruto? Kidnapping? You know I can still arrest you before we leave, right?" Itachi's face did not change in the slightest underneath his hat, and Naruto realized that he was more or less busted. Naruto scowled and turned back to the plane to look through the window before looking back at Itachi. "What girl in the plane? I can't see anything and I've been here longer than you." Itachi would have discovered her if he had truly begun searching the aircraft, saying something like, "Okay, Fine, goddammit. How do you even know she was there? She's cloaking herself. Itachi simply removed his hat and tapped his face near one of his Sharingan eyes without saying anything. Naruto scowled at the betraying eyes and their ability to see through anything unusual, so that was all he had to say. As I knocked on the plane's hull, Kyuubi shimmered back into existence, peering out of one of the windows with a sheepish expression on her face. Naruto muttered to himself, I thought you were going blind. A half-blind Uchiha with a Sharingan still has better vision than any normal person. But how did you sneak her onto the pilot's aircraft? Itachi said, gesturing for the girl to exit the plane with them. I'm not blind yet. Are you sure this guy's the one that can get us where we need to go? Kyuubi asked as she climbed out of the small plane, to which Naruto deadpanned, I told him that he needed to go to the store and make sure he was stocked up on elbow grease and headlight fluid. No one flies in and out of aim no kuni. Itachi told the two half-demons, it takes a special sort to risk a mission of this sort. In essence we will be smuggling ourselves in and out. Since Itachi was the one who had initially hired Naruto, Kyuubi questioned him, why haven't you made me go home yet? Adding, I thought the entire reason for bringing only one person was because you didn't trust anyone else. As they talked more. This is true, but then your presence could be beneficiary to us, Itachi said, glancing over her and nodding in agreement. Someone needs to ensure that Deidara-san does not leave us behind or do something reckless while Naruto and I search for what I need. She didn't seem to be too happy about being the transportation security, but staying on the plane reduced the likelihood that she would have to see any Akatsuki cultists because they would likely have to conceal it while they were grounded. Everyone heard a distinct crunch as a young man with a blonde ponytail entered the room carrying several bags and began munching on pretzels from one of them. He was wearing a mesh shirt under a tan flight jacket and tan khaki pants. As he entered the hangar, he stopped chewing and glanced over each person standing inside. Huh, so this is everybody. I don't remember being told about having to take a chick, but whatever. Oh, he said, reaching into one of the bags before hurling a tiny container at Naruto. Naruto quickly grabbed it out of the air and opened it to discover that the container held elbow grease, a hair gel. I'm not surprised that you use something like that. Deidara responded by showing off Naruto's locks. I bet if someone swung you like a mace it'd do more damage than the real thing with hair like that. I can't give you the headlight fluid though. I'm not one for letting minors drink hard alcohol, declaring, I'm the man behind the person that got in contact with you to set this mission up. Are you willing to fly us in and out of aim no kuni no questions asked? Itachi took the initiative to approach their prospective pilot. After giving Itachi a long look, Deidara shrugged and gave him half of the bags. You remember my going rate right? Half up front, half when I get you back. He then opened the plane's front door and turned on the engine to warm it up. So am I to assume that no pyrotechnics will be required of me on this mission? Deidara asked, opening the front door. Even over the sound of the engine, Itachi could hear Deidara complaining about how boring this was going to be. No, not really, he said, still holding Deidara's bags from the store in his hands as the plane's engines fired up. This has nothing to do with combat, sabotage, demolition, or anything of a destructive nature. The now irritated pilot began putting on his headset and making sure everything was ready for takeoff, saying, well, get on then. What an idiot. To be sure, he was getting paid handsomely to fly them there, but what made that so intriguing? With a simple shrug, Naruto began climbing up the back while Itachi made a circle to take over as co-pilot. However, Kyuubi, who had his arm in his grip, stopped Naruto before he could enter. You both are aware that this is the terrorist Deidara, aren't you? The one that got credit for blowing up all of those places in Tsuchi no Kuni a few years ago, she said, turning back to face her with a somewhat unreadable expression. After a moment, Naruto turned back to face the cautious redhead in front of him and said, so, I'm technically a terrorist too. Do you know how much stuff my team blew up on just our last mission? It's just that I've got a PMC backing me up making what I do almost legal in this city. He glanced toward the cockpit, where Deidara was still getting ready to leave. However, it remained illegal, which is why missions to kill people inside Konoha's city limits were never permitted to proceed. It contributed to keeping the equilibrium. Even after Naruto opened the door for her, Kyuubi made the decision to go to the back, where she sat down pouting and buckled in. But if we fraternize with him aren't we going to be seen as criminals too? Kyuubi asked. Right next to her, Naruto leapt in and took his place, pointing to Itachi and saying, he's a cop. No, he's the cop, period. So ask him. Itachi, who had listened in on the entire conversation, stated emphatically, no Deidara is a criminal in most regions of Tsuchi no Kuni, but he hasn't committed any crimes against Hai no Kuni or the city of Konohagakure no Sato as of yet. Deidara turned around and pointed to the backseat couple, showing them the palm of one hand and a mouth with a tongue inside. Yeah, the big one was just against my PMC in Iwa. He seemed happy that he was grossing them down. I stole a kinjutsu from the company head when I got passed over to learn it. Well, that was the last straw for me and they kicked me to the curb. Not before dumping the blame of every single demolition mission I'd ever taken part in solely on my head though. Nice of them, Itachi looked down at his watch and grunted slightly. Shall we be off then? Kyuubi kept shivering at the sight of Deidara's palm until he had had enough of the girl freaking out at the strange add-ons to his hands. Deidara turned around and hit switches to finally take off after realizing Itachi was staring at him. He didn't think he was all that fond of Itachi. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he was pretty sure he didn't like Konoha's chief peacekeeper. It was very tempting, so he was very fortunate that if he blew him up, he wouldn't get paid. Yes, the aircraft was not going to take off on its own. 2 minutes later, the small plane was in the air, Naruto already sitting with his hands behind his head, trying to snooze as much as possible, and Itachi looking over a map that was presumably out of date because of Ain's practices. Putting more and more distance between herself and her new hometown, Kyuubi just looked out the window. She wasn't sure whether it was a good idea to go along with her boyfriend and his policeman ally. However, she needed to determine whether her worst nightmare could actually come to pass. As long as they were in the air, she had no control over anything. She had no choice but to wait and observe. So, in an attempt to get some rest herself, she stopped gazing outside and simply rested her head on Naruto's shoulder. Even before they reached the end of Hai no Kuni, they began to feel the effects of the continuously raining climate of their intended destination. Still, it was a trifle. Everything was going great because the flight was proceeding as smoothly as it possibly could have. As he began to turn off every last bit of communication in the plane, Deidara told his passengers, coming up past the border. Phones off now. Airplane mode or not, if they really wanted to they could pinpoint the location of this plane if you kept them on. Deidara ordered everyone to switch off their phones at that point, saying, I didn't know the AIM military was that advanced. Deidara said, it ain't for the military. I hear all the old man does day in and day out is just sits locked up in his quarters just observing and getting hourly reports on every part of the country that he has influence over. Anything he doesn't like he dispatches forces to take care of and nip in the bud. Deidara was still turning off everything in the cockpit that he didn't need to continue operating the plane safely. After hearing many of the same rumors, Itachi nodded. Mostly at the border. Not many outsiders see the inside of the country. Even merchants come here knowing that they'll just have to offload what they have at a border town to a third party. With his two elder allies in tow, Naruto interrupted, saying, I heard that you can't even get into a megacure itself without complete background checks every single time. You have to get cavities searched every time too. Even kids. Deidara nodded as Itachi made the observation, children are good potential assassins. You never know who's holding a blade, Deidara replied, which is why I usually try to plant explosives on most kids around me under the age of 8. Suddenly, everyone was staring at him and had gone silent, which made him feel a little defensive. Oh whatever. Konoha really is full of sissies like old man Onoki said. If that's enough to turn you off, he said. Kyuubi brushed his remark about their city aside, smoothing her hair back from her face and peeping out the window. She could not see the ground because of the rain clouds. She was unaware of how Deidara judged him to be competent enough to fly to AIM in that situation without any help. I don't care about the military. Kyuubi stated, Hanzo's a scary person that we all know about, but with him all you have to do is surrender to his army. The worst they'll do is lock you up in prison. They're not the scariest group in the country. Deidara remarked, pausing to glance over his shoulder at Kyuubi in the rear. Talking about those Akatsuki people What a bunch of freaks, With incredulity, the redhead inquired, you know about them? Apart from AIM's sphere of influence, it was typically something most people were unaware of, unless, of course, you had been attacked by them. She didn't know of anyone else who had been attacked by them, and only she and her parents had lived to tell about it. Of course I do. I smuggle stuff in and out of this country all of the time, I try to stay away from those nutcases. I've got no problems with people of half-demon descent, as long as they don't fuck with me first. Deidara commented, boosting Kyuubi's perception of this. If I start seeing those stupid cloaks popping up wherever we end up, we're getting the hell out of there. Nothing good can come from it. Naruto gave Deidara a raised eyebrow. Thus, there was more information available about the individuals who had completely shocked Kyuubi. It was a pleasant occurrence. You ran into these guys. He might ask, hoping to elicit some useful information from Deidara by accessing his memory banks. Yeah. Deidara replied, a town in a country to the north of this one. A little place, couldn't have had more than 200 people in it. Razed it to the ground and killed everybody to find a family of half-demons. I flew by during one of my smuggler's runs and landed to take a look when I saw the smoke. Caoi questioned, as if she already knew the answer, no survivors? Nope. Not really. Anyone that didn't join them in looking for the demon family to root out and kill got the same. Deidara clarified, I'm not much for genocide, and I don't really need more enemies. In particular, adversaries that were always gaining ground because they were enticing new members into their fold by threatening to kill or assist them. But that was not significant. Though that may sound morbid, not now. This was not about Akatsuki. Their goal was to reach a megacure. Additionally, the fact that no Akatsuki cultists would be able to enter Hanzo's security was something that would really work in their favor. They were Hanzo's enemy because they were known to wear their faith on their sleeves and were perceived as a potential threat if they became too powerful. Caoi saw only one comforting thing about flying into the world's most heavily guarded city, and that was that. The fact that she had no chance of encountering cultists of Akatsuki within those city limits. The other threat she would encounter appeared minuscule in contrast. Leaning her head on Naruto's shoulder and closing her eyes to block out the outside world, Caoi muttered, I still don't feel right about this. Could you sing something to me to make me feel better? Almost robotically, Naruto's head cocked to the side from the front. After spending so much time together, she thought he was capable of something like that, but what in God's name? He just sang the first thing that came to mind because he had no idea what the hell to sing, even if he was even somewhat skilled at singing in the first place. Naruto said prior to proceeding quickly, well, this is a story all about how my life got twisted upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air. In West Philadelphia, born and raised. Naruto, what the hell? Caoi interrupted, slitting open his red eye and giving him a blank look. Deidara inquired, why'd you stop him, I was getting into that. The crazy pilot uttered earnestly, fucking loved that show. Naruto simply closed her eyes again by running his hand down her face and saying, you told me to sing, so I tried with the first thing I could think of. He would never know why he thought of a now obscure TV theme from the early 1990s at random, but that wasn't the point. In any case, silence descended upon the plane's cabin once more, with Itachi merely staring out the side window. However, Naruto couldn't help but tick, even if it was only a mutter under his breath. However, the plane engine was the only sound audible in the vicinity, and someone said, I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. Naruto was stopped cold before he could begin another one when Itachi firmly said, no, none of that. Shame on you. Hagakure no Sato Kono. There was never a bad time to spend with your nephew or uncle. Family ties served as the foundation for teenage growth. It was a little more challenging, though, when the uncle was the family's bad boy. Not insurmountable, but a bit more challenging. However, it was helpful that the nephew in the scenario maintained a constant line of communication with the disowned uncle through his ragamuffin best friend. As he and Sasuke strolled along the sidewalk in one of Konoha's wealthier residential areas, Obito muttered to himself in between bites of popcorn, so, is your old man still mad at me for giving up an eye to a buddy? Yes, Sasuke answered, simply strolling beside his estranged uncle with his hands tucked into his pockets. Are you still picking up women at dive bars with that eye patch? He asked. Yes, with a shameful gesture toward the eye patch, Obito replied, they either think the patch is cool, or in a pinch I can be all woe is me and pathetic. I rock this thing well enough that I'm not really bad looking with a missing eye. By Uchiha standards, Sasuke had always known that his uncle was completely insane. Spending time with him made it clear every time he occasionally forgot about it. A scoff from Sasuke caused Obito to give him a slight pat on the head, saying, Oi, we've got the best eyes in the world. You'd better be enjoying them instead of just training with them. You never know when they'll be gone. Obito then ruffled his favorite nephew's hair, giving Sasuke an uncertain look and rolling his one eye. Don't give me that look. It's only a matter of time before you're next. You're a pretty boy, kid. It really wouldn't be that hard for you to get laid. Shut up. That wasn't really a joke. Obito corrected before returning to his original subject. As I was saying, you need a girlfriend if only to see what it's like. Your dad's a stiff that lucked out to get Makoto because he never learned how to really communicate with women, and he turned Itachi into one too. Both of them are not going to screw you up too if I have anything to say about it. Makoto will thank me later and you will too. With a quick glance in Obito's direction, Sasuke took his hand out of his pocket and balled it into a fist. I probably can't beat him, but it's not too much to assume I could get one good punch in on him, is it? He said. He eventually changed his mind. Dude. The loud cry drew the Uchiha pair's attention across the street, where they saw Kiba waving at him from above with Akamaru. Alongside Kiba was a slightly older woman with brown hair pulled back in a ponytail, tight black shorts pulled up high on the thighs, and a frayed concert t-shirt in shades of brown and green. But the red fang marks on her cheeks, which matched Kiba's, made it clear that she was related to him. As he watched Kiba and his friend's dog run across the street to greet him, Sasuke returned a largely insincere greeting that said, "Hey Kiba. What are you doing here?" Sasuke received a firm pat on the back as Kiba grinned and said, "I live around here. The question is, what are you doing around here? This ain't nowhere near your family's district." "That ain't the question either. The question is, who is that?" And after that, the second question would have to ask whether or not she was 18. "Oh, please be over 18. Obito cut off anything Sasuke was about to say as he shoved the two boys apart in order to walk between them and stare across the street at Kiba's sister, who had stopped to bend down and pet her trio of dogs. Sasuke understood why Obito was the odd man out. "Kiba. This is my uncle on my mother's side. Obito Uchiha. Obito Oji. This is Kiba Inuzuka," Kiba said, his jaw dropping at the strange man's audacity. "Hey, kid," Obito said, then snapped out of his tunnel vision, asking, "Now who's that?" Kiba said, "That's my sister Hana," with caution. The idea of guys pursuing her for a date didn't bother him. It was great for him that having boyfriends actually kept her off his case. But there was something strange about this Obito guy. Unlike most of the other Uchihas Kiba had encountered in the past, this guy was different. He appeared to be Kiba's familiar acquaintance on steroids. "I see." Using the prior knowledge as a skilled mercenary would, Obito got to work right away, saying, "Hey, Inuzuka-chan, come on over here." Hearing her surname called out, Hana got back up and turned to see a man with an eye patch and a big smile on his face waving both arms at her. One of Kiba's closest friends, Sasuke Uchiha, was the boy she knew her brother was seeing. However, she was only vaguely familiar with the other man because her family kept tabs on the underground scene, where he was somewhat famous. Uchiha Obito. But that didn't mean she had to pretend to know who he was. That was not fun at all. "No," Hana yelled back, smiling sardonically, "I don't just go up to random guys like that." "Okay, I'll go over there then," Obito exclaimed as one of Hana's dogs bit his right hand. "I'm sorry, that was rude and it was random, wasn't it? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is OWWW. Obito then abruptly disappeared from view in a shunshin and reappeared at her side. Kiba remarked, "Your uncle is kind of weird," as Sasuke and Kiba stood on the opposite side of the street, watching Obito tend to his bitten hand while the dog that had snipped Obito's hand panted happily back at Hana's side without receiving any punishment. "Yeah, I like to blame the fact that he kind of raised Naruto," Sasuke responded, "but that's not really fair, because he was weird before then too from what mom says. So maybe he's the reason Naruto's weird? I don't know. It's a chicken-egg thing, I guess." She seemed to like that too, as evidenced by her laughter at some of Obito's comments, saying things like, "He's actually doing well from what I can hear. I like the way he just went up to her like he had an automatic shot with Hana though. That took balls." Sasuke pleaded, "Please don't encourage him. He was infatuated with Obito, and while he was great at times, there were other moments when he thought something like, he's probably stronger than my dad, but his ego's even stronger than that. Kiba. I'm gonna take the triplets on the rest of their walk with Obito-san. You can walk Akamaru with your friend Sasuke. If you get home before me, tell mom what I'm doing," Hana exclaimed, cupping her hands around her mouth, across the street from her younger brother. Obito was miming his foot being in the door behind Hana. And with that, Hana and Obito left, chatting as they went, the latter clinging to the leashes of her 3 dogs. With a playful scratch at his cheek, Kiba pointed out, "Your uncle just got my sister to ditch me." All things considered, he was unsure if that was a good or bad thing. "I'm thinking about punching him, but something tells me it's not a good idea," he said. Sasuke gestured for Kiba and Akamaru to follow him, saying, "Welcome to my world. Come on. Since we're both here, we've got work to do. Unless you've got something better to do." Kiba had no issues at all with that because he really didn't. In addition, he was curious to know what had really happened to Naruto after he had chased those guys down the highway and asked, "Where are we going?" The only place where no one we don't want to find us won't find us. Naruto's penthouse. Our friends all know where that is. And isn't that kind of wrong since he isn't there? You're supposed to be some kind of cop, aren't you? Sasuke gave Kiba a long, hard look before groaning and stroking his hair. Well, he has the PlayStation, and his wireless connection is much better than mine, so if you have any better ideas, please share them with me, he said. With a defensive wave of his hands, Kiba shot back, No, I'm just making sure that you knew all of this beforehand. I don't care if it's wrong or not. Arf. Sasuke answered Akamaru's question as though he could comprehend the canine intellect by saying, It's not wrong. I've got a key. Medical Bay HQ of Keisha-hine. For individuals who had suffered minor injuries while performing their duties for their employer, the medical bay served as a haven of solace and leisure. A calm location with nice beds and excellent TVs where they could stay and recover until a medical diagnosis was made. Tsunade then returned. It was still all those other things that were said earlier. Actually, under her influence, things improved. However, now you would find yourself in or near the medical bay at an inopportune moment, where heavy furniture that might have crashed through a wall before hitting you would shower you in fragments. This was one of those occasions. The woman inside used her strength to force a metal rolling tray through a hole in the hallway. You let him go to that hellhole? She asked, her cold, controlled voice belying her intent, which was hot beneath the surface. By normal standards, Tsunade was not very patient, and her patience with the person in front of her was even lower. After deciding to wake his troops and speak with his beloved Tsunade to inform her of the situation, Jiraiya ventured upstairs from the living quarters beneath the top floors of the headquarters. It was during this conversation that the subject of Naruto's whereabouts throughout the day was raised. Now that he knew, it had been a mistake to actually tell her the answer to that question. I'm not going to sit here and spoon-feed Naruto cushy missions Tsunadeheim. He's an employee here just like anyone else, Jiraiya defended, his hands raised defensively in case he had to defend his very life. He was requested for a mission there and he accepted it, the same as anyone else. He's just a kid. You don't get to just walk back into town and act like a protective parent. That ship sailed more than 10 years ago, replied Jiraiya. Naruto would battle Tsunade tooth and nail if he was treated like a helpless infant who couldn't handle anything. Even though Tsunade was clearly uncomfortable, she maintained her tough exterior and asked, And that makes it okay to send him to a megacure territory? Jiraiya stated firmly, if he accepts the mission, that's his business. She could have taken over the damn company back in the day if she had felt that strongly about it, but she didn't. Yes, he did. And the last thing that he said was, There are very few people that have any right to tell that boy how to live at all, and you aren't one of them. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. That's it. Outside of the control I have as his boss, I can't even make him do anything. Haven't you heard the rumors about that place, Jiraiya? What's going on there? I know you do. I wouldn't send any one of these men or women into that drizzling hell. There's a civil war going on, Tsunade said, not really knowing what to say to that. But Naruto was not a combatant in the civil war. That was all. He was just going to look at something with Itachi Uchiha. There was not going to be any fighting involved. Enter, locate Itachi's desired item, commit to memory the information he required, and depart. Lands held by a megacure were never really the safest in the world to begin with, even back in our day Tsunadeheim. This isn't like back then. Tsunade sighed. Back then they were trying to fight off all of the other people using their land as a battlefield. Now the war's actually between them. Not much comes out of there, but none of what I've heard are good things. Reporters don't even try going into that place. Jiraiya countered, You want to treat him like a baby? Create a time machine and go back 15 years to keep yourself from leaving when you did. Otherwise all you can do is talk him out of it. But it was too late for that anyway. Plus, worrying like that is just going to give you Rin. He realized what he was saying, but he'd gone too far to stop himself, Khalees. Reporters aren't trained killers who have spent the better part of their childhoods living around other trained killers learning how to protect themselves. There was a fresh mark on the wall. In any case, it was preferable to having a new hole drilled through it. A megacure no Sato. Several hours later, all right, Naruto uttered as he sat on a cot in a muggy detention cell and gazed blankly at the bars in front of his face. Sitting on the floor in the exact same section of confinement, Deidara said, Yeah. Naruto kicked at the iron bars and said, We didn't last 30 minutes. 30 minutes after arrival. They located a peaceful area, decided to conceal the aircraft, and then blasted off. I thought you said you were the best smuggler in the country, said the cuddly little prisoner. Deidara seemed unconcerned that they were imprisoned in the worst place on earth. I got you in, didn't I? He asked matter-of-factly. That was my mission. What happened after that was supposed to be your problem until it was time for me to get you back out. The walls and floors were made of damp, moody concrete that had weathered over time. The only source of light inside the cell was a single bulb that they could just barely make out in the corner of their eye from the hallway. Simply put, this was a smaller cell. These smaller facilities would process a megacure's actual political prisoners before sending them to the main prison, where they would rot and suffer. Deidara had informed him about their current circumstances in essence anyhow. He still didn't appear to be concerned. What the hell are you doing? Naruto questioned Deidara, who was simply lounging against the wall and staring at nothing specific with his one open eye while the other was still hidden by a large blonde bang. I'm terrified and bored at the same time. You haven't even yawned since we got thrown in here. Oh, I'm watching Netflix. What? Yeah, Netflix. I upgraded my eyes so I could get a wireless feed from anywhere. I get Hulu Plus, all sorts of stuff. I was watching this shit the whole time we were flying. For the sake of his increasingly precarious sanity, Naruto decided to ignore that. It was obviously okay because they didn't crash and die. Your eye? Yep. Got this little baby built for me back in the day after I left Iwa. You like it? It's a lot more subtle than the gigantic computer you have on forehead, Deidara said, lifting the bang covering one of his eyes to reveal a strange-looking scope covering it entirely. Naruto responded, touching his goggles that Tenten had fiddled with to make workable. Yeah, those. I don't know why they didn't take these from us like they did everything else. Have you even seen all of the bells and whistles in it yet? No, you have a HUD in there, don't you? Check the menu, kid. You've at least got wireless. I know you do. Following his advice, Naruto did exactly that, causing anyone observing his eyes to see the outside of the lenses flashing in reverse. However, this revealed that he actually had full internet access, as he exclaimed, "Oh wow. I've gotta use the station's connection and its password prod. Oop, never mind. The goggles hacked it without a fight. Go Tenten." Really, he would be adoring that girl's feet by now if he wasn't in a relationship. Okay, so at last he had something to pass the time until they worked out a way out. Ooh. This damn thing's got Tetris. It's pronounced Tetris, you stupid kid. I know you know that. In other parts of a megacure was a massive city spread out over a stretch of land in the middle of an enormous lake surrounded by smaller settlements. Spread across a smaller area of land than Konohagakure, it was compensated for by the sheer height of most of the buildings. It seemed as though every building was reaching for the clouds that were pouring rain all the time. Regular bridges crossed enormous storm drains that appeared to range in width from tiny streams to some as large as entire riverbeds. With all of the precipitation that occurred there, however, they were much needed. There was never a true winter or summer. It appeared to be stuck in the middle all the time. It was never freezing, but it was always cold enough to warrant wearing proper clothing. There was an air of Big Brother is watching you about the whole place, as if every window, rooftop, shop, passing car, and eye you saw on the street were tracking you. And given that the police quickly apprehended 2 members of the visiting party, that was kind of appropriate. For Naruto and Deidara to be apprehended so swiftly, someone had to have seen something and bowed to the authorities. Still, Itachi wasn't exactly inclined to give them the benefit of the doubt. Itachi groaned to himself, an hour. With his usual calm manner of speaking, it was difficult to miss, but with a little focus, anyone could see it as he strolled through the streets of a megacure with Kyuubi. Because of the rain, she was wearing rain gear. She tried not to squint as she spoke, saying, 1 hour. That was all I needed. I told Naruto to stay out of trouble for 1 hour. Deidara's an adult. I told him to stay out of trouble for 1 hour until we came back. Kyuubi said, attempting to call Naruto's phone. If he wasn't watching Netflix the whole time, he probably would have known what was going on better. Although she was aware that Deidara had been watching movies the entire time they had been in the air, she hadn't given it much thought at the time because they hadn't crashed. The sound of the call actually going through, Naruto? Diverted her attention. Huh? Hey, my phone works through the goggles even though they took it from me. Sweet. Hi baby. Kyuubi said to Itachi, he sounds really chipper for being in jail. Itachi just grinned back. Itachi had apparently thrown him into the cooler enough that it didn't affect him as much as it should have because he has practice. After nearly 10 years of delinquency, are you both alright? Seems to have been one positive outcome. Yeah, mostly. We surrendered pretty easily. Deidara really doesn't seem to care that we're in jail, and I don't know why, but it's contagious. At this point she heard Deidara's voice. Why would I care, We have at least 10 hours until someone gets all of the paperwork crap through to ferry us off to Deadbolt Canyon. That's the time to worry, because you'll never see us again, alive or dead. Dead Bolt Canyon? Kyuubi inquired, her tone toned worriedly. The location didn't sound like the most romantic place to be. Always witty, Itachi was knowledgeable enough about the enigmatic Omegacure to explain what Dead Bolt Canyon was. Dead Bolt Canyon is a natural canyon miles outside of Omegacure that makes a natural site for a grand prison. Hanzo's made it so that anyone arrested in AIM for any infraction at all is sent there for extreme amounts of time, even for small crimes. I couldn't tell you what happens there, however. My contact doesn't know quite that much. It's basically a case of good luck never seeing the light of day again if you got locked in there. Look, Deidara kept going, we'll be fine, and even if we're not, you've got about 10 hours like I said before you should get worried. In the meantime, go get what you're gonna go get, How are you so cool about all of this? We can't use chakra in this cell, you know. Yes, I do know. Otherwise you'd probably have done something stupid by now. Just wait. We'll be fine. It seems that after being confined to a jail cell outside of a moving car, Deidara gained all the respect in the room. I mean, who would have guessed? How much more could you really fall when you were already on the verge of insanity? What will you do in the interim? Kyuubi inquired. Naruto was meant to be on this mission, not her. The whole idea was to demonstrate to her that just because they went somewhere, bad things wouldn't happen. Though, to be fair, Akatsuki had nothing to do with this unpleasant situation. It was still not ideal. We have 10 hours to get them out. Itachi insisted. No, Deidara has it handled. He wasn't familiar with the man, but he was supposed to be the best available, and no one of that caliber would allow themselves to be sent to a place like Dead Bolt Canyon, where they knew there was no way out except to say, we'll carry on with the mission ourselves. She knew her way around a fight and believed that, if necessary, she could defeat and withstand any challenge. After all, she trained just as hard as anyone else. However, Itachi was in a completely different league of awesome, and even he had been requesting assistance, saying, I'm not Naru-kun. How much help could I be? I didn't hire Naruto because I needed help with the mission itself. I hired him because he has a stake in why it's happening to begin with. Itachi stated, but I can't leave you alone to wander the city yourself. You're with me. I see. That was genuinely quite thoughtful. Because she was Naruto's girlfriend, did all of his friends think the same thing and put their trust in her? Haku at the headquarters did, as did the majority of the students who frequently attended Naruto's school before she moved to the city. And from the appearance of things, each of them appeared unwavering in their belief. For the first time since they had arrived in Omegacure, Kyuubi nodded, her expression secure. Okay. She eventually began to feel the positive energy of everyone else, saying to herself, I'll go wherever you need to be to get what you're here for. Itachi nodded, seeing her at last loosen up a little. She was right to be cautious in a place like AIM, but her awareness was so acute that she would exhaust herself long before anything substantial occurred. However, she appeared content as long as they didn't see anything that resembled a person dressed in black and surrounded by red clouds, which they hadn't yet encountered. Someone as paranoid as Hanzo would never allow Akatsuki to exist in any area under his control, if the cult was indeed as extreme as he'd heard. Never say die optimism, Naruto said over the phone, reminding Itachi and Kyuubi of a previous conversation in which he had stated, Deidara and me'll find a way out of here somehow. Even if we can't use chakra in here, he added. Chakra's overrated, Cute little rookie hasn't learned that yet. Aw. Alright Deidara, that's it. I swear to Kami if I die in this hellhole of a city and you survive, your ass is haunted, brother. I'm gonna come back from the grave and haunt the shit out of you. In the interim, Naruto's penthouse apartment in Konohagakure no Sato, Sasuke, Kiba, and Shino, the landlord's son, were seated on couches around the central coffee table in Naruto's lofty living room area, which Sasuke had keys to. Kiba and Shino were playing video games on Naruto's enormous TV. Sasuke, who was always inquisitive, was busy asking himself a lot of questions about everything that had been going on lately, including, why would that Sai kid make Naruto chase him there of all places? The deserted location where they had been held captive as kids. The incident that ultimately resulted in Shisui Uchiha's death and caused Itachi to permanently cut off a portion of himself from other clan members, including his immediate family. Kiba, who was playing Shino close in a hockey game, said, First I heard he attacked Naruto and Kyuubi one day back on the last day of school. Then some lookalike attacked him in his old place and blew it to hell. For this reason, he most likely gave Sasuke a key and free reign to stay there so that someone would always be watching the premises. Then I help him track the bastard down, and he chases him all over town. Who is that guy? With emotionless eyes fixed on the TV, Shino continued, And what does he want from Naruto-san? With sunglasses on. There are far more powerful and experienced people in his field to target for whatever this group requires, aren't there? These enigmatic people targeted Naruto even as children, when he and Sasuke were still together. Sasuke initially thought that they were pursuing him in an attempt to obtain his Sharingan. Now, though, that was absurd. Even if he had had it active then, there would have been much easier Uchiha targets to take than him. No, it wasn't for that purpose. That was unavoidable. Naruto hadn't been the third wheel in that scenario. Instead, he had been the main player the entire time since they wouldn't have needed him and would have simply killed him. Come on. Think of everything about Naruto that some covert Black Ops people would want with him, even before he became a mercenary. Sasuke tapped a knuckle off his temple. He was raised by like 3 of them, wasn't he? Kiba inquired, taking a deep breath just after Shino had nearly broken their game's overtime deadlock. Your uncle and 2 more. They're pretty strong, aren't they? Kiba asked. Capturing highly valued mercenaries and holding them at risk. It wasn't such an absurd reason, was it, since Kakashi, Rin, and Obito appeared to regard Naruto as family. Sasuke shot down the theory, saying, Obito Oji isn't so important that they'd kidnap a little kid to get something from him. His partners too. I mean they're good, but not that significant in the grand scheme of things outside of being elite manpower. They weren't necessary cogs that the local PMC couldn't live without, so taking Naruto wasn't a very good reason to take him. And then Sasuke's head was filled with the Akatsuki thing. If individuals in other places faced such severe issues with half-demon individuals, why couldn't a similar situation arise partially within the country? Sasuke guessed, maybe it's because he's a half-demon. Kiba said, keeping his eyes fixed on the screen, but he's not a real half-demon. As a result, he missed Sasuke's foolish glance in his direction. I mean, he smells human, but it was always with a little something extra on top that I couldn't tell until I met Kyuubi. She's half-demon. I could tell that from the jump, and that's when I picked up what the little extra was from Naruto, he explained, defending himself against the perception that he was different. Shino questioned, how does this not make him a half-demon? Sasuke was going to do the same thing, but Shino did it in a far more courteous manner than Sasuke would have, saying something like, you just told us. It's like this. Kyuubi, her demon stuff seems bonded to her by DNA. Naruto just seems like his is human but it's covered with something else. Hers smells mixed, his smells layered. Do you get me now? Kiba said, pausing the game and tossing the controller to one side before joining his fingers. Because he really couldn't explain it any better than that. So why would their physiologies be so different if they were both the same in essence? Kiba and Shino then carried on with the game, saying, beats the hell out of me, man. I'm just telling you what I know here. Meanwhile, Sasuke continued to ponder. He recalled having heard in the past that he was a man-made half-demon, either from Naruto or his bow. What the devil was meant by that? Was he turned by someone? Was that even possible, perhaps by biting or something similar? He was ignorant of the workings of half-demons. He was never going to let that running joke die if someone made Naruto look like a vampire in one of those pathetic Twilight films. Oh man. Never, ever, ever. No, that was a dumb move. Their incarceration took place long before Naruto was even aware of Jack's demonic ancestry. It would be so much easier if they knew who the fuck Naruto's parents were. Hold on. Obito. There had to be something there if he felt a strong enough bond with Naruto to raise him to a certain extent, as did the rest of his teammates. When you were barely a teenager yourself, nobody just raised someone else's child without any rhyme or reason. That was completely crazy. He needed to have a strong sense of accountability in order to accomplish that. Because only those with the key could use the elevator all the way up to that floor, there was a knock at the door. Since Shino and Kiba were busy, Sasuke was the one who jumped up and went over to answer it because his train of thought had been completely disrupted. When he peered through the peephole and saw Hinata Hyuga, the ever-beautiful and noble one, standing on the other side, he instantly stiffened up and nearly jerked the door open. Once the scent in the room changed, Kiba knew who it was and quickly turned to face her, letting out a small wolf whistle at the sight of the attractive, "Hello Hyuga-chan." Sadly, Shino took that opportunity to score in overtime, breaking Kiba's defense and ending the game with a furious, "You douchebag, I paused it." Unapologetic about how he won, Shino said, "And I unpaused it. Eyes on the game and not the lady." Sasuke said, somewhat unexpectedly for how he would typically greet just about anyone in the world, hey. Mostly because the question wasn't, "This is a long way from your part of town. What brings you here?" Or something snarky and abrupt like, "What the hell that person wanted?" Are you aware that Naruto-kun is in jail? Was Hinata's genuine question, though she wished she could give Sasuke a smile for answering the door so quickly. Prison? How in the hell? Itachi would never allow Naruto to do something foolish enough to get arrested in a civilized area while he was with him. Sasuke responded almost sternly, no, he can't be in jail anywhere in High no Kuni. He just left the other day with Itachi. Not a possibility. About 30 minutes ago he updated his Facebook status to, trapped in an AIM jail cell, waiting to get sent to political prison. Sucks. Really want to watch cartoons right now. Hinata said, totally serious, as Sasuke proceeded to read. She had just picked up her phone and was browsing through it. He just changed it to, watching CatDog on Hulu. Tenten rules. After giving her a long look, Sasuke said, how can he update his Facebook from jail? Any jail? Is that what his initial inquiry was? What the devil had these people done wrong? That ought to have been far down the list of inquiries that immediately came to mind. As Sasuke allowed Hinata to enter the apartment and join the others, she argued, why is he in a megacure in the first place? That entire country is terrible. It's the most dangerous nation in the world, even from what little we know about it. People wouldn't say so many awful things about a place if most of them weren't true. Come on, now. Everything will work out. Just sit on my lap and tell me everything. What the F? Kiba comforted her by placing a hand on her shoulder. Then Hinata's unique fighting technique quickly and mercilessly paralyzed both of his arms. She was nice, but nobody touched the princess without her permission, and nobody at all made such a crude approach to her. That'll wear off in like 3 hours, Sasuke remarked, unable to contain his smirk as he forced Kiba aside and sat down next to Hinata, who had no desire to close off any of his tenketsu unlike how she did with Kiba's. Help us out really quick. When you look at Naruto's chakra, what do you see as opposed to Kyuubi's? They're both half demons, but Naruto is supposed to be different somehow. The anger Sasuke had felt at Kiba's brazen attempt to hit on Hinata had vanished. It's simple. Naruto-kun's chakra seems like he has two sources that are usually kept apart strangely enough, while Kyuubi's is automatically a mixture of both human and demonic energy, Hinata said, having seen both of their chakra systems with her Byakugan. Told you. Kiba, the crippled man, bragged, they're different. Other half-demons' chakra would probably be like hers, not Naruto's. Alright. Kiba was right for once, and it had been essentially verified by someone with a more impeccable judgment record than an Inuzuka who was on the verge of delinquency. But seriously, Sasuke responded, Itachi's supposed to be there. Jail is the last place any of them should be. A megacure is a martial law state at last check. Shino went on to say, people can be arrested for no reason other than looking suspicious. There are no rights in a place such as that. Everything is under Hanzo's control, and it has been ever since he consolidated complete control over the entire country decades ago. But I wonder, what kind of hell are the people sent to the political prison of a man like that subjected to? Dying Bolt Canyon, just outside of a megacure no Sato. Two figures stood on an overhang overlooking a wide, steep valley below, with the opposite cliff wall of the landform housing an incredibly large prison. Gazing down upon the lands in front of them were a tall, pale man with stringy red hair that hung down over his eyes and a woman wearing Akatsuki cloaks, with dull amber eyes and blue hair with a light blue origami flower in it. The prison was essentially a fortress from the outside, and it owned all of the flat land at the bottom of the canyon. Normally it would have been next to impossible to enter without inciting the wrath of neighboring a megacure, but there was a small issue with the formidable salamander Hanzo's impenetrable prison. The fact that there appeared to be a riot occurring throughout the prison, with every prisoner battling to the death for their freedom. Despite the fact that the majority of them were not even warriors in the traditional sense, their sheer numbers inside the crammed facility made things dangerous for the experienced guards. They were unable to determine why this particular endeavor had never been undertaken previously. Perhaps all they needed was a strong leader to get them organized and motivated to fight. In either case, let's go get our leader back. Hopefully he was able to turn quite a few to our cause while inside of that hell. It couldn't be that hard to do so while in there. The pale red-haired man stated calmly, never taking his covered eyes off the prison battlefield. It's time, Conan. Before turning to face the prison, the woman Conan grinned ghostly at her comrade and said, Yahiko might be the soul of Akatsuki, but you're the heart. You have to know that by now, Nagato. You're the symbol of our strength. After raising his hand and tilting it forward, Nagato said, I like to think all three of us are. But we can talk more when this is all over and AIM is ours for good. Suddenly, a crashing wave of black and red clouds appeared from behind them and descended into the canyon. Dying Bolt Canyon Prison Interior, A man with short, spiky orange hair sat nearly nude and strapped to a chair inside the head warden's office of the prison, surrounded by 3 uniformed guards. "Well, warden, I sure hope you've enjoyed the last 6 months with me here. Because that's over now," he said, his body covered in older scars and more recent wounds that appeared to have been caused if not just a few hours earlier. Reaching out and grabbing a handful of the man's spiky hair to get him to look at him, the large warden barked, "Ha!" before stomping over to punch him in the face for sheer enjoyment. Just because a little riot started? None of these people are any kinds of fighters. We'll have this little uprising suppressed by nightfall. I had hoped that keeping one of the cultists' ringleaders captive would have shown me just what made you so special. But all you've done for 6 months is run your mouth to the hopeless fools here. That made the guards chuckle. When they were first imprisoned, all he would do was promote their cause by saying that they would use all means necessary to bring peace to AIM and that they would then do the same for the rest of the world, ridding it of all traces of chaos and conflict. He sounded more like a radical politician or a preacher on a pulpit than it did like a bunch of nonsense. It was a jest. However, rumors soon spread that he was one of Yahiko, the 3 purported leaders of the entire Akatsuki movement. From what they'd seen, he didn't appear to be all that powerful. He had preferred to talk things out rather than kill anyone while he was incarcerated. It's true that the man was incredibly charismatic, but it seemed like he would rather talk than fight. The warden again, giving Yahiko a mocking flick to the forehead, said, "And I haven't seen hide nor hair of this army of followers that you apparently have. I thought a leader as big time as you would have legions lining up to hurl themselves at the walls to break you out." After taking a few slow breaths, Yahiko turned to face the window that overlooked the remainder of the canyon and said, "You might want to turn around then." The warden did exactly that, and when he saw the army covered in black charging toward him from the canyon walls, his mouth fell open. That's impossible. Armies don't exist anymore. Anywhere is acceptable. It had been decades and decades since the last true war. These days, the most economical way to resolve any kind of conflict is to either train a small force of your own or, more frequently, hire a PMC to handle the fighting on your behalf. However, these figures. "Mine does too," Yahiko muttered, spitting onto the ground and grinning bloodily. "But then again, the prisoners, no, I mean the new recruits to Akatsuki, might get to you if you run now and manage to reach the secret exit at the back of the canyon before they do." A thud came from the barred doors, and the clamor from the entire prison eventually reached the office. The other guards turned to face the doors and began pointing guns at them, but in response, projectiles fired from outside broke through the windows directly behind them. 2 paper roses adhered to the wall across from the doors. The warden approached Yahiko slowly and brandished a short blade from his person. "Make them stop or I'll kill you," he yelled. "This is because of you, and all of the trash you were telling them." Yahiko smirked and said, "Partly, but it's mostly because you're a brutal bully." He didn't give a damn that the man advancing on him with a weapon was going to maim or kill him. "You're just some middle management member of Hanzo's Keisha Tekaji Hook Company that managed to get a cushy job running this place and beating up prisoners. You think brutalizing the inmates in this place will put you on Hanzo's good side because they're his political detainees. And even if it did, it put you on our bad side. Stop talking like you're the one in control. For the previous 6 months, he was the one who had benefited from their generous hospitalities. The one with the scars they had given him since they had brought him there was the one who was strapped to the chair. However, he appeared indifferent to all of it. "Ha! I got arrested on purpose, you idiot. Just so I could get this close to AIM without starting a battle with Keisha Tekaji. Do you really think I couldn't have turned this place inside out by myself a long time ago? If I had done it sooner, Hanzo would have noticed." Yahiko's grin turned vengeful and somewhat vicious. "Thanks for being such a fool. You've really made it so much easier to get to him since you didn't let word out about the break. And thanks for the impenetrable base right next to the city." In an attempt to instill some fear or respect in the sultry Akatsuki leader, the warden lunged furiously towards him, but as he did so, the 2 paper roses on the wall grew larger and parted, revealing Conan and Nagato in a shower of paper petals that tore apart the room's guards. "No. No, 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 this can't be happening. It's impossible. You're just—" The warden dropped his weapon in response to the bloody mess that his men had become in the blink of an eye, and Conan and Yahiko walked to either side of Yahiko. Steeling himself, he decided to stand up. "You're just bloviated idealists. There isn't anything special or powerful about any of you. If he wasn't a weakling, what kind of strong leader would let himself be beaten and humiliated for nearly 2 weeks without trying to fight back? All they had were numbers. Untrained numbers." Conan and Nagato exchanged a look before the latter raised an arm and transformed it into what seemed to be a robotic laser cannon, charged and prepared to shoot. Before it fired, chakra glowed from the front of the weapon, and he destroyed a section of wall that was larger than the room itself, taking the warden with it. "I never get tired of seeing that," smirked Yahiko as he looked up at Nagato, who had strange purple eyes with ripple patterns staring down at him. "I'm glad you two were patient enough to wait for the signal. I thought you didn't believe I'd be able to get a bunch of prisoners on our side," Yahiko said. "It's not really that hard to believe that you'd manage to get their faith. You've had a long time to practice after all." Conan looked over Yahiko's numerous scars, which she was positive hadn't been there when he'd gone in, and said, "Desperate people look for things to believe in." She then cut Yahiko free from his bonds using an origami sword she had made out of seemingly nothing. "Well, I'm okay," he interrupted her. "I wish I had some damn pants to put on, but I'm okay." He was gratefully given some clothes and a cloak to change into. "Now at least I won't have my balls hanging out in the rain when we leave," he said, turning to Conan. "Unless you're into that," he repeated. Conan shoved him away, her cheeks reddening slightly, but her expression remained unchanged. "Shower and get treated, oh great leader. We still have things to do." By then, the door had finally been forced open, allowing several inmates, including a few uniformed Akatsuki members, to enter the office. They discovered the guards had been slain and Yahiko had been set free, saying, "Sirs, ma'am, the prison is overrun. It's ours." "Good." Yahiko replied without giving them much thought. "This is the most important victory we've had to date. AIM can be ours by midnight at this rate. We have a stronghold more secure than Hanzo's in the city. We can destroy him from here. Now about the other important thing. There are 158 half-demons we've found imprisoned here or waiting out in the front courtyard with the others. 16 of prison guards that were here have demonic blood as well. They surrendered and the other half-demons are guarding them." Yahiko's eyes became icy as he moved to the enormous opening in the wall to gaze upon the multitude of people that comprised his Akatsuki. The 16 guards mentioned earlier were surrounded by a group of prisoners in the center of the crowd. Under the pretense of informing them that the only people who could unquestionably keep watch over dangerous people with potential demonic abilities were others with the same potential, every other freed prisoner and member of Akatsuki was giving them a wide berth. Glancing towards Nagato to verify if these were, in fact, what he had been told they were, the redhead gave a nod before disappearing from view. "Today's victory is not yet won," he yelled to them all. "We've made great strides, but as long as we're fugitives in the land that we wish to lead the way into the future, all of our wins mean nothing." They let out a huge cheer when they saw their leader, who they had grown to know so well, alive and well. Conan stood by his side at that moment, getting the throng of people dressed in black and red to kneel down and bow before them all. 16 of Hanzo's dogs, that kept innocent people imprisoned, that tormented all of you and locked you up here for no reason other than drawing Hanzo's attention in the slightest. You know why they were chosen? Because the demonic taint on the human condition drives them to create war, strife, terror, suffering. And what is the only way that humanity can protect itself from the ever-growing half-demon threat? Eradicate them all. All the half-demons, including the ones watching the prison guards, widened their eyes in horror. What topic was he discussing? They assured them that if they supported the inmates and assisted them in leaving the facility, nothing bad would happen to them. That spots in the army would be granted to them as well. Many of them flashed their eyes in a multitude of angry and fearful colors, and many of them barked their slightly sharper than normal canines. You can see it now, can't you? How readily they turn their blades against us without provocation. Only then will the world ever know peace. Yahiko sighed as the rain began hitting his face and naked body. This world of ours has suffered for long enough. In the times of the constant conflict in the centuries past, those with that blood of the damned creatures of yore were the most barbaric in battle, fueling the horrors of warfare on all sides. Only when human beings en masse discovered the wonders of chakra did those barbaric atrocities cease. While Nagato spoke in a quieter tone than Yahiko, his words were no less forceful. We'll change this world for the better, for good. By any means necessary. We will be the new gods of this world. Because we're the only ones brave enough to lead by an example that you all are strong enough to follow. As the crowd parted to make way for the outcasts, Nagato continued, saying, "War won't end until their influence is all gone." Yahiko questioned everyone, "And that means what?" "Eradicate them all." As if jolted out of a trance, they all charged forward to mob him and kill him, but Nagato didn't flinch, only extending his hands around him to cause a ripple in the air. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. "I'm truly sorry," Nagato said with a true reflection of such in his voice. If only you weren't all tainted. You would have made trusted comrades to the Akatsuki. Thank you for today." Over the cries of anguish and pain, above the dying throes of those around them who had been pushed away by an unfathomably strong force of gravity, came the sounds of breaking bones. In a split second, more than 175 people were killed or maimed, from a single jutsu. Even though some of these individuals were warriors, the majority were not trained to use their demonic side. They might have been able to. Of course it was there. However, they weren't taught how to do it in everyday situations. Very few people with demonic ancestry continued the family tradition of honing their abilities in order to fit in more comfortably with modern society. There was no discrimination, at least not in this aspect of Akatsuki. Whether or not a half-demon could use Yuki in combat, they would destroy any that came to their attention. It had no bearing on their values. Every half-demon was by nature malevolent and capable of spreading the haze of war throughout the world, as they had done in the past. And they would finally bring true peace to the entire world with the same catalysts that caused heartache and destruction centuries ago. The man who possessed divine eyes. The prophet who could bring them all together regardless of their nationality or place of birth. The angelic woman they knew. In a Megakure no Sato, by the municipal building, with Itachi and Caoi. Itachi seemed to be searching for something as they had been strolling around the town. Caoi just avoided giving off an overly nervous vibe by keeping her eyes open. Being with the composed Itachi, who was regarded as the strongest man in Konoha without a doubt. The people they saw walking along the sidewalks appeared to be quite worn out and depressed. Perhaps it was just the weather that affected them in this way, making it hard for them to muster any resilience. It was probably even harder for them to enjoy their lives there, because there were PMC members in the area seemingly on every other corner, watching over everything. Caoi, growing weary of the big city's gloomy atmosphere, asked humbly, "Why don't they just leave? I haven't heard any laughter, seen a smile. Nothing since we've come here. How can people live like this?" Itachi observed, hands stuffed into his trench coat pockets. If it's a setting that is all they've ever known, how can they understand or even know that things will be different somewhere else? Hanzo filters everything that comes in and out of this country, be it information or the people themselves. He said, not caring about the rain falling down on his head. The nation had been dark for decades, as had been repeatedly stated. Shut down. The only people who could truly leave for missions overseas were members of Keisha Tekkaji, and even then, they were always required to return. These are the conditions presented to them. Itachi went on, thus these are the conditions that they live under, whether they like it or not. They have no options but to endure. Different places gave rise to different kinds of people. AIM had people who were different from Konoha, and Konoha had people who were different from Suna, and so on. What kinds of people would emerge depended on the environment, and in AIM, that environment was oppressive. That was the nature of things. They eventually emerged in front of a massive, expansive skyscraper with exquisite glass windows that glistened brilliantly even in the rain. There was a bus stop in front, but nobody was using it. Instead, there was just one person reading a newspaper. Though the month and day were exactly the same as they were on this particular day, Itachi's eyes noticed that the paper was actually a rather old copy, likely 6 or 7 years old. "How's the weather?" he inquired. The young man carrying the newspaper lowered it to reveal a young man with dark hair and eyes. "I've lived in better," he said, waiting for Itachi to respond before giving him a curt nod and saying, "I date." He then rolled up the paper and gave it to Itachi, saying, "A pleasure," before getting up to go. "Many thanks." Itachi then gave the young man a large wad of cash, which he turned over and counted up. I date Morino, the younger brother of a rather prominent member of Naruto-kun's PMC. He wasn't able to join himself for various reasons and became a rather adept informant that I was able to contact months ago, Itachi explained, leading Caoi onward as she continued to walk, noticing that she was a little confused. "What for?" Itachi said, trying not to reveal too much. "I needed someone on the inside to inform me on what I'd need to know about the artifact I'm trying to get a look at." There were certain things he was unwilling to share with someone who wasn't already aware of his search criteria and motivations. Was it just that? They traveled such a distance only to give Itachi a glimpse of something. Yes, the Sharingan would likely teach him all he needed to know about it, but even so, you just want to look? It's all I need to find what I want to know. AIM was supposed to be extremely strict and everyone had to be registered as civilians or at the very least have valid identification in case they were stopped on the street. So Idate's from Konoha. How'd he get here? They had it, but it was all a show since no matter who tried to run their papers, they couldn't get anything to come up on any database. With great pains, Itachi firmly declared, and now that I've paid him for the information I need, he's going to leave. Just like that? Isn't that supposed to be extremely difficult to do? Well, he doesn't have the services of an insane smuggler pilot like we do, but I'm certain he'll manage. He got in after all. With Naruto and Deidara, a Megacure correctional facility, 5. So what's he like anyway? I've never met anyone actually from there before. It's a nice enough place, I suppose. I never really liked it there though, People tended to hold grudges. My boss was a dick too, so that didn't help. Deidara insisted that all they needed to do was wait, even though neither of the two blondes enjoyed their current surroundings after spending 2 more hours incarcerated. Nor was it as though they had an option. Itachi and Caoi were the only ones who could help them, and even after they broke them out, they would never be able to find what Itachi was searching for. If Naruto and Deidara had broken out on their own, at least, they would have been the target of the local PMC's manhunt. They were still trapped, so that was getting ahead of themselves. Tamadera thumped the back of his head against the wall he was sitting against and uttered, "Kami Almighty, this is boring." Having never been in jail before, he knew about the procedure used for AIM inmates, but he still had expectations. What are we supposed to do? Aren't the guards supposed to do anything? He asked himself. Still looking through everything Tenten had put into his goggles so far back, Naruto remarked, "We're doing it, man. This is it. We're right in the thick of the action." You know how someone might describe a situation that's unpleasant or confining as, like a prison? Deidara nodded. This is what they were referring to. Naruto said dryly, appearing to have fully taken on Deidara's composed stance on their position. We hang out here, eventually they throw food or something at us, and then we hang out here some more until they let us go. Or take us to that dead Bolt Canyon place. Shut up in there. One of the mercenaries who had imprisoned them out while he was checking on them. All I've heard for the last few hours is you two idiots talking to each other about the most random shit I've ever heard prisoners talk about. You had a 30-minute argument about how Dragon Ball Z made every human character unnecessary in the first episode. Don't you know where you are? You aren't even saying anything about what's going to happen to you. As the man stood in front of their cell attempting to look tough, Naruto shrugged and said, "We don't care because we're getting out." He then stood up to the bars and asked, "What do you think about that though? I say the human characters were still necessary even as meat shields, and Deidara says that they should have just been phased out since it was all about the Saya." The man kicked the bars and exclaimed, "I don't care, you're both retarded." When Deidara heard a jangle from his movement, he turned to gawk at the man he had been oblivious to. It was then that he grinned and realized, "Oh, would you look at that? Our bail's been posted." "There's no bail here, you idiot, you're going to dead bow." Katsu. A tiny clay insect on the man's shoulder exploded in response to Deidara's trigger word. It didn't explode like a firecracker, but it sounded like one. The man's head would have been completely destroyed by the blast. It goes without saying that this instantly killed him. Deidara stood up and approached the bars, feeling for the keys on the deceased man's body. Satisfied, he said, "Oh yeah. I love it when a plan comes together. No chakra needed for a key phrase to work." When they were arrested, he dropped that little C1 clay bug that was supposed to follow them. It took some time for the man with the cell keys to get close enough for Deidara to call for the cell to be detonated because the device was so small that it was able to conceal itself while they were being transported. In the end, it managed to hide itself on the man. It took several hours, which was to be expected given the circumstances. Greeting Naruto with the cell keys in his hands, Deidara exclaimed, "Ha!" Observing the arid expression on the part of Naruto's face that was visible, he said, "Let's get the hell out of here, kid. What's the matter with you?" Blood, pieces of skull, and brain matter covered Naruto's face and upper body. Naruto said, refusing to even wipe the blood from his body, "You blew a guy's head apart right in my face." Thank goodness he had his goggles down. "Look at it this way. At least now you know how your girlfriend feels." "Ooh," Deidara said sloppily as he began searching through the keychain for the one that would set them free. He unlocked the door and stepped aside just in time to avoid being tackled into the bars by Naruto. As opposed to that, he crashed through the door and landed in the gory mess, saying, "Hey, get up and let's go. The rain'll wash you off." As he stood up and followed Deidara through the cell block to their apparent freedom, Naruto exclaimed, "I'm gonna get you back for that so bad. They had just killed someone. How are we supposed to get out of here without getting everybody's attention?" They were going to look for that guy, even if it took longer than 30 minutes, and then chaos would ensue. They had to go check on the plane, so they said, "You let me worry about that, Let's go get the rest of our stuff for now." Although they had concealed it prior to their apprehension, they couldn't rely on it staying that way without verifying their level of intelligence. As he and Naruto hurriedly navigated the streets of Omegakure, donning confiscated ponchos to protect themselves from the city's perpetual rainy weather. Deidara laughed to himself. Alright, alright, alright. You see, kid? We made it out and there isn't even a warning out to look for us yet. Furiously, Naruto followed the taller blonde, saying, thanks to me not blowing stuff up. I guess we've got like 45 minutes or an hour before someone else goes back in there to check on us and they see that we're not there. Tarun muttered. Deidara complimented him, saying, good on you for learning that henge thing, But all she got in return was a snort. Oh, are you still pissed about the guy's head exploding on you? Look, you got to take a shower. Naruto loudly objected, taking off his eyeglasses to pick at a corner of the exterior to highlight, what the hell are you talking about shower? We walked out into the rain and that was it. I still think I've got gray matter caught between my goggles. You know how much you bitch? Has anyone ever told you that? Deidara asked, before imitating a high-pitched female voice and saying, eek. Deidara blew up a guy's head in my face. Eek. Deidara was throwing explosives out of the plane to celebrate smuggling us all over the border. He concluded his girly impersonation with that. I was ignoring the shit you do. Naruto responded, I didn't bitch until you turned that guy's head into an M83 feet away from me. But you're still admitting that you're bitching now, Naruto eventually grew weary of the one-sided debate, primarily because he was losing, and attempted to turn the conversation around by asking, okay, whatever. What about the plane? With a confident smile, Deidara said, I'll get the plane. He then held up a hand seal, seriously, if they wind up finding where we hid the plane I'm gonna blow it up. Should I do it now? This man was clearly insane. They aren't taking my baby away to some shitty impound. I blow it up first. Naruto pleaded with him, holding onto his hands to pull him from the hand seal. Don't blow the plane up. Just be ready to fly us the hell out of this Kami-forsaken place. Look, I'll go find Itachi and Q-chan. You sure? If you get arrested again I won't be able to break you out. You're the reason we got arrested in the first place. Lies. Slanderous lies. I'm taking this to my publicist, and we'll sue your balls to the wall, Naruto simply turned and started to walk away from Deidara because, at least for the moment, he had no real counter-argument. He would return to their hiding place, check that it was clear, and either keep the plane secure or figure out a way to get it moved. Conversely, Naruto would get in touch with Itachi to see if they could still carry out their initial infiltration strategy in order to reach Itachi's objective. But his calls to Itachi or Kyuubi were not getting through, so it was likely that they had begun infiltrating wherever they were. A place the location of which he was clueless. That was alright, though. He just needed to concentrate a little. Without a tracking device or a tracking expert to assist him, he was unable to identify most people and find their location, but he could always find Kyuubi. He never mentioned it because he thought it was strange and even a little creepy, but he found her in his own ways. Since he wasn't Kiba, it wasn't like he could actually follow her scent or anything. It was more like he could sense her vibes, or was drawn to the distinctive Yuki that her chakra was always perfectly blended with. And with that delicate link at his disposal, he made his quick way to locate her. However, he felt that AIM had to be at least 70 blocks away, and he wished that they had taxis, buses, trains, or something else in AIM. Hate this place. With Itachi and Kyuubi, Keisha Tekaji's central headquarters building, downtown Omegakure no Sato. Itachi led Kyuubi right past the front desk and through the door of a major government building, not even pausing to acknowledge the security officer seated behind it or the quick response team housed in a small office above the lobby. It didn't really matter that they all appeared to be wearing black waterproof uniforms in order to cope with the city's continual downpour. Because it was so brazen, it took them a moment to realize what was going on, but in the end, the guard in front of them got up to stop them, and his backup came charging out the back, saying, "Hey, what the hell are you?" Itachi did nothing more than gesture for him to sit down with that exact finger, silencing him in the process. Itachi just grabbed Kyuubi by the arm, and they carried on as if his mere gesture of pointing at a guy had not just stopped all of the security guards from advancing on them, leaving Kyuubi completely stunned. Was he another contact? Kyuubi asked as Itachi led her into an elevator meant only for building employees. So are you going to tell me what that just was? Itachi clarified, as if it were evident that the man had simply been an ordinary, elderly security guard working under Hanzo's supervision. No, I was lucky to have even one. How would I get two? That was nothing more than a genjutsu. You pointed at one of them. Yes I did. You didn't even look at any of them when you did it, and you're telling me that's all it took for you to genjutsu those guys? Yes, that's what I'm telling you. Can you teach me how to? No, Itachi pressed a button within the elevator, causing the two to fall silent as it started to move. Kyubi was unaware of Itachi's calm demeanor as he entered the building intended to house the office of a Megacure's most powerful individual. Though he saw that she was staring at him, he didn't even bother to look up to see why she was observing him. Really, did this guy give a damn about what was happening around him at any given time? Itachi Uchiha wasn't the type of guy who just took it all in stride, but damned if he didn't act like it every minute he was awake on this planet. It was just strange for someone to be that expressionless all the time. Itachi? Kyubi dared to ask. I'm only asking this because you're a friend and I worry about you, but are you on antidepressants or something? Itachi just stared at her, questioning her so much that she thought he was going to use some sort of genjutsu on her, but after a while he answered. To her surprise, he replied, yes, and then pointlessly ticked off medications on his fingers. Paroxetine, viloxazine, clomipramine, alprazolam, and lorazepam for the short term. Whoa. Well then. That kind of explains a lot, doesn't it? Kyubi said, turning to face the front of the elevator and smacking her lips awkwardly at the subject she had brought up. Yeah, Itachi said, allowing the silence to return before continuing. One of the side effects is that my bowel movements destroy everything. Didn't really need to know that, Itachi. No, if we're going to get into this, we're getting into it all the way. I have my own bathroom at the police station because... For the love of Inari, please stop. I was just asking you a question. How long was that elevator ride going to take, for crying out loud? And with that same old dulcet monotone, who could deliver all of that? Was this a deliberate attempt at trolling her? He never smiled and always said things in the same way, so she couldn't tell. Ding. I'm so glad that was over. For Kyubi, the doors were unable to open quickly enough. That conversation right now had been uncomfortable, at least not as uncomfortable as constantly being in danger of death. Why did all of her boyfriend's older influences need to be psychologically unstable in one way or another? Before she could even leave the building, Kyubi and Itachi appeared to be the target of a horde of stern-looking security guards in the lobby of the floor they were on. A quarter of the way through it was working, that's like 40 guys. Itachi stated coolly, we can't afford to cause too much of a commotion with a fight. Kyubi just formed her claws by channeling Yuki into her hands, saying, I think it's kind of late for that. With a deep sigh, Itachi closed his eyes and said, I guess I have no choice. In order to make this quick and keep things low-key, I'll have to use that technique. One of my most forbidden jutsu. A forbidden jutsu? Was he planning to use that kind of thing here? I never wanted to use this. After exiting the elevator and allowing the throng to encircle him, Itachi attracted all eyes as they surrounded and ambushed him from behind. Unexpectedly, several men collapsed to the ground, wheezing in agony, and Kyubi was unable to see what was happening. The only indication of what happened was the ruffle of Itachi's trench coat. Get him! The horde surrounded the oldest Uchiha brother, engulfing him completely, but in a matter of moments, Itachi crouching down and clutching the leg of the last man standing who had attempted to kick at him. The battle was over as they all fell away, clutching at themselves painfully. No, please don't, the man said, his expression frozen as he stared down into Itachi's Sharingan eyes. I'm sorry, you brought this upon yourself, Itachi said. Forbidden taijutsu. Lioncock. The man was instantly taken out of the fight when Itachi's free hand shot up into his testicles once, twice, 3 times, no 4 times, with lightning-fast accuracy, saying, Lioncock, Lioncock, Lioncock. It was such a high-pitched squeak that he didn't even have the energy to scream. The same as everything else. And Itachi stayed where he was, his arm outstretched and trembling from the blow, until he let out a breath and got back up. It did not impress Kyubi. That was it? She questioned as she emerged from the elevator, her hands resting on her hips and her red hair flying around as she examined the damage. With their junk in hand, all of the vanquished fighters said, all you did was punch them in the privates. Itachi countered, drawing an eye roll from the tan teenage girl, no, it's not just a shot to the groin. It's done in a very particular way for the maximum effect. There was no need to go into great detail about it. No matter how he explained it, of course, she would still not understand. It was the only pain he knew of that could indiscriminately fall on any man, regardless of make, and it was a pain that all other pains inflicted upon men paled in comparison. It was an ineffable feeling that was incomprehensible to someone who was not inclined toward femininity. It was the most feared injury that one could sustain. Unlike the pain of childbirth, which was frequently brought up whenever this argument arose between representatives of the two sexes, being struck in the male genitalia was completely inevitable and would happen no less than several dozen times in the lifetime of any adult male. Naturally, there was good reason to fear nothing more than that. Still, it made no difference. Nor was it as though he came up with it in the first place. She would have to confront him about it because, in the end, he stole it from her boyfriend. Aside from the building's security being completely destroyed, that ought to have been more challenging. Why was that so easy? Quantity over quality or something? One might wonder. Exactly. Itachi replied. Hanzo doesn't trust anyone. If you're strong, expect to find yourself as far away from Hanzo as possible, which means that the best members of his PMC don't even reside in AIM. He's so paranoid he keeps the weakest people that he can under his direct control in the city. It worked to some extent because he was always at the top of his game, which gave his military an intimidating reputation, but things would quickly become chaotic if he ever needed more help than he could provide. Not even Itachi could be stopped from bleeding with tissues and plugs by these guys. That was Keisha Tekaji's dark secret. It was easy to do as you pleased, if you could get past the imposing nature of entering the country and traveling through the countryside to get to AIM. Similar to a gobstopper, things would eventually become softer and change color if you dug down far enough. Though it was a poor analogy, the idea was still conveyed. Either way, it made perfect sense. They were in the structure that was meant to house Hanzo's headquarters. Kyuubi trailed Itachi as he moved purposefully, pacing the room as though he knew the layout by heart. Again, she had no idea how he would have found such a thing, since there was no such thing as a public record in a megacure, but she'd learned to give up trying to find out secrets about scary people. It was better that she didn't worry herself about them. Really, she had no idea what they were searching for. She didn't know what was on the tablet, though. How does Idate know it's here? And why is it so important? Was the whole purpose of the trip, and Itachi was clueless about it as well. I paid him well. Itachi responded by defending the source of his information. Idate may not be much for fighting, or much of a mercenary at all, but he was able to survive here without slipping up. After what happened to Naruto and Deidara, you should recognize how significant that is. Yes, it didn't need to be emphasized to her. They had to get them out quickly after finishing this. Even though Naruto was miles away, she could still feel his presence if she concentrated on the familiar aura he gave off. The thought of her boyfriend being sent to the most notorious prison in a megacure gave her chills. Itachi abruptly turned his head and took off, much to Kyuubi's surprise, as there was no prior notice or apparent reason for his sudden movement. Calling after him, she trailed him down various hallways where they passed numerous weapons and wondered, were they in an armory? Hold on. Wasn't this building the headquarters of Keisha Tekaji? And Itachi failed to inform her? Did he not give a damn? If Naruto or any of his crazy friends did something similar, at least they would be polite enough to be a little scared. Itachi was either that badass or his antidepressant kick made it impossible for him to sweat a mission that anyone else would have to write a will before taking. She would venture to guess that it was a balanced blend of the two. Itachi moved through a wall like a ghost, nearly causing Kyuubi to panic. However, before the illusion vanished and she realized that Itachi had broken a genjutsu hidden barrier in a matter of seconds, Kyuubi said, "Itachi, you're scary." He turned to face a tablet that was waist high and said, "I'm not so bad." He was reading what he could from the tablet with his Sharingan, which he had been using since the altercation at the elevator, saying, "Yes, this is it." Why would Hanzo have something that the Sharingan can read? Was a question Kyuubi never bothered to ask until now, even though something about the entire situation didn't make sense. I don't think it's meant for the Sharingan to read. At least not the kind that I have. I can't even read everything on it. Well, that's a funny thing, Itachi said, moving his Sharingan up to the Mangekyo Sharingan. And here was the really funny part. Apparently I am going to go blind if I keep using the Mangekyo. Kyuubi put a hand on Itachi's arm and cried, "What? That's horrible. You're only what, 20? Kyuubi just stood there, her mouth open in horror. "I know." Itachi simply looked over at her and held up his hands as if they were balance beams. "Well, it's either go blind, or make Sasuke watch someone he loves die so he can get the Mangekyo and then implant his eyes, because according to this it's the only way to not go blind." He could only nod and say, "Wait. You would have to take his eyes, right?" She was at a loss for words for a few seconds before pinching her own cheek to confirm that she had understood. "Your family's powers are really messed up." "Yes. Well, stay with me here. If Sasuke ever gets the Mangekyo Sharingan, and let's hope not because that would really suck just for a power-up, how about you two just switch eyes or something?" Itachi turned to look back at the tablet, seemingly double-checking for something he might have missed in his first reading, and the two just stared at each other in silence for a moment or two before deciding to say, "It doesn't say we can't do that. Win-win," so neither of them would go blind. However, Sasuke would still need to witness something truly terrible in order to receive the Jujutsu evolution in the first place, so even so, he would still have to say, huh. Well, mission over. Let's go back to Konoha. Wait, that's it? You just wanted to read it once? You're not gonna try to steal it so you can refer to it later? Kyuubi asked, after Itachi left the hidden annex and entered the Keisha Tekkaji armory. When Kyuubi attempted to read the tablet herself, she discovered that it was completely blank. That was not what he was going to do. How was he going to get it out, first of all? Secondly, what kind of place at home would he keep it? He really didn't want his family to have access to a tablet that would teach them that the best way to amass incredible power was to watch loved ones perish. You wouldn't dangle the fruit in front of a human being in that manner, though it's not like he wanted to assume the worst. It would be taken by someone, somewhere. He was a law enforcement officer as well. He was not a thief. It was unethical. Ding. For all that it meant to the two of them, the sound of the elevator returning to their floor might as well have sounded like an explosion. Because of Hanzo's paranoia, the base was purposefully undermanned in order to keep anyone powerful away from him. Itachi beat half of the group unconscious while he stunned the other half, knowing full well that the mercenaries inside the city were just one step above the armed militia. That was good, then. Sheer Itachi would just beat the shit out of whoever came up and go on their way. And then their worst nightmare emerged as the door opened. A man with long, blonde hair that reached down his back, a respirator covering his mouth, and an odd black hat around his head. He wore a dark uniform resembling a wetsuit with a military vest over his chest, and he had a scar across his face. Despite being by himself, he didn't seem to give a damn. Holding a sickle in one hand and the end of the chain in the other, the man pulled a kusarigama from behind his back and remarked, "You could break the barrier, but you can't break good old-fashioned technology." "How about that?" Itachi said, "I broke all of your guards as well." The man's contrastingly dark eyes were pretty freaky to look at, but he said, "I consider them early warning radar." Kyuubi had to admit, if anyone can actually get into my country and get all the way here, at least I have plenty of time to react to the threat before it becomes a possible problem for me. How heartless. It looks like you've become a problem to me. Hanzo went on, between you and the Akatsuki, I would much rather deal with a pair of ignorant children. If you put some of your faith in others, perhaps this wouldn't be happening to you. But hindsight and all that, Itachi grinned as he closed his eyes. He then reached out and forcefully shoved Kyuubi away from him, turning just in time to avoid Hanzo's chained sickle flying towards the two of them. Kyuubi twisted in the air before slamming to a stop on the ground as Itachi and Hanzo started fighting. Itachi dodging Hanzo's nimble and adaptable weapon in a lethal dance. She made two blue fireballs in her hands and said to herself, "Right. Never fought a dictator before. This one's goin' in the memoirs. If I don't die, of course." In an attempt to get herself ready to fight. Itachi, who was still fighting Hanzo, yelled at her, "Get to the street." He had already defeated the building's security personnel, and this was the headquarters. He used a kunai to divert the weighted end of the chain that was being thrown at his head. "Find Naruto, find Deidara, prepare for extraction. I'll be along shortly." She could manage on her own until she left the house, and if things didn't work out, she had her own delusions to cheer her up. The tanned redhead didn't even bring up the prospect of facing Hanzo, of all people, because her fighting pride wasn't that great while they were inside the Omegacure boundaries. She didn't trust Hanzo not to destroy the cables or do something else that would trap or kill her in the elevator, so she quickly disengaged and made her way to the stairs. The speed at which they were moving indicated that this battle was far beyond her capabilities to engage in. After she had left via the stairwell, Hanzo remarked, "Smart girl, if she had taken the elevator, I would have broken off from you to destroy it and kill her." As he engaged in close combat with the legendary warrior, Itachi grunted, "I know your opinion of young people isn't the highest. But we're not all as dumb as popular television would make us seem at first glance. You do know why I have the epitaph I do, don't you? Of Salamander?" Hanzo uttered behind his respirator as he clashed blades with the Uchiha standout. "Says the man who broke into my PMC's headquarters at the center of my city and is currently engaged in a fight to the death with me, indoors." Itachi immediately kicked Hanzo away, only for him to block it with his chain. The purpose of it was to give Itachi some space to run down the hallway, which he did without hesitation as Hanzo cackled. Itachi dully blinked for a moment, forgetting the conflict he was in for a moment. Dokugiri poison mist. He spit out, making a few hand seals before taking the respirator out of his mouth and screaming, "There's nowhere to run in here, boy." Not good, Itachi thought to himself as he dashed across the floor in search of a safer, clearer area. "If I breathe any of that in, no matter what happens here, I'm dead in 2 days. Nor would it be a simple, peaceful death that fades into the night. It would be a painful death, kicking and twitching, frothing at every opening, screaming for mommy, Black Jesus, or any other random deity that occurred to you at that moment. This damn place had windows. Where were they? Itachi eventually located a lengthy hallway with a correspondingly long window. He swiftly threw his fist at the window to smash it, but his hand bounced off the glass unharmed. Oh no, of course they wouldn't install windows that weren't going to break so quickly. Had he tried that in the Konoha police stations, he would never have succeeded. How on earth could he have done it here, at a real military installation? All that had accomplished was to bring him closer to the lethal poison gas that, at this rate, would soon fill the floor. He had to find a way to permanently avoid it. If Hanzo took the sensible course and simply kept pumping gas, there wouldn't be as many places to hide. Itachi needed to wear his Sharingan just in case, to make sure he didn't stumble into a hallway laced with poison. He could see the chakra causing it to maintain form in the air, so as long as it originated from Hanzo, that was sufficient evidence. Additionally, he held his breath at each corner until he realized that the path he was on was safe for him to breathe. He stopped upon discovering an entire hallway covered in explosive tags. Yes, that was not his direction at all. Hanzo nearly made the wrong decision when he leapt from a ceiling panel and attempted to sever Itachi from above. After missing, he executed a deft countermove by kicking Itachi hard enough to cause him to break through the wall with his body. His second attempt to kill Itachi succeeded, but before the dark-haired man could split into a group of crows and fly down the hallway rigged with explosives, it broke apart, cheeky brat, and the trap went off right in front of Hanzo's eyes. Whack! The Omegakure streets. Even though it was early evening, one couldn't tell because of the wet weather. Outside, it was always fairly dark, and the rain was still coming down hard. What a miserable weather pattern. Following Itachi's instructions, she returned to the streets and started following her instinct to find Naruto. Before attempting to call him, she used her phone to try and pinpoint his precise location, being careful not to let it get too wet. She was informed that he was also outside and moving by the device's tracking feature. Thankfully, it sounded like a difficult task to try to free him from a district jail before he was transferred to a political prison. Mud and puddles were kicked up by her feet as she ran across the wet pavement at her fastest pace, but it made no difference. However, there was a problem. In particular, the street traffic had come to a complete stop. Nobody was using the cars that were strewn all over the streets, and nobody was even strolling on the pavements. She felt a twinge of terror because it felt like the beginning of a horror film. Great, she said to herself as she began to move forward with greater caution. A feeling similar to a sixth sense was tingling in the back of her mind. It's dark, the streets are empty, and we're all separated. I promise that if a zombie appears around the next corner, I will. You. Well, didn't the accompanying thunderclap seem a little bit foreboding? She turned suddenly and saw someone standing on a nearby corner. It was just her, and even if she squinted, she couldn't see who it was until a lightning flash illuminated their form long enough for her to see that they were wearing a hooded black robe with red clouds. Kyuubi's eyes widened in disbelief. Okay, so what? So there's one guy. In an Akatsuki robe. It's still just one guy, was the last thing she thought to do in an attempt to hide her fear at this point. Just then, more people started to emerge from a shop, all of them in those dreadful robes with hoods, and they seemed to be focusing entirely on her. Oh no, well, so what? She thought more anxiously now, her breathing quickening. They can't tell I'm a half-demon unless I do something demony, or at least draw on some Yuki. As long as I don't do that I should be fine. You have been judged by God. What's that? The verdict. Demon spawn. They weren't wrong, but that wasn't the point. How the hell were they supposed to know if she didn't make it obvious? Kyuubi asked, her mouth dropping in response to the abrupt accusation. Like as if you could even discern that kind of thing. Underneath the rain, your disguise is washed away by the will of our gods. The precipitation? She knew that anything was possible in this world, but to use the weather to sense people's natures. Oh man. It rained on the day of the attack on the town where her family had also lived. Was that how they were able to tell? How would they even manage to make that work? Another of the Akatsuki followers, a young woman by the sound of her voice, declared, "This city is no longer a haven for your ilk. There's no way out for half-demons or the regime that propagated their existence amongst us." No, Kyuubi said, retreating slightly with her claws outstretched as an increasing number of individuals streamed onto the street from various directions. This is not taking place. Like poachers attempting to corner and kill a tiger, this kitten just so happened to have a perfectly good pair of claws on her. There she was, all by herself, in the middle of Akatsuki's home country, and they were all staring at her. At last, two of them charged the remaining distance towards her, brandishing short blades to stab and swing at her, and their misses were so costly that before they started glowing red, and not from the blood, they were disemboweled by retaliatory swipes of her Yuki-hardened fingernails. Fury Slash, Fungeki Kirisukeru. With two swift movements of her hands, she unleashed 10 slender red energy blades in the shape of 5 claw marks on each hand, which successfully dispatched a great number of the remaining Akatsuki followers. However, as they emerged from the buildings, donning black robes and wielding sharp weapons, scores of new followers took their places. The only thing she could do was run, as killing them would not solve anything. Finding Naruto and making her escape was her only option. This is how they killed so many of her loved ones. No matter how many fell, they would swarm their enemy until there was nothing left. Their numbers never seemed to run low. The sound of the girl's throat exploded, deafening everyone nearby and giving her an opportunity to try and flee. She could not allow them to encircle her, not in any way, because once they did, it would be over. It seemed as though being of demonic descent rendered one animalistic in nature, and she was unable to put enough distance between them as calls went up and rang out over the sound of the approaching storm that one of them was loose in the streets. It was raining cats and dogs outside, and while the streets in this AIM district were relatively deserted, this city couldn't really be theirs, could it? As she turned a certain corner, she came to a halt upon seeing a checkpoint run by the PMC Keisha Tekkaji burning, and the post remnants in front of them on their knees, their hands behind their heads and necks, held captive by an estimated 200 or more Akatsuki followers. It was only a matter of time until the ones who were already pursuing her caught up, and when you combined that with the ones right in front of her who hadn't noticed her yet and the number that would surely come her way from elsewhere, Kyuubi backed away and bit her lip. Things weren't looking good. "I have to use that jutsu if I hope to escape this," she said, her features becoming slightly more ferocious as she readied herself to take whatever necessary action to continue. "I'm not going to die here. This is not where I'm going to die." Honk honk. A Hummer crashed through a group of cult members that were coming at them from behind, forcing everyone else to run for their lives to avoid meeting the same end. "Okay. Next time you tell me what you're scared of, I won't take you to the place where they make them," said Naruto as he threw open the door after the vehicle slid to a stop on the slick streets after smashing through the crowd. "I swear. Come on now." Naruto took off again, and Kyuubi didn't need to be told twice to get in. The streets were starting to fill with enemies, but it didn't matter which way he went because the vehicle they were in had enough power to go over and through them in a way that varied in gore depending on how brave or devout the Akatsuki members felt. As Naruto continued walking forward, Kyuubi recoiled at the dull thuds of bodies smashing off the metal frame of the Hummer and the distinct crack of bone. "I guess someone finally found a practical use for one of these douche machines," Kyuubi said. "By the way, how come you're so skilled at this?" Grand Theft Auto. With his entire attention fixed on the road, or rather, the people obstructing his path, Naruto declared, 4 games, spread over 8 years, have prepared me for this day. 3, Vice City, San Andreas, and IV. This is akin to using a cheat that grants all non-playable characters weapons and then another that causes them to attempt your murder right away. When someone struck the windshield and left a bloodstain, Kyuubi just stared at him indifferently. "And you're perfectly alright with running down all of these people?" Naruto returned her look before rolling his eyes and slamming on the brakes, stopping the vehicle cold. "What the hell?" "Oh, I apologize. You were stating," Naruto remarked cynically, "because they appear to be very friendly. Feel free to attempt to reason with them. I'm the one who initially objected to coming here. Well, this is paid for by me, and I believed you would benefit from this." "How does this benefit me? I have a new thing to have night terrors about because I'm actually living it," Kyuubi said, pointing to someone attempting to stab through her window with a knife. She lowered it to the point where, before they actually closed in on her, she could begin destroying them with foxfire. "At least you're no longer crying and trembling at the mere mention of these jerks. Now are you alright with me running these sons of bitches down? Or do you want to keep being all ethical about me killing the genocide people?" Naruto said, breaking open his window and stabbing the first person who tried to grab him with the Bowie knife he kept under his pant leg. He then had a fatal stab ready for anyone else bold enough to try to grab him. "Please step on the pedal. That's right, vehicular manslaughter without jutsu." Much to Kyuubi's relief, Naruto resumed his charge and muscled their way through the crowd, with some people still clinging to the Hummer as it went. Eventually, though, their grips gave way and they found themselves breaking through and onto open road. "I really don't like you right now, but damn you, you arrived on time." "Q-chan?" "Yes?" Is it inappropriate for me to feel like having sex right now? Well, not really. Kind of, me too, apparently adrenaline. When Kyuubi noticed Naruto staring at her with a rather hungry expression, she tried to calm herself down and slow her heartbeat a little before losing her temper. She even did a pretty good job of it. Could we quickly get into the backseat if I created a clone that could drive? That couldn't have been a priority at the moment. He couldn't be serious. He wanted to divert and beat her now of all times. What was wrong with him? She was willing to blame it on some latent inherited demonic bloodlust or something, so she pretended to be offended even though she had just admitted to being somewhat turned on moments earlier. Whose car is this? It was probably best to change the topic. I'm not sure. Of course he did. I stole it, duh. He could have managed to contain some of his pride in the fact, though, by not saying, wait, who the hell is that? It did not matter who he was, because if he was really going to try and block an oncoming sports utility vehicle of death that was already coated in the blood of others, he would end up the same as everyone else. Standing dead center in the middle of the street was a lone Akatsuki member, with the hood of his robe down to reveal his droopy red hair that covered his eyes. You intend to strike just one man? That seems like a waste of time, Kyuubi inquired. Nah, the GTA in me wants me to because he's right there, but there's no reason to, Naruto said, shaking his head and turning the wheel just enough to get around him. There isn't time for that, do we? We need to leave this place as soon as possible and get to Deidara in the plane. By now, Itachi is most likely there. You were the one who desired intimacy 30 seconds prior, Kyuubi pondered, wondering why, just when she believed she had Naruto figured out, he turned the tables on her. Nagato stood in the street, watching the car approach, and then he raised his head and put his hands in front of him, saying, Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. The front right of the Hummer folded inward like a portion of an accordion and flipped the entire thing over Nagato's head in one full rotation before landing back on the tires and skidding into a building. The air rippled and whatever force was causing this to happen expanded outward quickly and with supreme impact. Naruto had veered around the guy far enough that he couldn't have even tried to reach out an arm to make a grab or anything, even if he had been able to stop a speeding motor vehicle with his bare hands. After the crash was over, Naruto cut into the airbag, just as Kyuubi had done to hers. Nevertheless, both were the victims of ringing skulls after the crash and a lack of understanding in regards to what had just occurred. Naruto mumbled, bleeding from the accidental lip bite. Fuck. What the heck, damn it. How are you doing? I think. Kyuubi examined herself. Nothing seemed painful enough to be considered broken, but even so, she could see the man who had been in the road moving slowly in their direction when she peered out of the mirror and said, Naruto. That individual. Naruto saw him too, so he didn't need to be told about it. If he hadn't been good and angry about his day's progress earlier, he had plenty of excuses to be now. Stepping outside into the rain, Naruto prepared by creating blue fireballs with both hands and launching them at his foe, Kitsune by Foxfire. With a simple lift of his hand, Nagato neutralized the attack by saying, I won't absorb your chakra. Anyhow, it's tainted. Oh my god, this guy could absorb chakra. Nagato's right arm changed into an open cannon that looked like it was from a movie, but he wasn't aiming it at Naruto. His eyes widened when he realized that he had slightly averted his aim to aim at the Hummer, and the sound of the passenger side door flying open told him that Kyuubi was aware of what was going on and had already escaped. The hordes of Akatsuki began streaming down the street at their own pace, and just as Nagato fired a powerful blast of chakra from his cannon that destroyed the vehicle in a massive explosion, the two of them scrambled away into the building they'd crashed into through the hole they'd punched in the front. Ninja Cyborg. With innate alarm, Naruto yelled, what just happened? What the heck did that guy's arm turn into? I have no idea, Kyuubi said as they'd reached the stairwell. After entering, both of them used fire and physical force to damage the area around the door and jam it from being opened before they clambered up the stairs. How are we getting out of here? Simply reach the roof. As they clambered up the stairs, Naruto bellowed, it's always a good idea to go to the roof. That's what they do in every film. Every movie has a death in it. Indeed, they couldn't leap from roofs, could they? In the interim, Itachi and Keisha Tekaji's central headquarters building. After the earlier explosion inside, Itachi shot through the building's top floor's weak ceiling and landed on the rooftop, sending smoke shooting out of the opening and blowing out every window below. Gauging the distance between building rooftops didn't seem like jumping would bode well for Itachi. With the amount of land surrounding the HQ building, he was never going to clear that kind of distance to beat a hasty retreat. That wasn't going to be enough, and he knew it full well, so he was just anticipating what was going to come next. His long-distance running had never been his strongest suit, but he could always go down the side, which would not get him very far. Over a short distance, Itachi was virtually unbeatable. The question was, how fast could he really run? Itachi would beat them both up and call it training, and Naruto would probably make some kind of crude reference to sex and Itachi's endurance with a girl, and then he'd mention his lack of stamina, with Sasuke listening and trying not to show that he was snickering behind a furrowed brow. But let's get back to our topic. Long range, however, well, to put it one way, there was a distinction between sprinters and distance runners. Itachi plus short range equals ghost. With his respirator back on, Hanzo said, "You are very annoying," emerging from the smoke-filled hole Itachi had made. "But you survived round 1. You deserve congratulations. About 27 years ago was the last time I had fought against anyone who tried to force me to try and work. I grant them life, but I doubt I will extend the same courtesy to you." The rain-soaked Itachi remarked, "How unfortunate for me," and quickly sealed his hand with an instantaneous effect. Suigaden water release, water fang bullet. Itachi drilled through the air at Hanzo, creating several spiraling masses of water with sharpened tips from the rain itself. He hit nothing but a dummy meant for Kawarimi no Jutsu and dove back and away as the roof started to give way beneath him. But as it broke through, the summoned creature's enormous maw engulfed the Uchiha, spewing black plumes of poison just from its innocuous breathing. Itachi found himself in the mouth of this enormous black salamander, with Hanzo perched atop its head. "Ibuse, my black salamander, contains the same poison in his body as I do." As he leapt off Ibuse's head and back onto the roof, Hanzo said, "There's no way out for you, boy. You made a mistake. I'm not going to allow the wrong people to see that tablet. I apologize, but there's a chance that word would get out and I wouldn't be able to keep it." "Exactly to what would you be referring? How did you survive?" Hanzo asked Itachi, who was standing completely unharmed in a different area of the roof. "No, how were you even able to get away?" With a tiger hand seal, Itachi declared, "I was never trapped." Bunshin Deibakuha clone great explosion. Ibuse's head was blasted apart instantly, leaving Hanzo speechless. This young upstart had just killed his favorite summon animal, was scheming his headquarters, avoiding his traps and poisons, directly challenging him, and Hanzo wasn't even sure if Itachi had blinked since the fight started. This was a pretty creepy upstart punk in terms of their style. Itachi said, "Now, go back to what you were saying earlier. Which eyes were you attempting to shield from that tablet?" His question gave way to him revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan. "These eyes? You do have a fine pair of powerful eyes, but the ones I'm referring to are more commonly known in this country as the eyes of God," Hanzo said, scratching his head over how to handle this battle against the intruder. "What say you, God?" "No, I don't say that. However, some do. Those accursed fanatics. Akatsuki. Are they known to you?" When Itachi heard that Hanzo was perplexed about how a foreigner knew too much about that group, he raised an eyebrow and said, "They've reached beyond the influence of your borders, Hanzo. According to rumors, one of them is a man known as the Rinnegan, who is said to possess the strongest jujutsu in the entire world." Itachi made a noticeable facial reaction upon hearing this, saying, "I can tell you understand what that means. There are secrets on that tablet that only that eye is supposed to be able to see. I don't need my adversaries to pose a greater threat. Why not just destroy it? Then, why not ask me to destroy another chapter in world history? You people on the outside perceive me as a heartless despot," Hanzo angrily yelled. "So let me ask you, would you rather have me in charge or would you rather see blasphemers who would worship powerful men as gods in a megacure? Calm." He reached up and removed the breathing apparatus from his face, letting it fall to the ground. "Ha! Those fools will bring hell on earth to this world were they to garner this country's resources. This ends now." "I agree," Itachi uttered, willing to fight this man with Mangekyo Sharingan no matter what the cost to his eyes. "What is this again?" "Your execution." Hanzo created a water technique from the surrounding rainfall, surrounded the building on all sides with multiple towering dragons of water, after seeing a hazy chain of hand seals. "You're very fast. But you lose sight of the boy you're interacting with. I am in charge and have lasted this long at the top for a reason." Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu is also known as Suiryuden no Jutsu. With no degrees of escape, Itachi's eyes widened as the dragons all swarmed around the rooftop. A mastery of water release to that level, to create not just one but multiple dragon constructs from the resource available. This is not good, he thought to himself. The entire place had nearly been hit hard enough to come down at the foundations, So all he could do was watch and try to brace himself as they all crashed on him and destroyed an entire segment of rooftop, bringing down a whole quarter of the HQ upper stories like pieces of a Jenga set. It had been so long since he'd fought, but there was no such thing as overkill, not against this foe, who'd already proven to be extremely dangerous, and he wasn't going to take any chances with an enemy who had powerful eyes. Hanzo stood strong as he destroyed a large portion of his PMC's headquarters in order to kill this foe. You certainly live up to your reputation, Hanzo. Itachi hadn't moved his feet before the dragons should have destroyed him from every angle, and there shouldn't have been a way out other than to take the very long fall from the roof to the ground below. No, he couldn't be alive. He didn't even slightly avoid that jutsu. Hanzo knew his aim was on. It seemed like nothing he had ever faced on Earth before, but Itachi rose up from the dust and debris, and surrounding his body from seemingly nothing was a giant ethereal, flaming armored samurai with 2 sets of arms joined at the elbow. What the hell is this? Itachi walked slowly toward Hanzo and said, I don't even really train with this often. It's rather dangerous. The warrior around him pulled a sword from its own energy. But I finally have a name for it after reading the tablet. Susanoo, the one who can assist in any way. Think of this as my protector god. When Itachi raised his arm in the air, Hanzo saw that Susanoo had to imitate him before he brought the sword down with a powerful blow. Hanzo did not stand idly and sidestep the weapon's downward stroke, but when it sliced through the structure, it destroyed what remained of the upper level and sent the remaining lower levels, which were severely damaged by all of the damage being dealt to it so quickly, crashing down on them. With black mist streaming from his open mouth, the AIM leader said, It's very clear that you know little of what you're doing with that whatever it is. He was standing again after pushing himself out of the debris and was unharmed by Susanoo's devastating attack power. No, I don't think you succeeded in killing yourself in an attempt to take my life. Let's wrap up now. Thousands of men and women were marching directly toward Hanzo on the main path that led to the headquarters, as the dusty cover from the building's crushed section cleared out. All dressed in red clouds and black robes. Now that it was finally happening, what was the point, really, if so many could manage to get here? He had stations all over the outside, countless security checkpoints, and Keisha Tekkaji posts all over the city. How could they enter his city with barely a whimper? Looking up at what he could see of his city, he saw smoke rising up into the rainy skies in many places. No, all of these places happened to be the locations of interior security measures in his city. But if all of this was going on at the same time, how many more were there around the city carrying out similar deeds? Impossible. The reason PMCs gained prominence was because armies were rendered obsolete and could no longer be used. Instead of utilizing thousands of people as labor, you could use a much more skilled and significantly smaller force to accomplish tasks that required more manpower, and it was more cost-effective than keeping a standing army. But none of his mercenaries were visible, and there was no other explanation for the horde that strode to his headquarters. The ones inside the headquarters had been neutralized by Itachi, and if he hadn't, the others most likely would have perished when the poisoned areas of the building began to blow up twice and split in half like a sandwich in the higher levels. Itachi, speaking from behind Hanzo, said, You've brought all of this upon yourself. The man turned to use his Kusarigama to kill Itachi at a distance, but it missed, leaving him staring into the eyes of one of the most dangerous men in Konoha. No, that's where the poison sac is located, he thought, his body paralyzed, a large black plume of poison cascading out of an injury that had been carved into his flesh, and he dropped to his knees from the excruciating pain he was feeling inside his body. What the? He was in a blood-red world with everything of substance in this world colored gray. You are in a world that I am in complete control of for the next 72 hours. Tsukuyomi Moon Reader. This is the strongest genjutsu in the world. The black salamander poison sac in Hanzo's body ruptured, leaving him unable to move and only able to endure the most horrific torment he had ever experienced. He fell to the ground, screaming in terror the entire time, feeling as though something were scratching, biting, burning, and burrowing its way out of his internal organs to free itself from his body. You've become a shadow of who you were. Your abilities are still more than capable of dealing with most of the mercenaries in the world, but you were unfortunate enough to fight an enemy that was prepared for your very best, Itachi's voice said to him throughout the agony. Out of practice, with dulled skills. Furthermore, this is not what you offered. Hanzo's breathing was heavy and laboring, but when he blinked his eyes, he was back where he had started, the wound on his torso reforming, all of the pain from before retained and added upon as it all seemed to be happening again. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, a large black salamander crawled out of the bloody mess that was his abdomen. Only 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds to go. When Hanzo returned to the real world, he He remained motionless and completely paralyzed until he fell straight back off the edge of the remnants of the headquarters and into the waiting mass of the Akatsuki horde, who were more than ready to destroy him. All Itachi could do was look down at the spectacle that was the former leader of a Megacure's life coming to an end. It was a merciful way to go, considering how brutal it looked to him standing above it all, but it was actually more merciful than letting him survive the fallout from Tsukuyomi. His body was pretty tired from the fight, and these numbers were too big for him to take on normally, let alone after all the chakra he'd spent fighting Hanzo. A single tear of blood rolled down from his left eye until he wondered exactly what he was going to do to get himself out of there. He didn't have to worry too much, though, because just as the Akatsuki members began pouring into the HQ building from below, a huge gray clay bird appeared out of the sky and grabbed him in its talons to take him away. The good old Deidara. I was hoping that this clay bird wouldn't blow up. In a Megacure, elsewhere with Naruto, Naruto wiped a small amount of blood from his face and looked around at their surroundings, managing to make it up to the roof before blocking the way back down for when the hordes began climbing the stairs to seek them out. After momentarily pulling his goggles down over his eyes and navigating to the map feature, Naruto realized that they still had a long way to go before reaching the extraction point. This wasn't bad. Well, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. At least they could hop roofs to stay away if they had to. They didn't particularly want to fight the man with the cannon arm thing that could kill them with gravity, but for the time being they had to put some distance between themselves and him. Okay, we're stuck in the middle of a city that's getting overrun by demon-killing cultists. I have no idea how we're gonna get to our ride out of here, and Itachi's stuck fighting Hanzo, Caoi said, pausing after jumping several gaps to different buildings. You know what? I thought it was just coincidence when you told me that bad things happen most of the time when you leave Hai no Kuni, Caoi remarked, taking a moment to sit down on an air conditioning vent that would have run down into the building they were on. However, it's possible that you were the traveler cursed or something. After giving her a few moments of intense staring, Naruto took out his phone and used the voice memo function to record. Note to self. Remember to add, the cursed traveler, to your list of nicknames and handles when you get back home to base. Now that the crucial information had been preserved for future reference, it was time to move forward. They could only really stay in one location for so long before things got too risky. It seems that getting caught in the rain revealed their location to the bad guys, which Naruto discovered prior to hesitating to steal a car, something that was initially done to keep him dry but mobile. As things were, not only were they safe for the time being, but things were pretty bad as well. Dwelling on the present state of affairs would not solve its problems, and all of this would disappear the moment they were high in the air and returning from this death trap of a nation. With a frown, Naruto reached out to help his lady stand again, saying, I apologize, Q. Now that you're older, I wanted to show you that these guys weren't as scary as you thought they were, but now. Caoi gave him a reassuring smile in return, saying, it's okay. I mean, yes, this is my nightmare and everything, but it could be worse. Seeing Naruto raise an eyebrow, she smiled brightly, adding, I could be all by myself dealing with this. The drenched blonde squeezed the redhead's hand and proceeded to kiss her, kissing her until a man's shunshin materialized in the distance and clapped slowly, triggering their individual senses of awareness. It was kind of impressive watching you two run amok all over the city for as long as you have, remarked the man with the spiky orange hair, who was walking slowly around the rooftop. He was dressed in an Akatsuki robe and had a rather large sword with the bandage removed from the handle. This man stood out from the others because he didn't appear to be part of the mob mentality. Caoi exposed her teeth in response to the threat, saying, what do you mean you've been watching us? Both children were poised and ready to fight. Like that? The man exclaimed, much to Caoi and Naruto's dismay at who they were up against. The guy could control the weather. Yukojizai no Jutsu Rain Tiger at will jutsu? The man simply smiled and snapped his fingers. My dream has always been to bring an end to the rain in a Megacure. His smile suddenly faded as he said, searching my city for things like you. Now I can control it and put it to some use. With a bloody oversized Bowie knife in his hands, Naruto declared, I am so tired of you guys. This place sucked enough dealing with Keisha Tekaji, but at least they weren't racist to us about it. And I'm so sick of you trash talking about Akatsuki being racist all the time. People of all racial and national backgrounds are cordially welcomed. The man with orange hair said, you're worse than your girlfriend is. It's just that the buck stops when your blood is muddled with demonic taint. His blue eyes seemed to be drilling straight through Naruto. Even though she is a terrible burden on the world, she is inherently a half-demon. You are completely fake. Artificial? What the devil does that mean? Shameless. Not true. Strange. Produced. Whichever damn synonym, brat, that you want me to use. You're a human who was transformed into a half-demon before birth. The man yelled at him. You are an enmity to the environment. With a startled expression on his face, Naruto turned to face Kyuubi. Is that even possible? It would explain why there was always something that felt off about your Yuki concentration, she said, struggling to contain her laughter. It didn't seem right. However, I'm not sure how anyone could. She glared at their adversary. You. Who would ever make a half-demon, anyway? With hatred in his eyes, he uttered, I don't know. The only thing he knew about you monsters was that a human could only ever become one of you before birth. Perhaps his mother is nothing more than a dirty. He was interrupted by a blur with a yellow top that lunged toward him, threatening to stab him, but the man deflected the blow by pulling a sword from behind him, saying, Mine's bigger, kid. He shoved Naruto away with force, sending him landing on the ground at Kyuubi's side, with a step forward and a push on the back of his weapon. I'll kill you if you talk about my mom like that. Under his sodden bangs, Naruto raised his head to reveal glowing red, slitted eyes. Don't you even start to say anything about either of my parents again, he said. Just before things heated up, a blue-haired woman flapped her wings and flew over the building's side, landing at the orange-haired man's side. Conan, he said warmly, look what I found. The woman with blue hair, Conan, responded, I can see. With a severe expression on her face, she raised her hand and paper began to float out of the holes in her robe and dance around her body as she saw Naruto radiating Yuki. Yahiko, shall I? No, the man replied, walking past it and driving the tip of his heavy sword into the roof. I want to handle this myself. With everything going on in Deadbolt Canyon, I haven't worked out in a long time. He opened his arms as if inviting Naruto to attack him and said, that can't be all you've got. Let me see what our fake half-demon here actually has up his sleeve. If you can't go past that, what a waste of a tainted pregnancy. Okay, fine. If that's how he wanted it, Naruto had no trouble giving it to him. Big mistake, asshole. His hair started to grow and whiten as two small tufts formed on top of his head. Naruto clenched his teeth throughout the transformation, which seemed painful. After it was finished, his facial features and voice became harsher. Last mistake too. After seeing Naruto's form fade from view, Yahiko turned to face him and saw him land a rabbit punch from hell, his fist cocked. Yahiko only raised his arms to block the blow with his neck and head, but it was so strong that it sent the two of them flying through the roof below. In an attempt to protect her face from the broken surface's debris, Kyuubi covered it. However, she soon found herself on the roof with Conan, ready to fight her way through her as well, but she was stopped in her tracks when another section of the roof exploded outward in blue fire, sending Yahiko and Naruto flying back out through it and sending Kyuubi into shock. At this point, it seemed like Yahiko was just watching him try to look foolish because he hadn't attempted to attack back, so every time Naruto went for the throat, it was a miss. A single claw blow was nearly severe enough to pierce a portion of Yahiko's robe, but it did not make contact with the man. But the fight quickly took a different turn after three swift hand seals. Sweden. Mazarapa water release, wild water wave. Yahiko spewed water from his mouth as if someone had turned a fire hose on full blast, with the exact same speed and force as one, punishing Naruto right in the chest and shooting him back off of the roof and onto another where he crashed through a shanty little bird coop. You fight like a monster. But if you can't even control your power enough to hit me, what good is it? Kyuubi formed two fireballs in her hands, but Conan moved directly in front of her with her paper wings, blocking her view of Yahiko's back and saying, by the will of God, you and the other have to die here, just like the rest. Rather than hurling the fireballs, Kyuubi began to fully submerge herself in her own demonic energy reservoir by applying the Kitsune Bai to her skin and letting it envelop her, saying, Kitsune Hai no Jishi, embodiment of foxfire. Conan said, of course a demon can't be burned by its own flames, as countless sheets of paper appeared from within her clothes and her skin gave the impression that they were all layered paper. Shikigami no Mai dance of the formula paper. As she charged toward her opponent, she directed thousands of sheets in her direction with directed force. The thousands of sheets of paper impacting off of Kyuubi at a rate akin to machine gun fire actually drove her back, and the only thing that prevented them from sticking and causing more damage was their instantaneous incineration. This isn't working. I can't hold this form without burning myself for long. Conan might have thought that the only thing this technique could accomplish was to cover her body in fire, but she was in for a nasty surprise. She sent forth a massive construct of fire in the shape of a humanoid body with a massive push of energy forward. Kyuubi gasped as the fire consumed her body, turning to charred debris before a series of explosive tags were discovered inside the burning body. A single detonation later, and the force of the trap blew her away. What better way to replace oneself with a clone made of the exact same material? My boyfriend uses clones. I should have known better. It had been too easy, even if she had been using her strongest attack jutsu at the time. Nothing was ever that direct. Her small form had slid to a stop on the roof, allowing her to catch a glimpse of the last remnants of what was supposed to have been Conan burning down. If not for her training-related body fortifying abilities, the situation would have ended up far worse than it actually was. Conan said, lowering herself from the sky with her wings, even most of your ilk can't take a direct blast from an explosive tag. We're not that different from regular humans, Caoi remarked, gritting her teeth as she stood back up. Most half-demons aren't trained to fight like half-demons. We simply possess innate power that humans must properly train to obtain. We still need to practice using it properly. If anything, an untrained half-demon was just a human civilian with a little extra strength and speed, the ability to use their body composition in strange ways, and affinities for elements beyond elemental manipulation. But to people like Akatsuki, what made them any more monsters than those with Kekkei Genkei or similar abilities? She already knew why. Prior to the Mercenary Age's explosion at the turn of the 20th century, the most formidable fighters on the planet, the backbone of every army on the planet, were demons, and as such, they took great pleasure in battle and carnage, earning a terrible reputation over the centuries. However, as the number of skilled humans rose, many of them acquiring the ability to neutralize the natural advantage that most half-demon soldiers held, the reputation of these warriors began to deteriorate. Caoi couldn't even claim that her family wasn't similar. They had been in the military until the early 20th century, when things went south due to a bubble burst and advances in more mystical arts knocked them off balance to the point where they bowed out of that way of life. However, in more warfare-focused nations where the power of PMCs had not yet caught up, like the war-torn Civil War days prior to Hanzo taking firm command of the country that a megacure was in, practices of powerful half-demon warriors continued. After seizing full control with his own force of Keisha Tekkai and stifling the ceaseless fighting, he locked the region down, which led to the current order of things. That was modern history, and every high school student who focused in a world history class understood that. The people who stood in front of them now, the Akatsuki, seemed to be among those who had not forgotten the barbarism of the old days, which were actually not that long ago. Not all that dissimilar? Yes, not so different now that the playing field has been leveled, Conan asked rhetorically as she fired several paper shuriken from her sleeves, which Caoi blocked with swings of her clawed hands. However, what about earlier? One of you was at the center of everything if there was a massacre or any other act of human atrocity involving two military forces of equal strength that seemed impossible to happen. The status quo was overthrown a century ago, and those of you who couldn't let it end brought your repulsive bloodlust with you to satisfy it. Not every half-demon in the world, that is. It was so great you'd never know anything else. Conan screamed back, taking a moment to gather herself before continuing. This isn't a fantasy world where you can oppress someone forever and everything can be forgiven the moment that the balance has shifted. How can we prevent it from occurring once more? Here, you two have demonstrated it. You're honing your warped skills, and the world might end if you were permitted to ascend to the top once more. Yahiko returned to Conan and Caioi's rooftop, having been listening the entire time, and said, "It's not enough to make you all realize just what you've put humankind through for hundreds of years. No, they won't get the eye for an eye. It won't do to hurt you the way you hurt us. This world will change because of me. No matter who stands in my way, I'm going to eliminate every last one of you in order to save it. I will take control of this world and restore peace by removing the demon catalysts that have caused chaos for ages. I'll be the deity it is due." Bullshit. Naruto was seething, bleeding, and furious, flinging tons of shanty debris from the shanty he'd crashed through off of his body. Yahiko and Conan's spiel had sounded awful to him in his enhanced state. Sure, he killed people, but never for reasons of race, nationality, or any other classification that could be applied to them, and he never attempted to justify the deaths of others. Though he was undoubtedly a terrible person and a bastard, at least he wasn't a hypocrite about it. His fingers were balled into fists so tightly that his claws sliced his palms open, dripping blood to the floor like a loose faucet, red energy radiating off his body and combining with the light rain to release a red steam into the air all around him. The goal is not peace. You're gonna ethnically cleanse the world because you're pissed off that when everyone else was getting their country in order yours stayed a war-torn shithole. Naruto yelled at them, spittle flying from his mouth. Say that, please. With a dangerous narrowing of his eyes, Yahiko said to Naruto, "Do you still remember that I promised not to talk about your fucking parents, kid? The same is true for my nation. Though, I'll chop out your heart and keep you alive long enough to see me make your girlfriend eat it like the feral that she is if you ever say anything like that about my country again. I'll then post the video online. Fuck you, fuck Akatsuki, fuck a megacure with its useless fucking PMC that can't stop a nosebleed. Naruto angrily shook his head. Ignore your pathetic tale. Screw this nation. In fact, as the red energy surrounding him started to gather into an unstable-looking ball that was hovering in front of his mouth the size of his head and that he grabbed and compressed with his bare hands, Naruto inhaled deeply and said, "Fuck everything in your general direction. Amari the dangerous ball. That attack could kill everyone standing here," Yahiko and Conan exclaimed as he gathered the strength for it, knowing without even seeing its effects that it would be a blockbuster of a technique. With a forceful push of his hands, the attack was ready to be shot off like a bolt of lightning. That Amari has more power behind it than Dad's ever has. Even Kyuubi was totally ignorant that Naruto possessed that kind of power. But it made sense. He was about to shoot that prick straight down those people's throats, and under normal circumstances, he had more chakra than most people she'd ever met, and when it was converted into Yuki, it was more than hers, her father's, and her mother's combined. Naruto felt isolated and his incredible sense of boundless power was gone, as if someone had turned off the tap or at least redirected it, until all of a sudden the red-haired man from down on the street appeared and grabbed his arm before he could release the Amari. Yahiko, heaving a grateful sigh, mentioned, "Someone knows how to make an entrance, Nagato. Rinnegan for the save." A look of relief crossed his face at the sight of his red-headed comrade. There probably would have been absolutely no way to get through Naruto's attack unscathed if they survived it at all. There was a visible barrier surrounding both of their bodies as this was happening, and Nagato told Naruto, "Don't fight it." He could feel the boy attempting to build more Yuki again. Fujutsu Kyuan blocking technique absorption seal would drain you dry under normal circumstances, but I don't want anything to do with your filthy chakra. After it was evident that Naruto had stopped the Amari, Nagato released his hold on his arm, only for Naruto to attempt to slam into him with a red Rasengan in his free hand. This time, however, was futile, and a displeased Nagato raised one hand to his face, saying, "Shinra Tensei heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god." His body was shot without pause across the sky after a bloody collision with gravity, landing 4 stories away and denting a water tower with such force that a leak leaked out of it. He bounced off and struck the ground face first, dragging his claws through the surface in agony as he left a red stain beneath him. "Gay. Hee." Yahiko exclaimed, raising his hand in the air as though he was anticipating a high five from Nagato, who was approaching. "And for that reason, my man, you're the eyes of God. Perfect backing for the man who will embody the all-pervading God within me, am I right? I'll be damned if anyone worships you, least of all me," Naruto muttered, face down in the earth. "God my ass. I refuse to worship any all-knowing deity. I will worship the omniscient log alone." Yahiko walked over to get his sword and said, "Well, nobody asked you, and nobody cares if you worship us or not. So I'm a god of my word, so I'll have to keep that promise of making you watch me make your girlfriend eat your heart. Fortunately, Nagato can prolong your life long enough for such kind of event to occur." To his confusion, he found himself walking backwards instead of forwards before he could get close enough to the sword to pull it out of the roof, and it wasn't just for him. Nagato also started moving backwards, and when Conan tried to reach out for them, she was moving her arm in the wrong direction. What on earth was happening? Unbeknownst to everyone during this entire ordeal, Kyuubi had substituted herself for a malevolent embodiment of the substitution. A will-o'-the-wisp maintaining a spectral image of herself surrounding a fiery core that served as the illusion's focal point. Whispering as she began to assist Naruto in limping away, Kyuubi whispered, "Anything they try to do is going to end up being the exact opposite action until they break the genjutsu. Unmei no Gyakuten reversal of fortune," she said to him as she managed to help him stand back up, slinging one of his arms around her neck to keep him on his feet. How far did she think they would get if she had to help him over every gap they had to jump? "I think they broke my back," Naruto complained. "If it's not gonna last, drop me and run. Q-chan, I'm not worth it when you're running." She shot her eyes behind them, seeing that the devilishly strong trio was still where she'd left them, and said, "You're no good to me dead either, now shut up and focus on hopping these spaces. Do you really want to die here all alone like that?" When she saw the strange black markings that accompanied Naruto's ascended form for the first time, she thought, "What are those? Dad doesn't have those in his ascended state, so why does Naruto?" Certain parts of his upper body were exposed. "There are only 2 reasons I've had to want to be strong," Naruto said, trying to calculate how much fight was left in him after Nagato's last attack destroyed most of the poncho and shirt he was wearing underneath, the lenses in his goggles were shattered, and he was pretty sure he had no balancing stability in his left leg, which is why he needed to rely on Kyuubi to stand. One goal was to earn enough money to live, for once, like a member of the upper class. It was only a few months ago that I received the other, and that heavenly attraction of all creation, Banshu Tenin. When they got close enough for Yahiko to violently backhand Kyuubi away and for Nagato to grab Naruto by the neck, their bodies jerked violently through the air back from whence they had come. Yahiko growled, "Nice try, not good enough though." When Nagato squeezed the last bit of life out of Naruto, he simply held him at eye level. Fox skin hardening was ineffective because Nagato's ability prevented him from generating chakra, and as soon as he realized how much pressure was necessary, his neck would break like a twig. Was he killing his feelings to kill him, all the while staring into the deadliest stare he'd ever seen from those weird purple, ripple-patterned eyes he'd never seen before? Naruto's mouth seemed to rustle a little before he made a sharp movement with it and winced violently just before he sprayed a fine mist of his own blood into Nagato's eyes, but in any case, he had to do something. The worst-case situation for someone whose power came from his eyes, so he dropped Naruto to rub at them and attempt to clear them. The most divine aspect of him had been tarnished, tainted by a fallen person's blood. As Nagato lamented over it, Konan and Yahiko noticed this, but they were distracted when a variety of winged clay creations descended from the sky and struck the rooftop, dotting it with explosion after explosion. Suddenly, a huge clay bird with a single Itachi Uchiha on its back swept down and grabbed the half-demon couple, taking off quickly to make sure it got out of there before the barrage stopped and the smoke cleared. The tiny building eventually collapsed in a heap around the foundations as a result of the numerous explosions. Deidara grinned broadly at the sight of his methodical attack from above, where his plane was circling while his clay bird with Itachi on it picked up the youngest pair of the expedition. Judging by the way the bird was approaching the plane, he had clearly done enough to turn the tide. There was reason to rejoice over this. As he awaited Itachi to approach close enough for him to open the door, he released several airborne clay explosives from the mouths on his palms, which circled around his own aircraft and detonated in a display akin to fireworks. All, at night long, over the plane's speakers, he bellowed, "My daily routine is to wake up, blow shit up, and be awesome." How creative was that? They immediately pulled Naruto up into the seat instead of letting him lay out in the aisle, but the bird managed to get close enough that when the door was thrown open, Itachi was able to throw Naruto in and then help Kyuubi jump into the plane before heading in himself. As his ascended form and the strange black markings on his body had worn off, Kyuubi urged him to lay against her for additional support, saying, "Come on Naru-kun. You're gonna be fine. Kakuzu and Gaara both did me more harm than this. I'm fine compared to those," Naruto remarked, smirking as he experienced a strained back when attempting to move even slightly in one spot. "Those people. Were those the three leader guys you were talking about?" Itachi pointed out, remembering with a frown what Hanzo had said about it, the eyes of God. That one man had the Rinnegan. Despite his condition, Naruto emphasized sternly, "They're not gods." As his injuries increased and his adrenaline wore off, he started to nod off. Just. He closed his eyes and fell silent, not even bothering to finish his sentence. Before turning back to piloting the aircraft, Deidara briefly glanced back in the seat to find out what was going on. Is he dead? His voice didn't seem to bother him in any way. In fact, he was merely curious. Itachi responded, "No, not even close, just beaten. We all are, I believe." "I'm not. You didn't fight anyone." "I had a lot of fights. I didn't fight good people, I just fought a bunch of jabronis." "Just take us back to Konoha. You're the boss man." Return to the ground, lowered, the rooftop battleground and parts of the surrounding infrastructure had been reduced to rubble by the barrage of explosions, but in the middle, the three Akatsuki appeared to be largely unharmed by their own unique skills, only glancing at the aircraft that was disappearing higher up in the sky and moving away from them. How annoying could someone be to fly in and quickly grab their prey in such a way? However, they'd caught a glimpse of the person who rode the large clay bird that had swept their prey from their grasp. The Akatsuki had seen plenty of those kinds of eyes before, from the Uchiha family, but that had been more than 15 years ago, the last time they'd visited Konoha. The evening of the previous Hokage's demise. It was strange, because neither the Yondaime nor his wife were of that breed, but before that disgusting half-demon brat change, he actually looked a lot like the last Hokage. Maybe it was just a coincidence. After all, they weren't the only blonde, blue-eyed people on the planet. There wasn't much time to think about this, though, as the majority of Akatsuki's followers ended up meandering down the street they were on in order to catch a glimpse of the gods after the battle, triumphant. "People, wake up!" Yahiko shouted, voice booming as if it could be heard all over the city. "A megacure is ours." A cheer that could have shaken the sky rang itself raised from the thousands and thousands. "Take pride. The enormous first step toward creating a new world is finished. Now that the site of the slaughter has been established as our home and chosen land, it is up to us to rid the area of the demonic taint that has harmed the place we have loved for so long." Having never been one for public speaking, Nagato's contribution to the speech, "This is only just the beginning," was evidence of how empowered he felt by Yahiko's remarks. While there is still much to be done in countries all over the world, for the time being celebrate. Now our land is back in the hands of the people who once loved and treasured it. Megacure is going to be the holy capital of the divine empire of the Akatsuki from this day on. And all of you are subordinate to the nation that God has selected to lead the way. On the eve of their greatest victory to date, he was finally accepting their destined place as beings that had evolved, both in power and philosophy, beyond what was to be meant for mortal men and women. And Conan and Yahiko looked on the wallflower of their group with a measure of pride as the roars of approval grew even louder. And all of their adherents shared their belief and, in an emergency, would accompany them to the gates of hell. That wouldn't be necessary, though, since it seems they hadn't completed the task 15 years prior, when they'd been permitted to sneak in and take Konoha during more humbler times. It seems their lack of manpower in general at the time prevented them from being nearly as thorough with their purge as they would have liked. Luckily, however, outsiders in Akatsuki continued to perceive it as a citywide riot. Their crusade had just begun. Finishing the job they'd started in that city would have to wait until later, until they had settled things at home and found their next more sensible target for their divine intervention.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.